You know what? Hey, you know what? It's showtime. Ladies and gentlemen, how you guys doing tonight? Thank you for coming to my show tonight. And what we're going to be doing tonight is making some goodies in the kitchen. And we're coming here live tonight because I want to share everything uh, possible we can do. And the reason why I'm coming on here to make this special fair food is because it's number one in the state fair of 2021. This invention was from a food booth featured at the 2021 state fairs. Sonny, the guy with the redhead bandana, named this food the best of the state fair lineup after sampling at 10 different food stands. And let me tell you something. That guy right there, he knows when good food is ready to go. And we're going to welcome somebody, one of my special guests. His name is King Samoan. Here you go, King Samoan. How you doing, brother?
What up, Johnny? Hey, sorry to
Hey,
interrupt you. You got
hey,
to give me about five. Can you give me like 5 more minutes? I got to run and do a few more things. I got to go drop something off to my brother real quick. So, can you give me like 5 more minutes and entertain the crowd, and I'll be right back.
I sure will.
All right, brother. I'll be right back. All right.
Okay, no problem. And so, anyway, I'm just glad everybody's here today. Jen French, Cluckers, Crystal Lynn, Moniece is back, Melissa, Purple Pexy, Kidder for myself in a poem, um, Joy Perry. Um, uh, so everybody, I just want to let everybody know how's everybody doing today. I'm glad everybody's here, and this treat that I'm gonna make is gonna be very very good. It's called it's gonna be it's a pickle sandwich. What the ingredients is gonna be um, pastrami, cream cheese, lettuce, and cucumber. And the pickle's going to be like the bread. There's going to be the pickle, then the pastrami, the cream cheese, and then it's going to be with lettuce and cucumbers if people like it like that. Mrs. T, welcome here. MJ, thank you. I'm glad you guys are here today. CDC Dogs, Rochelle Bandit, thank you. And I'm glad you guys are here in the chat room today with me. My co-host will be here in about 5 more minutes, and we're just gonna like talk a little bit more about this about the snacks. And I love it. And if anybody out there in the chat room has made any the last treat that I made. Did anybody in the chat room make Rice Krispie treats? Can you please let me know? Give me a 1 or give me a 2 if you make them. If you made some, give me a 1. If you didn't make them, give me a 2. It doesn't matter. I just want to know who did it because I like that because that's my favorite Christmas treat, And yep, it's not past my bedtime yet. Okay, cool. Happy Tree made them. And it's just Robbie did it. Haley Ryan got a 2. MJ got a 1. Diego got made a 1. Well, all right, cool. Thank you guys for that, and I appreciate that. And so how's everybody doing tonight? Is everybody doing good? Mr. X show was very, very good tonight, wasn't it? He went to the beach. He saw some people fishing, and they caught her, and they found her ring, and that guy said that ring was probably worth $150. Good for him. I'm glad he found it. And the Sea Org says I can't cook. Come on, Sea Org, you know how to cook, buddy. And Yelly, how you doing, Yelly? Welcome to the chat room. Purple Pexy, if I didn't say hello to you, but hello. X was on the beach, that's right. And just put an extra spirits of cream into my. Yeah, sure, I will do that, Robbie. I'll put some extra cream. I'll put some extra spritz of cream in yours. No problem. So I thought about this because you guys were wanting me to come out with another cooking show, and I said, what can I make? And I saw that right there because I used to work at the fairs too, and I said, let me just do that and make something real easy, real simple, and it's going to be okay because you know why? Because you know what? Even though that you guys can't taste it or you guys ain't here with me, you guys are here. You guys are here with me no matter what because you guys are in the chat room. You guys consider you guys are still here, and I'm glad you guys are here. And Cruiser Chris, the World Network. Hi Johnny, I still have a cold, but I'm here watching. I hope you know what, Cruiser Chris. I hope you start feeling a little bit better, man. Take some cold medicine to get that cold out of you. And Nance, nice to meet you again. Nice to see you. Um, the Icer Dave, how you doing? So, you know, I think everybody wants to think this. I think everybody's going to like my treat that I make today, and I'm going to show you how simple it is to be made. How simple is it to be made, and it's going to be a really good deal from here. You know what I mean? Like, and you know, and this show might be a short show tonight, or it might be a long show tonight. I don't know, but following right after this show's over, following after this show, or Danny L. I'll be over there on her show tonight because she's going to do my birth reading tonight, my birth chart, and she's going to be over there. So everybody come over there and see Danielle, and so we can go read. She's going to read my birth chart for the, you know, I don't know what that means really, but okay, but I told her I'll do it, and that's where I stand with that, and so basically. And then in a couple more weeks, and I know what I remember what I said was I remember what I said was I was going to do a pet thing. I was going to do a pet thing, and I was going to do a pet thing, and what I want to do is I want to make sure the pets are we're going to have a contest. I want to bring the pets on the live show, and if you guys want to, I want to them to do a trick or do how to like basic tricks, how to set, how to do something like that, and I've always wanted to do that. So that's one thing there. And you know what? And I want to share with everybody. Thank you, whoever you guys are, for watching my videos, watching it more and more. Because right now we are at 1,700 watch hours. I'm almost at 2,000 hours of watch time, and so I've been working really hard. And with the people that have been helping me get these hours, I really appreciate it. Like Mr. Jim Terry, Mr. X, King Samoan, Reuben Sanchez, Equalizer, Snooks, Danny Nicole, and everybody else who has been doing this, help me get these out watch hours. I appreciate it very much, and it means a lot to me. And number two, I'm going to I think what I'm going to start doing to make sure that the videos are going to be becoming more. I'm going to try to be more relaxed. I'm going to try to be more just really calm. And let me bring this guy up real quick. And this is King Samoan. King Samoan, how are you? Can you hear me? I think you're on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, now these motherfuckers can see my face, huh? Now they know I'm for real.
Yeah, there you go.
I'll show you fat, motherfucker, right here.
Who?
Does that look fat to you?
Who said fat?
I don't know. I was just fucking with you, but I'm gonna turn my camera off.
No, you don't have to turn it off. Leave it on there. Leave it up. You look good.
I ain't leaving it on. Them motherfuckers gonna come after me. Then I have to get crazy and turn gangsta on their ass.
Well, you know what I heard, that there was a little bit of feud going on in my chat room right now between Deicer Dave and Stage Tick. I guess Salty's starting his shit up again. And I was supposed to. No, Sheila. I did try to get a hold of Jim Terry, but it went straight to voicemail. I'm sorry. I did try to get home. I did try to get a hold of him. And this morning, King Samoan, I got a call from Utah. I didn't answer it. I didn't know who it was, so I didn't answer that phone call. I know he. I think Salty is from Utah, Utah, right?
Yeah, he's from Utah.
Well, I don't
From
know the numbers, so
Orem,
I
I
didn't answer
believe.
it.
I think that's what Equalizer said. He's in Orem area, which is outside of Salt Lake.
Oh, okay. Well, brother,
So,
I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you made it. I'm glad that you are here. And if there's anything you'll like to say to the masses and to the chat, go right ahead.
I was gonna say, are you gonna be doing your cooking now then, or what are you planning on doing?
No, I was planning on, we share some little stories or whatever until about 6 o'clock, and then we go on there, get an hour in before I go over there.
Oh, okay, that works. Oh, because you have to do the other show, huh? The Danielle
Well,
show,
you know
right?
what? I reached base with her. I reached base with her, and she says that if I'm still on live, she'll set up, but she'll make it go a little bit. She'll reset the time to go a little bit off schedule a little bit.
Yeah, no, I think you'll be able to make it over there because she does have it all planned out for you. So
Yeah.
she
Are
was
you gonna
nice
come over
enough to
there?
be able to do your birth chart.
Are you gonna go over there too?
Yeah, I'll go over there, bro. I got your back.
Okay. And everybody else in the chat room, I hope you guys will go over there too. That's right here, Park City, Utah. That's where he's from. Park City,
Oh,
Utah.
Park City. Yeah. I
Yeah.
think
And
Park City's a nice area in Utah, actually. It's a real richy area. But I don't think he lives there. I'm pretty sure Equalizer says he lives in Orem. He works in Park
Norm.
City, I think he said.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I don't know. I don't deal with that fool. That fool's a fucking pussy. Fuck that fool. Like I
Yeah.
said,
I don't,
he don't
but
want to get real because he can go after all these other fuckers that live across the globe. But I promise you, Johnny, I'm not saying this to be a hard ass. That motherfucker come at me. He'll wish he never did. I promise you that. Because I still have a lot of family and a lot of people that live in that area. They don't play around, man. Like I said, my past life wasn't a good life. So unfortunately, I still have family that deal with all that. So, speaking of that, Johnny, over in your area, actually, I was, I don't know, it's probably been about 7 years. I was hanging out with my cousin over there in Compton. He lives in Park Village. If anybody knows where Park Village is,
in
it's in the
Compton,
hood. It's like,
you said in
huh?
Compton. You said in
Yeah, it's
Compton.
in Park Village.
I know where
Compton.
that is.
Yeah, so Park Village is, it's a big complex.
Yeah.
I was hanging out with my cousin about 7, 8 years ago. I watched him get shot in the head. He got shot in the chest and killed him. So I've seen all that stuff too, man. Those guys get crazy, but I don't live that life anymore, Johnny. I walked away from that before I had children. Because I don't want to be sitting behind a prison cell watching my kids come to visit their dad in a fucking prison. So I ain't down with that shit. Like I said, I take all this shit like it's all entertainment for me.
Yeah. I'm okay. All right. Bye. That was Reuben. He said he was going to get. He's coming. He's getting ready to come up. Get ready to come up.
Right.
And somebody in the chat room was asking. Jen Friends was asking me that if King is my good friend. Yes, King is my good friend, and I really appreciate King. He's done so much over here, and he is one of my good friends, and he's like my brother now. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And I really do appreciate him, and I just really hope that I wish the best for all of us. I was sharing with everybody in the chat room a while ago what we have 1,700 hours of watch time. We're almost to 2,000 of watch hour time.
Right. So you've gotten almost 1,000 hours in what, 2 days?
In 2 days, yeah.
See, I'm telling you, man. I think you can get up there to 4,000 pretty quick.
I think we almost got 2,000 hours in 3 days. We're at 1,700 right now. We're at 1,700, and whatever today carries on. That's why I was going to try to maybe push for like 3 hours, but I know I got a show I got to go do over there, so I can get 2.5 hours in today, or 2 hours in from 5 to 7. That'd be 2 hours. That pulls me up to 1,900, I believe.
Right.
And we got 67 in the chat room right now.
Nice. Yeah, I'm trying to engage more with the chat because I have a bad habit of just going on a tangent and talking out of my ass and not paying attention to the chat. So I'm going to try and pay attention to both.
Right.
That way I can see people's questions and stuff because I suck at doing that.
You know what, King? As a matter of fact, they all tell me, they were all telling me before you came on, they love to hear your stories.
Well, that's
They love
good.
to hear
You know,
your
I got
stories.
fucking stories for days, man. Like I said, I've traveled all over the world. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, including this country. So,
Yeah.
I'm in
CDC
my
dog.
40s, so I've dealt with a lot of shit.
CDC dogs. What happens after 2,000 hours of watch time? Nothing. I need a total of 4,000 hours of watch time
Right.
to get
4,000 to monetize, right?
to get monetized. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So you're getting there.
Yeah,
You're
I am.
definitely getting there. You know, because what, 3 days ago you were at like 700 and something, and now you're at 1,700. So,
Yeah, I'm at 1,700. Yeah.
right. So as long as you got, you know, the people in the chat that are supporting you, which it seems like it's a big, you know, a lot of support um, from everybody in chat playing your videos and supporting behind you. And I was going to tell you, Johnny, you know, I'm not trying to bring any of that drama from those other shows because, you know, they ain't got nothing better to talk about, man. Your show's all about the positivity, you know, and Reuben right there is one of the ones that always gets us back on track and says, you know, like, fuck those dudes, man. Let's just focus on what we're doing over here. You know, they can talk out their mouth all they want to, but, you know, from my point of view, I, I wouldn't do anything to any of them clowns, man. You know what I mean?
Right.
I got family and friends that would take care of that for me, but I wouldn't do that shit. I don't go to real life on people. It's like I said, this is just a fucking entertainment for me. I'm just here like Reuben is to support you. You know what I mean? All about the positivity in this room, letting people tell their stories. You know, if somebody's got something to say, fuck it, bring it on. You
And
know, I
also
don't discriminate against anybody
and
ever.
also and also letting the chat room be relaxed. Let the chat room be relaxed. They can talk amongst their, talk between themselves, like texting back and forth. And Reuben,
Right.
nice to have you here, Reuben. How you doing today, sir?
Good.
You
Good.
doing okay? How's your
Yeah,
legs
yeah.
feeling? How's your legs feeling?
Fat.
Are they feeling bad? Well,
No,
I know
fat.
they're
He said feeling fat.
well,
Fat.
I don't want to like overkeep you, man.
Oh
You know,
no,
you're
don't worry. It's gonna be like that regardless. You know what I mean? I'd rather
Right.
I'd rather be doing this, and it's worth it.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, what I was telling you, Johnny, about my cousin getting shot, you know, he's
yeah,
dead now. It killed him. They shot him right in the head with the rifle. And that's the last time I've ever spent in the hood. And it's probably one of the last times I'll ever go back to the hood because you never know what's going to happen at that time. And that was just a dude. They were fighting over a girl, right? It was a male dude, a black dude. So he pulled up, you know, and he was pissed off because my cousin was sleeping with his girl. And, you know, he had been drinking a little bit. He went to his car. He pulled the assault rifle out the back. And I was literally 5 feet when I watched him get shot in the dome ski. So it's a real life out there. And that's the last time I've ever gone to the hood. Probably the last time I ever will go to the hood because, you know, life's too short, man. It's fragile. And you never know. 1 second you're there and the next second you're gone.
yeah,
And that's a
True.
scary thing because I got kids. You know, I got 4 kids that rely on me. I pay $3,700 a month in child support, Johnny. Then I pay $800 a month in alimony to my ex-wife. So you do the math. That money goes away, or I go away. You know, that fucks my kids for the rest of their life. So
right.
Right.
it's
Well,
not worth it in the long run. It really isn't. You know, there's a difference between talking shit online and then taking it real life. And when I go real life, I just don't do that on YouTube because I don't hate anybody that much. You know what I mean? I dislike people and I think they're pieces of shit, but I don't hate anybody to the point where I would send somebody to their house to do something because it wouldn't end well for any side. You know what I mean? And you get a lot of these youngsters nowadays, they don't give a fuck, man. They don't care about prison. They don't
Yeah.
care about ruining their life. And I wouldn't do that to another person because I've seen what had happened to my family. You know, watching my brother go to prison, watching my sisters go to prison. You know, it fucks your family up. It really does. Big time. You know, I used to sit and watch my mom cry because my brother's sitting in there for 20 something years. You know what I mean? And you can't see him. You know, you talk to him on the phone and he's still in prison right now in Utah. So I know all about the Utah prison, you know. On the men's side, my sister was in prison in Oregon, so she was in the Oregon prison over by Portland. So, you know, my family's had to deal with a lot of that shit as well. But like I said, I got 7 brothers and sisters, so there's a lot of us. And you know, watching those guys fuck up their life from drugs and ended up going to prison on both of them went to prison because of drugs and gang banging. Those two things right there sent them both to prison. My little brother worked for the cartel for a long time. And, you know, at the end of the day, cartel don't give a shit about you, man. Once you get popped, fool, they fucking forget about you. They never talk to you again. Once you get popped, man, they just, you know, cut you off and that's it.
That's right.
You'll never hear from them again.
That's right.
That's
If
right.
not, you know, they go after you anyways.
Right. Oh, they did. They went after him because, you know, he owed them some money, and they don't forget about their money, you know. So we actually did have to take care of that portion of it, and I won't get too much into it, but you know, back in the day, I was right there with my little brother. Me and him were side by side doing that type of shit. Difference is, I chose a different path. You know, I chose the path of having kids and getting married and becoming a father and a husband, and he chose, you know, the hustler life, I should say, the gangster hustle life, and you saw where that got him. It got him in prison for most of his life. So, not a way to go.
So about another 28 minutes, I'll be going into the kitchen, making that special snack for everybody. And now whoever like the Eagle Eyes were saying last night, whoever wanted to get that pickle sandwich, you could have bought it at what was that restaurant called? Can King Winter Schnitzel's. He said you can guys buy at the Winter Schnitzel's. And hey, Reuben, in the chat room, everybody's like chatting for you, Reuben. So is there anything you want to share today?
What were you guys talking about? You were talking about
just some more stories, bro. Just some more stories
before Johnny goes into the kitchen and cooks us up a meal.
I'll tell you guys a story. I mean, and this kind of goes with why I liked Mr. X bringing up that non-lethal launcher.
Right.
And you know, and you see people in the chat, you know, and like, fuck that, you know, I'll just use the real thing, blah 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 blah. Right. This and that. Well, you know, it's not fucking easy taking a life. You know what I mean? You can fucking think it is all you want. It's really not, you know, and it's not easy living with knowing that you took a life.
Right.
So, you know, and there are people out there, yeah, you know what, they'll fucking do what they have to do and stuff, you know what I mean? Right. But I'll tell you about the time that I was probably the most afraid in my life was I bought my house at 19, and my ex, you know, she moved in with me, and I was working at a glass factory. One night she calls, you know, I'm at work, and she calls my work and says that I need to come home. She said something like my supervisor said something like the SWAT team was there, and I thought he was joking. Right. And she don't call for no reason. You know, I know she wouldn't have called for no reason. So I know there's got to be something, but I didn't really think that the SWAT team was there. And when I got with my ex, I left all the thug gang, whatever. I pretty much, you know, left everybody behind that I knew.
Speaking of that, Reuben, not to cut you off, but speaking of that, like, you know, because I had a similar life like that. Is it completely gone, or is it like for me myself, like some things will trigger it and bring it back to where I turn into that fucking gangster, you know what I mean?
Right.
But at the end of the day, I think about it and be like, it's just not worth it, man. Like, I got a family to think of, and I'm not gonna be like that where my kids have to visit me in prison. So does that still come out of you even though you've grown out of it?
Every once in a while, but like say if I'm in a situation to where like the response would be, yeah, okay, I'm gonna hurt this person,
right?
Or like you said, you know, if I'm not going to, I can get somebody that will. I search scriptures, and you know, I find that very helpful, and it's been extremely helpful in times where my faith is like, okay, you know what? I'm just going to put this in God's hand and see if, you know, and then I'll find something in scripture that says, it feels like it's directly speaking to me. And, you know what I mean? Like one is like, vengeance is not ours, you know, vengeance is not ours to take, you know, it's for the Lord. And people will get their upcomings, you know what I mean? Or the comings up, but we may not never see that, you know what I mean? And we may get, you know, frustrated and stuff like that. Like, oh, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I don't know, maybe lose faith or whatever. But you got to understand, God works on his time, not ours, But anyways, yeah, it comes out every once in a while, and I'm like, fuck, man. But then even now with my leg is even worse, because now I'm like, even if I could do anything, I'm gonna probably get my ass whooped. I can't run. It takes a lot to stay on balance and stuff. You know what I mean?
Right.
And in all honesty, I don't like hurting people. I really don't.
Right.
And even when I did, I really didn't like doing it.
Amen, Reuben.
Right.
It was something that people drug out of me. And if I had more self-control, you know what I mean, I wouldn't have done what I've done. But as soon as I would do something, a lot of times I would be the first person to try to help them out at the same time. But so, yeah, so back to the story. So my supervisor, he's like, hey, man, you need to go home. So I go home, and I noticed there's 2 motorcycle cops. Now, the way my house was positioned, if I'm looking this way, this is the way my house is. Across the street, the other house looks my way. My next door neighbor to this side, there's a wall, and his house faces the opposite way. So he's at the corner, right? Now, there's a side block wall that goes all along his property line. And then the wood on my side wall, or my side property, it's all wood. And my ex had a car. It was like a 1990 Topaz. It was parked out in the front of our front in the street. You know what I mean, the curb. And in front of the neighbor, on the side of the neighbor's house, was this freaking car that was balled up. Seemed like somebody just crunched it and they left it on the side of their property. And I never bitched about it because I never, there was a wall. I didn't care about it. Well, so I get home and I go inside, and my ex is like, freaking out. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what's going on? And she's kind of like a little bit hyperventilating and stuff. So I know like something serious is going on. Not only that, but I'm like, where the fuck is our car? So, when she finally calms down and she tells me what happened, I guess there was like 6 cop cars. They had that stupid helicopter. And she says when she went outside to go find out what happened, the officer, berated her and this and that. And so she got scared. She ran back in the house, and that's when she called me. So I'm like, all right. And I still have my work stuff on, you know what I mean? So it was like a gray hooded sweatshirt, my work pants, work shoes, or boots, whatever. So I'm like, well, let me go ask these cops what's going on, There's 2 motorcycle cops. The one closest to me, say I'm walking down my little stepway into the sidewalk, and I got to walk over to the corner of my fence and the neighbor's fence. That's where they were parked. The one cop stayed on his motorcycle, didn't take off his helmet or anything. So I'm like, excuse me, officers, you know what I mean? And then they didn't look. I'm like, staying on the sidewalk, not, getting onto the street. And I'm like, excuse me, officers. And the one on the opposite end starts to get off his motorcycle. And he's like, what the fuck do you want? And I was like, I was taken back by that. But I'm like, okay, I just threw it away. And I'm like, I need to know, what's going on? Like, where's our car? And he's like, what fucking car are you talking about? And like, he's like straight being a dick, right? And normally I would be like, what, fuck you, this and that, da, da, da. But I'm like, hey, look, and then I had my hands, in my little pouch, hooded, in the pockets right there. And I'm like, dude, what the fuck is your problem? And as soon as I said that, he puts his hand on his gun and he's like, pull your hands out of your pockets. And I'm like, what? I'm like, pull my hands in my pocket. Fuck you. And he goes, if you don't pull your hands out of your pockets, you know what I mean? Da, 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 whatever. So I pull my hands out. I lift my shirt up. I do a 360. I'm like, there, motherfucker. I said, what's your deal, man? And then he's going on and on. And I'm like, he's like rambling on about shit. says something like, I'm tired of you spoiled fucking kids and this and that. And I'm like, spoiled kids? I said, what are you talking about? I said, you see the fucking address? When you looked at the address, the name that came up, that's me, motherfucker. I own that fucking house. I said, all I want to know is, where the fuck is our car? And why the fuck did you take it? You know, and that right there started everything. And the one cop, I'll just tell you right now, he never moves. He's like a statue the entire time this whole fucking thing transpires. So as I'm saying that, you know, he's like, you know, everything that he's saying, I can counter what he's saying, you know what I mean? And he's getting frustrated because I can counter what he's saying because, you know, I've dealt with cops before and, you know, he's just talking a lot of shit. And I'm just like, yeah, dude, you know what? You're not going to faze me. And then he starts fucking telling me, oh, you're one of them fucking smart ass fucking punks and this and that. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, I am smart, but I ain't no punk, you know? So he starts walking to me. Now, when he starts walking to me, I start backpedaling back, you know, from the sidewalk onto my property. And he notices it and he's like, yeah, you know what? I have some people that owe me favors and this and that, right? And he's talking about people that he's busted and either let go or whatever, that they own favors. And he's going to tell him, hey, you know what? Go to this person's house, break in, or, you know, that's what he initially started off on, was just going in and fucking up my house or fucking up my other car or some shit like that. And I'm like, what the fuck? I'm like, all right, dude. I mean, I guess, you know what I mean? If you want people to fucking do that, go ahead. But then, you know, we're arguing. And I'm like, look, man, I don't give a fuck. I just want to know, where the fuck is our car? You know, that's it. Just tell me where our car is. I don't give a fuck about you. I don't give a fuck about who you know, who's going to come over, this and that, blah, blah, blah. And he just wouldn't relent. You know what I mean? He was just fucking on and on and on. And then he starts talking about, instead of breaking into the house, you know what I mean, and stealing shit, he's going to have people come in and do something to me and my wife and this and that, right? And I'm like, what the fuck? So I'm like, all right, dude, you know what? I'm not even fuck with you anymore. So I walk up into the house and my ex is freaking out, right? And now I'm kind of like, what the fuck? I've really never had a cop say some shit like that. You know what I mean? And, you know, I was processing it. So I'm like, I'm just going to call the fucking sheriff's department and have them send another unit out. So I called the sheriff's department and I had kept the door open because he would come up to the sidewalk and he would just stand at the sidewalk. Now the sidewalk is still public property. If he comes across the sidewalk onto my property, you know, the grass, that's my property. And I know this. He knows that I know this, I think. So I open up the door and I'm like, hey, you know what? I'm not even gonna fuck with you. I'm just gonna call, you know, department, just have them send out a unit, right? And I have it on speakerphone. That's when, you know, you still have that handheld phones. So I called the sheriff's department. The lady answers, whatever. And I'm like, yeah. I said, you know what? I told her my name and I told her where I lived. I said, I got an officer out here. I don't know if he's high or drunk or whatever, you know what I mean? But he's making me feel unsafe by the words that he's using in this and that. And he can hear what I say, what I'm telling her and what she's saying to me. And she says, do you know the officer's name? And I didn't get it. And he had said it. And I'm like, did you hear that? And she said, yeah. And she goes, oh, I know that officer personally. And I know he wouldn't do anything like that. And I was like, okay, well, I don't give a fuck if you know him personally or not. You know what I mean? And I don't care what you think about him. I'm requesting that you send another, you know, unit out here. And she says, no. And I was like, are you fucking serious? And she's like, yeah, you know what? Whatever, you did, you must have deserved it and this and that. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, she doesn't even know what's going on, really. So I'm like, fuck you, bitch, blah, 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 blah. And so I hang up on her. And he's like busting up laughing, right? He's like, yeah, motherfucker, now what are you going to do, this and that? He's kind of like taunting me. So you know, I'm thinking, and then he keeps making these like little kind of threats. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you know, don't fall asleep tonight. This and that, blah blah blah. So I had closed the door, and this is before I even got my first arrest. You know, so I'm allowed. I own guns and stuff. And I called. I was gonna have my ex leave, but I was thinking, well, if she leaves in the car that we have, you know what I mean? Who's to say that he doesn't call another unit, have her stopped, and then picked up and then taken to jail for whatever fucking reason they want to make up? So I'm like, no, that's probably not a good idea. So then I called my mom and I'm like, you know, I told her the situation and she was going to come down. And I'm like, no, because if you do, he's going to find out who you are. And then I don't know what the fuck he's going to say to you. You know what I mean? So I said this is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to have my ex, you know, I'm going to get the handgun, give it to her, tell her to stay in the corner of our room, lock it. And if anybody comes knocking on the door and it's not me, just start pulling the trigger. You know what I mean? Because I honestly don't know what this fucking guy's going to do. You know what I mean? He's making mad threats. And like at the point to where I even stopped and I told him, I said, look, man, I said, if your point was to scare me, you know what I mean? And with your threats and this and that, I said, I'm going to let you know right now that you've done that. You know what I mean? Straight up, you've done that. But here's the thing. I'm not an idiot. So I have her with the handgun and then I get my shotgun and I open up the door and this is what I tell him. I said, I'm fearing for my life. You seen me try to call somebody to get another unit out here so that maybe it could de-escalate the situation. And you're still here taunting me. I said, if you step 1 foot onto my property, I said, I'll gun you down. And I showed him the shotgun and I'm loading the shotgun. And I tell him, you know what I mean? I have like double buck, slug, double buck. And then I chambered one and then I put another buck in there. Now, my property sits a little bit higher than street level. And he's laughing and he's like, oh, so now you're threatening a cop, a police officer, you know, killing a cop. And I'm like, no, that's not what I'm doing. I'm not threatening anybody. I'm just telling you as a man that I'm fearful for my life and my wife's life, that, you know, the threats that you're making in the position that you're in, I'm afraid for my life, but I'm going to defend it. And if you put 1 foot onto this property, I will defend it with my life. So, you know, he's chuckling, whatever. And so he's like, okay. So then he gets onto the sidewalk and I'm like, really? I said, come on, man. You know, and I'm like, actually like kind of like pleading with him at this point, you know, but I've already made up my mind because I'm not going to let him, you know, I really honestly don't know what his intentions are. He keeps putting his hand on his gun, act like he's going to take it out. And he's like taunting me. I don't know if he was drunk or high. I couldn't tell. But he would walk onto the sidewalk and act like he's going to step onto my property. And I would tell him, I'm like, come on, dude. You know, I have the high ground. You know what I mean? I have a shotgun. I don't have to fucking aim. You know what I mean? You still have to pull your weapon out of your holster and aim and fire. And hopefully you hit me, you know, like it's not smart, you know? So he's like, he would just stay right there at the sidewalk. And I'm like, dude, this is all over a fucking car. You know what I mean? Like right at this point, I could give a fuck about the car. You know what I mean? Now I just want you to fucking get the fuck out of here, you know, and let this night be over with. And he's like, oh, this night's not going to be over with. And he just keeps going on with these threats. And I'm just like, what the fuck? But I don't ever go outside past the door frame with the shotgun. So this way he can't say I came out or whatever. I just stayed right there.
Going out in the open with it because they'll get you if you go out past your feet or you're out past that door, huh?
That's right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Because now I would be brandishing a weapon in public or something like that.
Sorry,
even though
I went
I'm on
quiet
my
for a
property.
minute. I was listening, Reuben, but sorry I went quiet. I forgot my papers out in the truck, and then I had to enjoy some adult stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think you can talk about that shit on YouTube anymore. I think they can give you a strike for talking about the green ganja. So,
Right,
but I was
right.
listening to your story.
Yeah.
And with that guy, taunting you like that, do you think he was trying to get you to shoot or do something?
I think he was. I don't think he. I don't think he. I don't think he thought I was serious.
Got you.
You know what I mean? And I was. You know what I mean? I was. But that was like I was so fearful that this dude's gonna do something. But if I don't stand here and defend myself, you know what I mean? Then
Right.
he's definitely gonna do something. You know what I mean? And I'm
Right.
just not gonna do that. I'm not gonna. Who knows if he does send somebody over? I couldn't imagine what somebody would do to my ex, and I don't even want to think about that. Right. And he's saying these things, and this is, like definitely something that I've never encountered with, a police officer before. I've argued with them, talked shit to them, whatever, but I've never had one talk about, yeah, man, I'm gonna have somebody come over and do something to you and your family and this and that, blah blah blah. Who's the judge and this is gonna believe I'm a police officer? I'm like, what the hell?
Right.
Yeah,
And the
sheriff.
courts will take the police's no matter what, whether they're off duty
Absolutely.
or on duty, they'll always
Right.
take the cop's word for it unless you got proof, video, anything that shows that he was doing something wrong. You're screwed, man.
And this is
Every time.
This is one thing where I kind of regret. My mom always told me to, and actually she tried to give me one of her video cameras. You know what I mean? Because if I would have had a video camera, I could have recorded this whole freaking thing. But I didn't
Right.
have one. And I didn't have a surveillance camera either. And this would change all that. But
right. So you're pretty much screwed. It's your word versus the cop. Yeah, you already know that's a losing battle every time. And no matter where you are, really.
Right.
And some states are worse than others. But I know California, I haven't been there in years or haven't, in a long time. I haven't stayed there or lived there, but I know how it is. I'm sure it hasn't changed. As far as the cops go anyway. They're always the cops are their own fucking gang. I don't care what people say.
Definitely.
They are
they
just
call themselves brothers in blues. You know what I mean?
Well, and I'll tell you why, Reuben, because I told you guys a few days ago how my pops was a undercover narcotics cop.
Right.
And like I said, I'm not going to say anywhere where or any of that, but he really was. All my years of growing up, before we left to Samoa to live in the islands. So my dad was undercover narcotics. He did all the SWAT team shit, with the masks and all that shit. So nobody knew who he was. He did hostage situations, whole bunch of stuff, undercover drug dealing. He did it all. So I didn't know this, but as an adult, I used to drive all the time semi, and he would come with me just to hang out and bullshit because he's retired as well. And he would tell me stories, like, hey, when you were a kid, how I was doing this, or I'd be gone doing that. And he would tell me that him and all his sheriff buddies, they would all get together after work and they would go have party, coke, and weed, and all the, meth and crank weren't that big back then because this was, 80s through the 90s. So the bathtub crank was in, the bikers had all that shit.
Right.
But and he was saying that they would go to a bus, and they were all in on it. The whole fucking team was in on it. Just like that movie Training Day. You know how they fucking robbed the fucking dealers and the big money people, and then the cops would all split it up? That's fucking real life. People don't realize they really do that shit.
Right.
Whenever they thought it was just a movie, but that's really how some sheriff's offices and cops
they act.
Yeah, that's exactly how they act.
Yeah.
That's reality.
So I'm dealing, you know what I mean? Like, so I'm like, you know what? Let me try calling this fucking sheriff's office again, right? Maybe I could talk to the sergeant or some shit.
Right.
So I call the sheriff's department back, and the same lady answers the phone, and she's like, the sergeant isn't here, right? And I won't pick this up until later on of who the sergeant really is. So I'm like, fuck, man. Like, I'm thinking to myself, like, what the fuck can I do? You know what I mean? Like, they're waiting for a tow truck, right? They figured out that they towed the wrong car. You know what I mean? And they want the fucking smashed up car, which was only like freaking 100 feet away from ours. I don't know how they towed the wrong car. And from what he had said, it's like, well, I know the officer that put, a bunch of tickets on this car and this and that. And I'm like, tickets? We ain't got no fucking tickets. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know what the hell he's talking about. I'm like, maybe you put tickets on that car over there. You know what I mean? The fucking smashed up one. And he's like, and I'm like, just telling him, and I'm pretty sure he felt like an idiot for towing the wrong car. And then I couldn't understand why he had like all the other cop cars there. And I tried asking him that, and I don't know, I don't even remember what he had said for whatever reason. And then now I'm thinking, like, where the fuck are my neighbors? You know what I mean? Usually somebody's always outside, but now nobody's outside. And maybe somebody would open the garage or some shit and, like, be nosy or whatever. No, nobody's outside. So I'm like, again, I'm sitting there trying to think of what the fuck to do. And as I'm in my house, because I inside my front door, there's like a little half wall right here. And I have the phone right there. And I'm kind of like pacing back and forth just right there, paying attention to him as long as he doesn't come onto my property.
Right.
But he's still fucking talking shit and laughing and this and that. And I'm just like, fuck, man, this dude's fucking, he's on something, right? And so I'm like, you know what? Let me try calling Hesperia's police department. So
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
we can hear you, Johnny.
Okay. I just want to say there's been new people coming in the chat room. And I just wanted to let people know what we're going to be doing. Reuben's telling a great story. And in about another 13 minutes, I'm going to go get off of here, and I'm going to go into my kitchen and get it set up so we can go ahead and do what we're going to do in the kitchen tonight. And King Samoan and Reuben is going to talk to you guys while I'm getting everything set up. So about another 12 minutes, I'm going to go inside there. And I just want to share something with you, King Samoan and Reuben. We have 89 people in the chat room right now. 89.
Nice, Johnny. You got a lot of support from people. That's awesome. Yeah, that's badass.
Good. That's what I'm talking about. Thank you, everybody that's showing love and support to our brother Johnny here.
Right. Absolutely. Thank you guys very much. We appreciate it. Johnny appreciates it big time. This is Johnny's dream, right, Johnny? You want to be a YouTuber, huh?
Well, I don't want I want to be not like an all-timer YouTuber like Mr. Beats, like that.
Oh yeah, I just want to be the gay sloth, Mr. Beast.
I want to do what Johnny want. I've always thought of something. If I, like Mr. X was saying, that Johnny, you always been an entertainer. You always been an entertainer. I didn't know how much of a class that I had in myself about being somebody in life until 2021. When 2021 came around and said, you know what, it's time for you to stop doing what you're doing, get on track. And so that's what I've been doing ever since 2021. I've been on track. This 2023. So far, my year has been doing everything I've been wanting to do so far. And, and everybody that's saying, this is, I'm not talking about you guys, but there's people been like saying, oh, Johnny probably won't make it. He probably won't make it. But you know what? I have showed myself that I have done it so far, and I'm going to continue doing it because I got supporters like you guys, King Samoan, Reuben Sanchez, and the chat room, Mr. X and Jim Terry. Jim Terry might come on here and might clown with me. That's all he's doing. He's clowning with me. What I mean? Like earlier, he said in the chat room, are you going to learn, teach us how to cook, METH, you know what I mean? And and I was just like, no, that's what Queen Bee is making for you.
Well, and that's the thing, Johnny. You got a lot of these people throwing stones, Well, when you're throwing stones, man, you're a convicted felon, and I get it. You did your time, you paid your fucking dues, and you're free, and good job. You straightened your life out. I commend anybody who does that shit. Yeah, but don't fucking throw stones if you're a fucking crack dealer selling to fucking kids and shit. I don't get down with that bullshit, man.
Right.
I understand you're selling the crack and you did all that shit, you got out, but there's a few offenses that I just don't get down with. Maybe because I'm a father and that fucking, you know, my kids are the future generation of this country, and all our kids are that are in here that have children. You know what I mean? And I've seen what the fucking drugs do to kids. And it's sad because it's only getting younger and younger. You know what I mean? The kids are starting to use and die even younger than they were when we were growing up in the 80s and the 90s. You know, it was, you'd hear about it, but not like today, man. There's fucking kids dying pretty much every day from them drugs. I don't want to get sidetracked because I want to listen to Reuben finish his story about the cop or calling Hesperia.
Well, hey, guys, since you guys are talking, I'm going to go in the kitchen now. I'm going to go get it set up and everything, get the other computer set up, and then I'm going to get ready. And when you hear me come on, then how much longer do you need, Reuben, until I'm ready?
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Oh no, I just don't want to interrupt you. You know what I mean? I don't want to interrupt you.
Don't worry about that. I mean, it's your show, so you know when you're ready, just let us know.
Okay, I'm going in there now. Okay, guys.
All right.
And the thing is, Johnny, you know, when you're telling real life stories, you don't forget them. You know, you might get sidetracked off of something, but if you're telling legit real life shit that's happened, you don't forget stories. Like, at least I don't. You know what I mean?
Right.
And the story, it might be so, because some of these stories I'm telling you are fucking 20 years ago. My memory's good, but I smoked too much pot to remember everything. I'm not gonna lie, man.
Yeah.
Right. You know, like you were saying that, you know, I paid my dues. Yes, I was. You know, yes,
Right.
I was. I did get in trouble when I was younger. You know, and I got in trouble in part of my adulthood life, and you know, and I did my time.
We all did, Johnny.
I would never.
All of us on the panel did. No, I wasn't judging. I wasn't judging, Johnny. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there's some shit like I don't care if you paid your dues, like the touching little kids pedo type bullshit. Fuck you, dude. I think you should be in the fucking dirt, man. And that's my personal opinion. And as a father, it'd be extremely hard for me not to go gangster on somebody, you know, and bring back and that's back to what we were talking about earlier, Reuben, is does that ever come back to you? You know, and there's a few things that trigger me, and one of them's my kids, and any kid. I don't give a shit if it's my own blood kid or if it's the neighbor kid, man. You know what I mean? There's some shit like people doing that type. I just can't forgive people. I can't get down with somebody that does that shit, like the kiddie shit. Fuck. That's one of the things I can't do it. As a father, I can't. And as a somewhat decent human being.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
You know, another thing, guys, I might get off sidetrack, but you know what? That's just my mind doing that. You know what I mean? Because I've done so much stuff before, you know what I mean? And you know, and I'm ashamed, you know, and believe it or not, I'm ashamed I did that, you know, used to do the drugs, used to do the alcohol.
Well, I think any addict's ashamed about that, Johnny, not just you. I think any addict's ashamed, you know, because you do some crazy shit.
Hold on, we got a call coming in.
Okay.
You're on live. You're on live. Who is this?
It's just Robbie, and you know, hey, I got a lot of respect for King Simone. I think he's a really good. I think he's.
Hello. What happened?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I muted myself. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Trying to say, I really like King Simone. I really respect him. I think he's a really great part of our community, and I want more people like him in our community. However, you know, I do happen to be aware of his Mormon heritage, and I'm very curious to know, since he likes to protect children so much and he cares about the kids so much, why would he vote Mitt Romney into office? Mitt Romney legalized polygamy in the dead of night just 2 years ago.
Robbie, I don't live in Utah anymore. I left Utah as soon as I could. You know, in my late teens, I left Utah and moved.
I thought you lived in
no
Utah
politics.
And you voted for Mitt.
Yeah, no politics, but no. I'm your views on Utah are similar to mine, Robbie. I'll tell you that.
Oh, okay.
Without getting into the politics.
Little kids over there in Utah, and the sooner the better. really. That's just my opinion, though. So I just making sure that you're not one of them, because
No.
there's a lot of people who are sympathizers who are from there. It's okay, she was 15 and it was her dad or grandpa. They have all kinds of reasonings, and it's our religion,
Yep,
it's
that's
our
very
heritage. And my answer to the Mitt Romney people is, you're welcome to turn your statehood in, because that was a condition for you to become a state. And bring Idaho with you, because it wouldn't be a state either. So take them both back. It will redeploy both states as a brand new American amalgamation. And maybe we can start with putting the boys in Tech Slopes in a Japanese internment camp. Okay, thank you guys. Talk to you later. Bye.
Thank you, bye, Robbie.
Thank you, Robbie.
Well, hey,
Thanks,
what?
Robbie.
I think Robbie's on a good one again.
I
think
actually
he's
like
drinking
Robbie.
White Claw Robbie. I like Robbie.
Yeah,
He's
White
cool.
Claw.
Robbie.
Yeah, Robbie's a good dude.
Yeah, he's a trip.
And
I
Robbie's
like him.
Robbie's one of me. You know what I mean? And he's a good guy. He drinks whatever he likes to drink, and he likes that. But you know what? Robbie's a good stand-up dude. You know what I mean? And I appreciate that. Thank you, Robbie, for calling in. Hey guys, I'm gonna go get set up. I got 4 minutes before I want to do what I want to do.
All right, Johnny.
You guys got it?
Yeah, we're good, Johnny. I was gonna have Reuben finish his story about Hesperia. Hesperia.
Okay, and then real quick, phone lines are shut down now.
Okay.
All right. So I call the spirit department, right? And the lady that answers is I tell her the situation, my name and whatever, and this lady is completely different from the one at the sheriff's department. She's super sympathizing and stuff, and she's like, okay, all right, hold on. I'm telling him, like, I don't know what to do. I said, ma'am, I'm afraid that I'm gonna have to shoot this guy. And she's like, well, let me go get, I think it was like a lieutenant or something like that, but
sergeant or
somebody
something.
yeah. So she kind of explains to him, and then he gets on the phone and this and that, and he's like, Mr. Sanchez, I'm so and so, and sorry for the situation that you're in, but let me tell you something right now. We record all the phone calls, you know what I mean? So even the phone call that you called the sheriff's, that was recorded and this and that. And we're recording this call right now. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to stay on the phone with you, you know what I mean? And hopefully, this thing, and mind you, I have it on speakerphone so that the other guy can hear me and hear them. Now he's not talking shit. Now he's just kind of like listening. And I'm like, yeah, man. I said, I don't know if homeboy's on something or whatever. I said, but here's the thing. He's made some threats and he keeps making threats. Not only that, but where I'm at and where he's standing, his fucking bike is, over here. Like, why is he still, you know what I mean? Trying to antagonize me and this and that. And I told him, I said, nobody will send another unit out. And I'm asked them, and he's like, well, we can't because it's different jurisdiction. And I'm like, that's some bullshit when it comes to something like this, because I'm not kidding. If he steps onto my property, I'm going to gun him down. You know what I mean? And whether I get killed or he gets killed, fuck, maybe we both die. You know what I mean? But I'm not going to let him come through this door and, think about what the fuck he's going to do to my ex or whatever. You know what I mean?
Right.
And he's like, no, I'm sorry. I understand you're whatever and this and that. Hopefully, where is he right now? And I'm like, he's fucking standing on the, now he's not on the sidewalk, but he's on the street, but he's still in front of my house, and he's like, okay, well, hopefully, and then he starts talking shit, like saying something like, what the fuck did he say? Told me something, right? And I'm like, you can hear him, right? And he's like, yeah, I can hear him. And I'm like, see, so I'm not bullshitting, you know what I mean? Like, that was somebody else. Not only that, but he had called the sheriff's department. So he already knows who the fucking officer is and who the other guy on the bike is. So I'm like, yeah, there's another one here, you know what I mean? He's like a fucking statue. He hasn't moved off the bike this whole freaking time this thing is taking, transpired. I'm thinking it's like fucking 2 hours, right?
Right,
It only took probably like 30, 45 minutes.
It probably felt like hours though,
Yeah,
huh?
you know what I mean? But and the shit that's running through my head is like, fuck, man, you know? And I'm like, and I told him, I said, look, man, I'm like pleading with this guy, you know, just fucking look, man. I'm gonna shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up and go about your business. You know what I mean? Go on your bike, wait for the fucking tow truck and tow the right fucking car. And then, you know, but before you do that, tell me where my fucking car is. You know what I mean? Like that's how this whole thing started. And I'm telling the officer, that's how this whole thing started. I just wanted to know where's my fucking car. And he's like, you know, don't worry. If it does come down to, you know, he steps onto your property, he's like, I can't tell you to, to kill somebody or whatever. But as a man, I will tell you, you know, you do what you have to do. And you are in the right. You know what I mean? He's pretty much telling me that, yes, as long as I don't go outside and confront him, I stay in my doorway. And if he steps onto my property with the threats that he's made, yeah, I can gun him down. You know what I mean? And yeah, I might spend a couple days or whatever in jail, but you know, it's all been recorded. And if it goes to the judge, they're going to hear it and I'll be let out. You know what I mean?
Right.
But I don't even want it to get to that. I'm telling them, like, look, I don't even want it to get to that. I want, if somebody would just come over and, you know, tell them to shut the fuck up or whatever, you know what I mean? Get them the fuck out of here. And he's like, yeah, I can't, I don't have any control over that, blah, blah, blah. Real nice dude, you know what I mean? And every once in a while when he would talk shit, you know, and then I would start to say something, he'd like, Mr. Sanchez, you know, like, you know, just try to calm down, you know, instead of keeping the tension going, you know what I mean?
Right.
And I'm like, yeah, you know what, you're right. And I'm just, you know, and every once in a while he would walk up to the sidewalk like he you know, he was gonna come up the stepway. And I'm like, and so I have the phone sitting on the side, the little side wall right there. So every time he would do that, you know, I got the shotgun, you know, ready, and it's, you know, safety's off. Anytime he would step up onto the sidewalk, I lift it up a little bit. I'm like, look, man, I don't like, again, I don't like the phone in, dude. Like, Terry.
Oh shit. Johnny in the kitchen. We
Yeah.
got Jim and Terry joining
Yes,
us.
how
as
you
well.
doing? How you guys doing tonight? This is Johnny in the kitchen. I want to introduce somebody, man of the hour, Mr. Jim Terry. How you doing, Jerry?
You muted, Jim.
How you doing, Jim?
Olale, arriba la raza.
Oh, so anyway, the first thing you always want to do is obviously you want to wash your hands in the sink like this for about 20 minutes. Not 20
Now,
minutes, but a minute and a half.
what are we making tonight? Is it methamphetamine, crack? Did you
Johnny,
get?
what are you
No,
making?
let's get rolling.
Where do you get your Sudafed?
We made a good sound.
How do you get it in bulk?
I don't do that.
Oh,
I don't do that, Jim. So, anyways, I'm going to be making a pig sandwich tonight, and it's going to be really good. And I'm going to show you guys how to do it. First off and foremost, you want to take your pickle. Here is your pickle right here. Your pickle, and you want to take a knife. You want to take a knife. You want to cut it right in the middle here, like this, and real evenly, like this. You keep on cutting it like this, and you do it like this, real good. Okay. And see, there you go. Then there you go. See, there you go. You split the pickle in half. And then what you do is you take your spoon. You take your spoon and you do it just like this. You take the middle out. You scoop all that out just like that.
You know, Johnny, you should probably put your screen on bigger so everybody can see you more.
yeah. Put us small.
Instead of the four screen.
You should actually make me real big and Johnny
Oh,
small.
here we go.
Johnny small.
How about that? Is better? Is that better?
Yeah, 100% better.
And
No,
here-
Johnny.
here-
It's still the same, Johnny. Put us smaller.
Put us smaller and you big on the screen.
Okay.
I just want to tell everybody the reason you never buy a woman a wristwatch for Valentine's Day, her birthday, or any holiday is because there's always a clock on the stove.
So I don't know how to. I don't know, Mr. Simon Simone. I don't know how to do that yet. I don't know how to do that yet.
Oh, okay.
How to make
no,
the
you're good.
y'all
Then.
smoke.
Never mind. Keep doing your thing.
If I drop out, will it make you guys bigger?
I don't think so.
No. If y'all go down, it won't make it bigger. No. So you take the pickle, you take the middle of the pickle out like this, like that, and you throw the rest of it. You can eat it, or you can eat it, or you can throw it away. It doesn't matter. And Jim, you like pickles, don't you? I saw when you had Firehouse, you were eating pickles, right, Jim?
Yeah, I actually buy the 5-gallon bucket, which has 300 pickles in it from Firehouse. Costs $40.
Didn't know
It's a
they sold that.
5-gallon bucket. Yeah, it's the pickles they have.
Okay.
Some places won't sell it, but yes, the answer to your question is I do. I do.
Okay,
Johnny,
so
you
and
got
then now
some
you take
feedback.
your pastrami. Oh, you do?
You do.
Oh,
It sounds
okay.
like you got the YouTube on in the background. Is what it sounds like.
So you take your pastrami right here, and you take your cream cheese. You take your cream cheese, you put it here in the middle like this. Take your cream cheese, put it in the middle like this. And then what you want to do is you want to take your pastrami and you want to just do it like this, twirl it real good like this. And then you put it on your pickle like this, right? And then you can put your lettuce. You can put your lettuce on there, your salad. Your lettuce, or you got your salad with the lettuce, and then you put your cucumbers on there. You put your cucumbers on there like this to make it like a different cool design and stuff like that. And then you do it like that. And then you get your other pickle, the other half of your pickle, and there you go, voila. And there is pickle right there, and it looks really good, looks really tasty. And
Johnny, put that back up to your mouth
I'm going
for all
ahead and
the
make. I'm
gay
going
men
to.
out there.
Huh?
Put that pickle
What
back up
happened?
to your mouth so that all the gay men can take a picture of you.
Hold on. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make another one. Okay, make another one the way I like to make it. What I like to do is I like to put my cream cheese in the middle of the pickle like this, like that, and then take pastrami and put it like this, roll it up like this, put it in there like that, and then get another pickle and just get like that. Just like that. Yeah, yummy, 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 yummy for your tummy. And it's really, really good, guys. And that's the basic of that's what the guy did with the bandana. His name was Sonny, and he went to all the state fairs. He named that snack right there the #1 state fair snack in the whole season of 2021. And I'm glad I get to come here and show you how to make that pickle. It's really good, really good. Now I understand that some people doesn't like pickles, some people doesn't like cream cheese, or some people doesn't like pastrami. But let me tell you, just give it a try before you knock it down, because it is really, really good. Because when I heard about it, I was like, no. And so I tried it, and then I liked it. And so that's where it is. And so I'm gonna make the last one. I'm gonna make the last pickle, and it's gonna taste really, really good. Like I said, I'm putting the cream cheese on the pastrami again. I'm throwing it up, and I'm going to take a bite of it. There it is again, ladies and gentlemen. There is your pickle pastrami cream cheese sandwich pickle. Yeah, good. I hope y'all like it. Thank you.
Now, Johnny, is that cold meat or is that warmed up meat?
It's cold meat, cold cut.
Okay.
Like you can get it cold.
Can you
Fidelity.
Would you be able to warm it up though? Because I think it'd be pretty good warm. I don't like pickle. I hate pickles, Johnny. I can't. I'm not gonna lie. I can't eat pickles, but couldn't you warm that up and it would probably be good? Like just the meat and the meat and the sour cream. The meat and sour cream.
Oh, most definitely you can. Go ahead.
Can you substitute the pickle?
What you saying? Oh, you went off. You went on mute. Can you do what?
I can hear you, Johnny.
Can you heat it up, the pickle?
No,
I'm not understanding you.
Pickle? Can you substitute? Can you take
Oh,
out
yeah,
the
you
pickle
can
and say like
substitute it if you want to.
cucumber or something else?
Well, yeah, well, right here, I have cucumbers right here.
Oh, okay.
I sliced them up and I put them in the middle, but you can do a cucumber too. You can do a cucumber like that way too if you wanted to. Yeah.
Right.
It tastes the same way.
Can you substitute it with, let's say, I don't know, a cock?
No, Jim. You can't change it with the cock.
Sorry.
Brother. So did you like? Hey, Jim, did you like Jim? Did you like that?
Oh yeah. Yeah, I like that. I like all that fair food. I would eat all that stuff. That stuff is fantastic. When I go to Hooters, I get fried pickles when I go there. What happened?
It's food, huh?
You can find this snack at Winter Essentials. At Winter Essentials, they make it there. That's what Eagle Eye told me, that you can buy this snack there and find it there.
Have you guys ever had deep fried Twinkies or
guys,
Snickers?
I have. I've had the deep fried Twinkies. Yeah, I never tried a Snickers.
I had a buddy at a party one time. They had a deep fryer there. It was like some sort of a Super Bowl party or something, and there was deep fried Snickers. Yeah, like you said, deep fried Snickers. And my buddy didn't like the guy that was running the party, so he went and deep fried a turd and put it on the buffet table, and somebody ate it.
That's disgusting.
Yeah, he deep fried a turd. Listen, you haven't seen a party until somebody realizes they took a huge bite and swallowed half of a deep fried turd. And yeah, shit just really gets out of hand at that point, ladies and gentlemen. By the way, speaking of out of hand, we got a Cash App here, James Terry PI. That's my Cash App. If anybody wants to go ahead and donate a little bit over there, I was diagnosed with gallbladder cancer. And I need to have a surgery in order to relieve me of that ailment. I'll be starting my fight tomorrow when I go in for chemo.
Hey Jim, have you heard much about Ty Corbin saying he was going to go out there and do all that stuff? Have you talked to him about it?
He's supposedly going to do it on Monday. I mean, hey, listen, if he streamed that, if he streamed that, I would pay $100 a month to watch that.
Right.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it.
I think it'd be interesting. That's for sure.
Oh, most definitely.
When I was in high school, I was real addicted to going to parties of people's houses I didn't know and doing one of two things, either stealing from them.
My cousin used to do that same thing.
Yeah,
He'd go to house parties and he'd steal people's CDs. And
right,
and shit like that. Discmans that were sitting around, and we'd come out of the party, you'd have a whole fucking bag full of shit.
So one time, me and Mr. X were at a high school party, and this fucking kid just moved in from India, and his parents had to go. Excuse me, a little Cash App just came in, ladies and gentlemen. I just got a Cash App from Robbie for $1. Things must be getting a little tight over at Robbie's house these days, but listen. Everything helps. Thank you, Robbie, so much for that $1. Now I could get that operation I've been needing. But we went to this kid's party, and he was like 16, but he had like a real hot older sister. She was like a nurse. She was like 22 or something. So he had just moved into the country. But his sister was watching the house while his parents went back over to India, and it was a big 2-story house, and he lived on a different side of town. So we went there, and he invited everybody. He was trying so hard to be liked. So we went there, and he had like a little rope where you couldn't go upstairs. So when nobody was looking, we went upstairs, me and Mr. X. And I says, go downstairs and fire up the car and get outside the window. So he went downstairs. I stayed up on the second floor. But since the kid had just moved into town, 90% of the stuff hadn't been unpacked in their house. So there was just tons of boxes upstairs. So I just started grabbing boxes and throwing them out the window to Mr. X down below. He threw them in the truck, and we got the fuck out of there. So nobody ever saw what was stolen. Here's the best part. We go to another friend's house into his garage and unload all the boxes and get a fucking couple of fucking pocket knives and start opening it. And it was like Christmas because we didn't know what was in the boxes. So like one time we opened it was a bunch of hand towels and like soap. And I'm like, oh. Then Mr. X opened it was like a bunch of family pictures, like the kid when he was born and shit. We threw that away. Then there was CDs, baseball cards, his mom's jewelry.
Fuck.
Hey guys, did y'all guys like it?
We can't hear you, Johnny.
Can't hear you, Johnny.
Okay. I probably gotta do this. Shit.
That pickle sandwich at a fair would probably be $12.
Yeah, it probably
I think
would
he
have.
said it was like 18 or something like that.
Oh shit! They use one of them big pickles though.
Yeah,
Can you guys hear me now?
a little bit.
They use one of those huge pickles for those sandwiches. I've seen those at ball games too. Then I've gone to baseball games and seen hamburgers, and they use donuts as the bun.
What the hell?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
All right, cool. I was just asking a question if you guys like that snack there. I know it was a real quick snack to make, and I was just trying to make it, you know, you guys. I wanted to share it with you guys because I liked it. You know what I mean? And whatever I like to share with you guys. You know, and it's coming out of the bottom of my heart to share that with you guys tonight. I know it was a quick fix, you know, and I love it. You know what I mean? And if there's any other kind of snacks that you guys can think that you want me to make for you, I will try to make them for you. I'll do it for you guys. You know what I mean?
How about cotton candy?
I can't make no cotton candy because I don't have a cotton candy machine. No, sir.
How about I'll tell you what I like is we went to a high school party one time, me and Mr. X, and there was like 300 people there. They were fucking this house up. Like there was somebody had Doc Martens on. He was just going up and down the hallway, kicking holes in the drywall. This thing was out of control. So this guy's mom was like super cool, but she was old and her husband left her. It was his kid's stepdad. So my buddy was messing around with this chick that used to bang everybody. We had this one kid. He was like Shaggy from Scooby-Doo, but he never got any chicks. We told him to go in there and the girl was going to mess with him. So he went in with the lights off and he finger popped her. And then he came out. We found out it was the kid that lived there's mom and she passed out drunk. Then my other buddy went in there and he banged her. And he ended up, we went to his house like 2 weeks later. He's acting real quiet and he wouldn't say anything. And we went into his bedroom and he had this cream on his counter. And I guess the mom had a yeast infection. So the kid got the yeast infection too. Guys can get it on their he had used cream on his wang for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, you can get. Yeah, a lot of people don't realize that men can get yeast infection.
Email me your email. Hey, hold on. This is Robbie. Everybody, say hello.
Yeah, you
White
start
Claw
talking about,
Where's the link at?
people eating pickles.
You got to email me, Robbie.
We got him excited. He has to
Okay,
come
I
up
got it.
now.
I
I
got
told
it.
you.
Your email, right? Yeah, right, Johnny?
All right, I'll come down so you can hear him better.
It's your Gmail address, right?
Oh,
Your your Gmail address, is that right?
well, he just left. Now Jim just left.
He just went down so he could hear you better.
That's okay. I still want a link though. I'll send you my email so you have it.
Okay, how you gonna do it?
Via email.
You got my email?
Yeah, I got it from your YouTube page.
Okay, cool. That's cool.
All right, thanks. Bye.
All right, bye. Well, that's Robbie. He wants to come on.
All right. I'm
I
down.
don't know.
with
I don't know
people
why.
coming on.
I don't.
It's up to you, Johnny. But I'm down with people coming on. It don't.
Yeah.
As long as they respect.
I don't know why
what
Jim.
you
I don't know
channel.
why. I don't know why Jim got mad and took off.
No, he said he was getting down just so he could hear him better.
I think Robbie scared him.
No, I don't. Jim don't.
I
scare
doubt
us,
that.
Robbie. You know what will happen if they're up here on
Yeah.
the channel? Jim will whip them back into becoming manly Robbie. You know, there's a few different Robbies. The White Claw Robbie, you got the manly Robbie.
Hey, you know what, Robbie? Robbie, I'm just going to put the link in the chat room. And Robbie, listen, and it's just for Robbie. Nobody else right now, okay, guys? Because it's already 6:20. It's already 6:20, and I'm about to branch off at 7. We're going to end this stream at 7, so I can get over there to Danielle's channel. Okay.
What time does her show start, Johnny?
7:30. It starts at 7:30.
Oh, 7:30. Okay. So in about an hour?
About an hour, yes, sir. Yeah,
That works.
about another hour.
And
That's why I'm
did
trying
you tell everybody? Everybody might already know, or most people, but did you tell everybody what she's doing for you and to go over there?
Okay, go. I'll go ahead and say it again. What everybody she's doing tonight is she's going to hey Robbie, I'm just going to send it to the chat to the chat because I don't want to mess up my fucking StreamYard. I don't know how to do all that noise, and I'll just send it through the chat to you. Okay, Robbie. Nobody else can come on right now. Okay. Okay, hold on. Let me do this again. Sorry, guys.
Are you planning on coming back on, Johnny, after for another later show for people after her?
Yes, I am. So
somebody in the chat said to Neil Suzanne says you can always just leave it running like we did the other night in the background. You know what I mean, to get the watch hours. That's a good idea, honestly, because it seemed to help that other video as well. You know.
No, because I need my computer tonight to go on live with her.
Oh, that's right. The computer you're using now, huh? Not your other one.
Not my other one, but I can still run the other one though.
Okay, that works. Whatever you want to do, you know.
Okay.
I'm not a YouTube expert by any means, brother. So,
yeah.
I went to the YouTube university like everybody else in around here. You know what's crazy though, Reuben, is I just filled up my truck over here because I'm visiting my family for a funeral in Idaho. And I went over to the Oregon side because, you know, Oregon and Idaho borders right there by where I'm at in Boise area. So I've been over here in Oregon all day. I'm in Oregon as well now because I have a family member that lives on this side of the Oregon border. So
hey, excuse me real quick. Melissa, since Robbie's got that link now, can you delete that link for me, please, if you don't mind? Melissa? All right, go ahead, Reuben. Go ahead, King Samoan. I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, you're good. So I'm over here on the Oregon side, and
I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick, guys.
Like I was telling you before, I know a lot of people in the state of Oregon from what I did before. You know, owning and running a cannabis business. Right. So a bunch of my buddies actually showed up over here about 2-3 hours ago before I went to go look for cars for my brother, and they blessed me with a bunch of gifts over here. So. If you see me go on mute for a while, I'm just taking a small chronic break.
Yeah.
So, to let you know. I am still listening. I'm just not talking because I don't want everybody to hear me coughing my lungs out for 5 minutes straight. So that's all I'm doing. If you see me going mute,
you just puffing.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I got to enjoy it because, you know, for years a lot of companies, and not just small companies, but big companies as well, that, you know, a lot of them send out your products for free to sample and to try out. You know, when you go to these festivals all over the place, you meet a lot of people. You know, it's a lot of business to business transactions and stuff like that. So you get to know these people pretty well. And anytime I'm in different areas, I always tend to hit up those people because I know they probably got some products or something that I'll be able to try them for free or for cheap. You know what I mean? And a lot of it's like exclusive stuff that you sometimes won't even see on the market. So I got a bunch of stuff now that's all special edition that they're about to launch. A company's about to launch a bunch of special edition pens, you know, the vapor pens. I don't really smoke those vapor pens hardly ever, but I got like 10 of them sitting here, and they want me to try them all because they went to some sort of glass some sort of contraption that you smoke out of. I'm not a big into that stuff, so I don't know all about it, but I got a whole bunch of stuff that I'm trying. So that's why I'm kind of quiet. If you're wondering, I wasn't talking.
It's all good. Yeah.
But yeah, I meet people from all over the place. And like I was telling you guys last night, I've met doctors and lawyers and scientists, a lot of actually scientists, believe it or not, who are, whether it's coming in for medical reasons, someone in their family's affected some sort of medical ailment and you've heard about it and tried it out. And the thing is, Reuben, I'll tell you this, is you see a lot of this stuff about CBD and how it can heal. And don't get me wrong, CBD is a great product and it can do a lot of good stuff for stress and anxiety. Because like you said, you suffer from the anxiety and panic attack stuff. And I do as well. I've actually, the first time I smoked pot at 11 years old, right? Me and all my buddies. And back then, it was just brickweed. So me and all my buddies were at one of my good buddies' houses. And they decided, hey, let's smoke this stuff that he had stole from his dad's top drawer. And we're only 11 years old, 12 years old. So we tried it, right? And we smoked it. And next thing you know, they put me in what they call the bubble. I don't know if they still screw with you like that, but it's where everybody in the room, they'll move their lips, but they don't actually say anything, right? So they're over there moving their lips, pretending like they're talking to me. And it's dead silent in the room. There's like 4 or 5 of us. And this is the first time I'd ever smoked before. So, at first I was like, I don't feel nothing. I don't know what the hell these guys are talking about. And then it hit me like a fucking Mack truck, man. These guys are over there using their mouths, pretending like they're talking. I start tripping out and I have a panic attack, right? Anxiety attack. And I'd never had one. I'm 11 years old. I thought I was dying. I'm telling everybody, call the ambulance, call the ambulance. I'm going to die right now. And I'm 11. It's the funny thing is, so I go and I'm at a friend's house. So I go into his bathroom. I got all my clothes on. I get in the shower. I turn the shower on and it's with all my clothes on in the shower. And I'm like, I think I'm going to heaven right now. I think I'm dying, right? I was tripping balls, man. That was the first time I ever smoked pot. And I've had panic attacks and anxiety the whole rest of my life. And that's why I tell a lot of younger kids to wait, because they've proven that your brain hasn't developed until you're in your 20s somewhere. And I really believe if I didn't do that at such a young age, that I would have never, because nobody in my family, nobody has any of that. I'm the only one. And it started from that incident. And I can laugh about it now because it is pretty damn funny. I thought I was dying with my clothes on in somebody's shower. But now that I think about it, but over the years, I've had it for so long, almost, 30 something years now that I've dealt with it. So I've really been able to master it now with breathing techniques. And believe it or not, I was at a cannabis convention in Northern Oregon, and I had met a doctor there. He was running a kava, believe it or not. And this is what attracted me to him, because kava in Samoa is massive, right? Everybody drinks kava. That's the islanders' alcohol is what it is, right? And if anybody's ever tried kava before, it relaxes you. You almost feel like you're drunk pretty much if you drink enough of it. It numbs your tongue, and it's that's actually what brought me to him, right? And he was telling me that he was a doctor. He retired. And then he started a kava business in Oregon. I think he still has it. So he has a kava bar / coffee bar together. So he goes all over the islands finding the best kava in the world. And everybody knows there's the 2 best kavas, if you're big into kava, is Fijian kava and Tongan kava. They have the strongest kava in the world, hands down. And he actually takes the kava and he refines it and makes it really, really strong, like 10 times what it normally is. Yeah. And then he sells that as, instead of drinking a whole bunch of kava, you can just take a shot of it. And it's like an energy shot, but it's just a small shot of it. So that's actually what drew me to him, because of the whole kava thing. But yeah, and he was, like I said, he was a doctor. I think he was some sort of surgeon in the ER. And then he retired, him and his Russian wife. And I think they still own that kava / coffee bar in over there. I believe it's in Eugene, Oregon. In fact, people could probably find it. But yeah, that guy's story was really interesting. And he had one of those big, it's not a teepee. It's I think it's called a skirt, or I can't remember. Maybe somebody in the chat can tell me what it is.
Robbie's here.
Or whatever the hell. Anybody know what those are called?
No, Robbie, how you doing?
Giant teepee things.
Yeah. I've seen them.
Way below. They're called the
No,
Weeblo.
it's not that. It's
Weeblo.
I can't remember what the hell they're called. I swear it's called like a skirt or something, like a girt.
A
something
yurt.
Like that.
A yurt.
Yurt. There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
So this doctor had one of those giant yurts in the back, and it had filled with pillows and shit. And that was everybody's smoke spot. You'd all go in there at a certain time of the day. And there'd be like, it could fit probably 100 people. It was massive.
Damn.
Yeah, it was massive, big ass yurt. So every day at a certain time, everybody would go meet in there for their smoke sesh. And yeah, it's a cool dude. But just to tell you a little story about the whole cannabis scene.
Right.
And
Well,
me, my first time using.
You know why that they, you said you run into, some scientists and stuff like that. Why they don't let out more science studies on it?
One is because it's still federally illegal federally. So, the government only, and they have studying on it now. They've loosened up a lot because so many states have legalized. But back then, the government's grown their own strain of weed in fact, I met the lady. She lives, I believe, in Washington or Oregon that still gets her marijuana in a giant tin. They send her like 100 joints in a big 10 can. Yeah, she carries them around and she goes to the festivals and shows people, and she still gets it from the federal government to this day.
Right.
And it's shitty weed. It's garbage. And you would think, being the government and having unlimited money, that they would be able to grow the best things, the best stuff you could ever smoke. And it's not. It's horrible. But yeah, that lady's still around unless she's passed away in the last 5 years. But yeah, I think the biggest thing is, and why they don't do it, is because it's illegal federally. Not only that, but a lot of people have had success using it versus pharmaceutical drugs. And you got to think, big pharma runs the country. Well, not just the country, the world, really. Big pharma's big part of getting people, especially in America, man. You got to think, if you ask the chat, I bet 98% of them are on some sort of pharmaceutical drug. And that's just America. That's how it is in America. They push one drug on you, and then that drug has a side effect, so they make you take another drug for this drug's side effects. Like my testosterone supplement. I have to get a testosterone shot, and then I have to take estrogen blockers just so my body doesn't turn into looking like a woman. Like get bitch tits is what they call it. And that's
just so you don't start looking like me over here.
No, that's manly, Robbie.
I get you.
No, you're manly, Robbie.
Tonight I'm very manly. Yes, sorry, just kidding. Fucking just
Robbie,
kidding.
I was
Get
gonna
back.
tell you, in the whole Utah thing, I left kind of like you. As soon as I could get the fuck out of there, I got the fuck out of there because my family's Mormons, but I hadn't gone to church. I was forced to go to church as a kid. You were
backsliding.
Yeah,
yeah.
Right. So
what we call a Jack Mormon where we're from.
Yes,
we call them Jack Mormons.
They do call them Jack Mormons. Yeah.
Hey, King Solomon, I figured I did figure it out. I can leave this. I can leave this running. Okay. I can leave this running, and I can just be on my other computer, set the other StreamYard up for Danielle tonight when she does my. Damn. Right. You heard that? You heard that loud car?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a hot ride there. And
only in the hood, Johnny.
Yeah, we're in the hood.
Nothing wrong with that, man. Better be wrong.
But you know what? Yes, sir. You know what? And let me tell you something. Being in this little neighborhood that I'm in, this part of the neighborhood I'm in, it's pretty much really real quiet over here. It's
that's good.
Yeah, and
I bet area, Johnny. I bet that area in the 90s wasn't real quiet, though, was it?
I don't think so. No,
I wouldn't think so. At least it wasn't when I was around there.
Yeah, here comes the car again. It's coming back again.
Was that the Rodney King area or what?
No, not really. That's more over there in Watts and all that area.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I know about Watt Avenue in Sacramento. Watt Avenue is a real bad place in Sacramento for sure, dude.
Right. Well, let me tell you this. Have you ever been down to how Compton Boulevard turns into Long Beach?
Absolutely.
Have you been around that area, Reuben?
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's still there, but on the side of the road, there's like a Walgreens or a CVS right there on the border. and there's some apartments on the other side. Well, there's a little Walgreens right there on the corner, and
Isn't it right there next to the Food Max? Or am
I don't know what's
I'm
right
thinking.
next
I'm
to it.
sorry. I'm sorry. I was thinking of a different place. Excuse me. Go ahead.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
Excuse me.
But yeah, there's a Walgreens right there, and it's right on the Compton side. And this was, I don't know, this was years ago, but I had I do date white girls. Both my exes are white, blonde hair, blue, green eyes type of girls. And one of them had never been to California, and I had taken her out there, and she had to go to the bathroom so bad and we were driving, so it's not like, most places in California, they don't, in that area anyway, they don't let you use the bathroom.
They don't let you go in,
right?
Yeah.
So she goes in there, and I tried telling her all this shit. So, she's all dolled up, blonde hair. She has green eyes, but, she goes in there, and she says the first thing she does, she walks in, and there's a big black chick sitting at the desk and, looking at her, and she asks her, do you guys have a restroom I can use? And well, we don't allow people to use our restrooms. And, I don't know what she said to her in there, but they ended up letting her use the bathroom in there. Right. And then as she's leaving, the black chick says to her, we don't get too many of your kind in this store. I told her when she came out, even my cousin, because he lived on the Long Beach side, he's like, man, you got some big ass balls going up in that store as a white girl, acting like you own the place. But she did it, man. They even let her use the restroom. Crazy enough.
That's funny. That's a good story.
Robbie, how you doing tonight?
Yeah, what's
doing
up,
pretty
Robbie?
good. Doing
Nice.
pretty good. Niners won. We're winning.
Damn Niners.
Yeah.
What can I say? I'm batting 1,000 these days.
Hey, is the Steelers still in it?
Yes. Oreo is very good. Oreo, get in here. I don't know why he's not in his circle. I made him a circle to sit in. He's just like my mods. He's not sitting in his circle, the designated spot when it's showtime. Very upset. Very upset. Very upset.
How many dogs you have? 2?
3. We have 3 dogs here. Oh yeah.
That's like me. 3 dogs.
A lot of work then. So you understand.
Yeah, they are. Yours are all smaller though, right? Don't you have all small dogs?
Yes.
If someone, excuse me, Robbie, for cutting you off. It says, I see somebody says compost tacos is saying, then someone's blocking. Whoever's blocking people, don't be blocking people. There's no blocking that needs to be happening over here.
It's not me.
Oh, I know you.
know it's not me.
I know. I'm just saying,
waiting to say that for a couple months now.
Whoever's doing that needs to stop that. Okay.
Robbie, I think they do it over there on his. Sorry to cut you off, Johnny, but I think they do it on Jim's channel just to fuck with you. I think they just
I know they do it. I know they do
it. To stir up shit, they just say
what
that.
I told him, yeah. I don't think a lot of these people are getting blocked. I think they're just fucking with you, man.
For real, that's what I'm saying.
But I agree, Johnny. Don't be blocking people, damn it.
I did that one. That was that one night Jim was getting mad. I blocked Rainbow Melon. I blocked her, but I owned it and I called that night. I was like, I'm so sorry. I thought you were a troll. I was so misunderstood about who you were as your identity in the chat. So yeah, thank you for having my back on that. And thank you guys for watching. Because I stopped going over to salty shit a long time ago.
Yeah, so did I. After he yelled at all those women, like I said, I'm a big, I was raised by a woman, so yeah. I don't roll with that verbal type abuse for a woman. You know what I mean? Like, I got too much respect for women. And don't get me wrong, I've yelled at my ex-wife before, and everybody's getting arguments. But there's a difference when you're talking to somebody who's a big supporter of yours, and you go off on these people, calling them every curse word you can think of. 1, it shows your lack of intelligence. 2, it shows you're uneducated, at least how I was raised. You know what I mean?
Right.
And 3, you got these supporters who are like diehard supporters. And, and I like I said, I don't look in and check another man's pocket. That ain't my thing. You got their own beef and they can do all that shit. But when somebody talks like that to a woman or even a child, I just can't respect it. And I refuse to watch that type of shit. I just can't. And it's too bad, because at the beginning of his show, I actually did. I liked it quite a bit, listening to the Dylan Rounds story and listening to other people's sides. And, it was real open over there. But
I'll agree.
they did away with all that shit. It's not open. You know, they got their own little clique in there, and if you try and say anything, and you watch Jim Terry, a lot of them they just cut you off or block you, and you can't say anything.
And that has been the thing about Jim's channel. And as the resident mod, I understand. You know, that's what is different about us. But you know, it gets a little hard. It gets a little wild in there. You know, especially Jim's channel. You get so many freaking haters in there, and so many different people that just want to say things that should be blocked, and then, you know, maybe they shouldn't be. And I don't know. It's like, I don't want to piss Jim off, but it's like, what would I do with my own channel? Like, I don't like that fucking person. You know, I don't know.
Right.
Well, the thing
Well, and I think
is,
some people just like the drama.
They'll
For
put it in the chat, but he's got his fucking phone number right up on the screen. Why don't you just fucking call in?
Did I just freeze?
And be done with it.
No.
Oh wow.
You know what I
So you
mean?
guys can
Oh
see
yeah,
I'm
no,
moving?
you did freeze, Robbie. You did. You're right.
Well,
You did.
I
freeze.
will be RB. I don't know what
All right.
happened. I'm being hacked right now. Probably the
Oh,
state
you know,
of Utah.
speaking of that, Johnny, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You know what's crazy is, you know, that lady that called in last night and said that she tried to go on the YouTube and watch your show, and it like shut her phone off black and wouldn't do it. I swear to God on my kids' lives, it really did that to me last night after we got off the show. I got on my phone and I went to I don't even think it was your video though, but I went to something on YouTube to watch about the Dolphins today now. And as soon as I turned on the YouTube and I went to click on the video, it did the same thing. The screen went black and it shut everything off. I was like, what the fuck, man? This lady, she's not bullshitting. I think really something was going on. I don't know what it is, because I don't think it's hacked, because I don't use my phone.
I got a phone call coming in.
But she wasn't bullshitting on that part. I still
You're on
don't know
live.
what
Who is this?
Hey, Johnny, it's MJ. I don't have very long, but I want to call and explain the whole blocking thing. I think there's a different way to block people. You can like individually block somebody, like person to person.
Oh yeah.
You know, you can block them without, so you don't want to see them, so you block them. It doesn't involve anybody else. It's your personal channel.
Right. Yeah, De-Icer does that a lot. De-Icer blocks the person.
That's where the confusion comes in. People talk about so and so has me blocked, and then the channel holder thinks they're talking about their moderators blocking, and that's not it at all.
Well, I know you guys ain't doing it, because I know you guys will run it by me first, and I just saw Campos Tacos that says that I thought she was blocked, but I guess she's not blocked no more. I just
wanted to explain it.
I really appreciate that, MJ. Yeah. You know, you MJ and Sea Org and Melissa are doing really, really well, and I'm glad you guys are. Johnny. And I'm glad you guys are. When she's not here, you guys can help me out with being on the show. I appreciate that very much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Hi, everybody on panel. Hi, chat room.
This is MJ, y'all. She's saying hi. Show some respect, damn it.
Respect on it.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I gotta go, bud.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
That's MJ, everybody.
That was nice.
That was nice of her to call in. See, Nance. Hey, Nance, that's the way you got to do it, Nancy. That's all you got to do is call in, and we won't bite your head off. Nance, I want you to give me a call at 562-612-9302. I would like for you to give me a call and thank you. And if anybody wants to help this channel grow, please hit the cash up at money sign YARB 76, and I really would appreciate that.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hit the like, subscribe.
Hit the like button, and subscribe. I'm glad we're on here for an hour and 43 minutes. We have 84 in the chat room, and like I said, I'm going to go ahead and I personally, guys, you guys can go ahead and keep talking. I got to get ready for this other show.
Yeah,
she's going to be ready. She's going to be doing my burp chat, and I got to get that other channel set up. I got to open my email, get that set up so I can get over there. You guys are more than welcome to come over there and follow us over there. Like I said, she's going to be and we did put her channel up in the chat room for you guys to come over and check it out. It's going to be a beautiful thing, and or you guys can stay here and talk amongst yourselves to help me get the watch hours time. It's up to you guys.
Well, you said, you can always just leave it running, and then anybody who wants to go over there to Danielle's show to watch your birth chart.
Robbie, do that again for me. Robbie, do that again for me.
Johnny, calm down over there. Johnny's getting excited. I'm just kidding, Johnny.
I know. It's okay. You know, I know when somebody's joking, and I know when somebody's being rude. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah.
I got this damn apron still on. I forgot to take it off. Now I can't untie it. There you go. I got it now.
I'm gonna link this. I'm gonna link this in the chat real quick. Here we go. That's Danny. It's Danny, right? Danielle Illuminati.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
There we go. There we go. That should be like, I don't know why I didn't linky poo, but that's it. I just grabbed it. So yeah, Danielle Illuminati, everybody. She's ready to go with Johnny Yarborough over here. It's a very exciting time. Everybody, make sure you drop a like on this as you get in here. Okay, be sure to drop likes as you influx this wonderful live stream. In or out. On your
Robbie,
way in.
Robbie, let me ask you on that. Like with you being, you know, like this whole, what is it, Twitch streaming or whatever?
Twitch. I'm a Twitch person. I'm a Twitch person.
So you've been around for quite a while on this whole thing, all right? Like doing
since
live
the beginning.
And all that. I was going to say, because you're extremely comfortable at it and it flows really naturally. So me and Reuben over here are rookies, and you know Johnny's working on it as well. But you
guys are doing great. You guys are doing great. You know what?
Well, I was going to ask you, for the size of Johnny's channel, do you think his viewership is doing really good? I don't know about all that stuff, but I'm just asking from a business point of view, because that's like I said, I'm here for.
If Johnny were taking this, say, live stream he has on his channel on YouTube right now over to Twitch platform right now with 88 live viewers, 90 live viewers in the chat, guys. That is what they call Twitch partnership numbers. And that is a very special category to be in. You are above like 90 to 95% of the site that's streaming. They put you, so he's doing some big things. And, you know, that's really, you know, if you can get above 70 live viewers on average, you've got revenue coming in. You've got something that can be, there's some work to be done here. And so Johnny here has done proof of concept very well. And I'm very proud of Johnny's work. I'm excited to see what comes next from Johnny. I'm excited to be a part of this group. I'm hoping Jim will see my cool glasses and my cool hat and perhaps cut me a few breaks. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see, guys. We'll see.
Yeah, you'll be good. Man. You've been on timeout a few times, so I'm sure you'll be all right.
Yeah, that's okay.
Jim will get tired of not having a mod over there, and then he's going to bring you back, I'm sure.
Yeah. Miss T does a great job for the record.
Yes, that is true. Miss T does.
Very true.
Very true. Very true. Good point.
You know, and everybody loves Mrs. T over there. Everybody loves Miss T. Miss T's an angel.
She is actually an angel. And you know what? She is going to do more on the Idaho 4 case. I have been nomming her content on the Idaho 4 case. I really enjoy it. I think it's good. There's a lot of people who blew up. See, this is the thing about the YouTube algorithm. It's easy to blow up. Like if me and Miss T hit the Idaho 4 case on the right morning before Blowhard Betty gets on, or Blowhorn, I shouldn't be mean to her. I actually don't necessarily hate her or whatever. But anyways, you get what I'm saying. Before all the other ones get on, if Miss T and I hit the old slopes, there's gonna be views in there. Okay.
Well, she's already gaining good traction. I saw, because I popped in there for a minute yesterday, and she had a good amount of people in there. I don't know why people would hate on Miss T for, because you know she's like the nicest. Don't get me wrong; she went gangster on us a few times when she had to. But
it's because
she's like
of Jim,
the nicest lady ever. Right?
Yeah, and she's doing better than Salty Pancakes is on YouTube. So I mean, you know, if she's gonna get that, she's gonna get that.
Were you around last night, Robbie, when I was talking about, and this has nothing to do with Salty Pancakes, but I was watching a Dolphins thing last night before Johnny's show on my phone. And in the chat, there was like, 40 something people that were actually
on
talking.
Her channel.
No. This was on a Dolphins, Miami Dolphins.
Oh, okay. It was on a sports show.
Yeah, it was a live stream of a guy talking about the Dolphins.
Oh, okay.
And he had like 50 people in there for probably an hour and a half. And then within, you know how it tells you how many people are in there? Well, instantly it jumped up to like 480 or almost 500 people within like just a few seconds. Is that some sort of Mr. Exit was some sort of bot, so people can actually
we
do
can
that?
talk about that. There's two things that happen. Either one user who's a really important person whose profile is tracked by the website and what it's doing entered the chat, and it could enter the chat, like let's say Elon Musk enters this chat. It's not gonna, if we click the little chat tab, it's not gonna be like Elon Musk is in here. It's not gonna do that, right? But the website's smart enough to go, oh fuck, this is an important person paying attention to this stream. We should put that there in the algorithm and then put it out there for people to click. And if they click it, then that means that obviously this important person was right.
So
right?
YouTube's that smart then. Like they have
and
bots that know about that shit and watch it.
It takes your Google searches, it takes your Twitter feed, it takes any activity you do on the internet. It's already Google spiders have crawled it. They have inputted into the YouTube, the YubTub algorithm. They know what to offer you. That's why YouTube always has such great videos to offer you. A lot of people delete their YouTube history, and I'm like, why would you do that? Why? Because like you want it to learn what you like, so it tells you what you want to watch. That way you spend less time searching for stuff to watch. So it's very smart.
It can be a good thing and a bad thing for people, because I notice people are like that, where they don't want Google or anything to track what they're doing. You know, I don't give a shit whether they're tracking me.
Exactly.
It's not like I'm looking up glory.
What do you got to hide? Are you a pedo?
Right,
you know, what the fuck? You know,
Right.
and that's really what it comes down to. If you're not a pedophile, you're not, doing massively, and it's not even regular infractions. It's like, in these big true crime cases when they're like at the Prosser Creek Reservoir and they're like, hey kids doing drugs out here at the reservoir. We just want the story on what happened to the girl who's dead. We don't care that we were doing PCP. Fuck it. We don't care that you were doing meth. We don't care that you were all rolling off your balls. Right. We don't care. We just want to know why the fuck Kylie Rodney is dead. Okay? Right. That's literally what it is. It's the same concept. You see what I'm saying?
Right. That makes sense. That's
if they had to track every infraction, it'd be too much.
So how do you think these YouTube channels pick? Speaking of like the true crime community, even though I don't really follow it because I'm not a true crime person, but how do you think these true crime channels? Is it like one of them? Sorry, I'm seeing Bug over there.
Bug is very cute.
Right. Do you think one of them picks up a story or finds a story that they think's interesting, and then all of them just jump on the bandwagon? Because from what I see from people, they say that like everybody's covering like the same cases. Like they'll find one and then they'll just milk the shit out of it.
It's the it factor. So you mentioned a case earlier in chat that I had never even heard of. And I like to consider myself a connoisseur. Right. I never even heard of that case, but you know what? It sounded pretty horrific. It sounded like it needed some coverage. And surprisingly or not, apparently there's these cases out there. And
it's a lot.
It's just the ones that hit like for instance, I'll give you one. Brian Laundrie. Well, a little side spur of that case over there in Moab was that Kyle and Christy Shanti, those lesbian couple that got murdered in the desert out there in Moab. Well, it turns out it wasn't even Brian Laundrie. It was some other fucking crazy lunatic, right? So, it's just, it's like which cases, you know what it is? It has to do with you got it or you don't got it. And
Hey guys, I think somebody's messing with my StreamYard. I don't know. Because Robbie and Reuben, you guys went blank. You guys went blank.
Yeah, I was getting hacked earlier. I had to restart my computer and put up a VPN. So I don't know what the fuck.
How much does a VPN cost, Robbie?
It just depends. I mean, it's like $10 a month or less, but yeah, it just depends. You gotta find I always wait for a deal. Like I got Nord. I waited for a deal and I got like 3 years.
Do you like Nord?
I do for what I use it for, but I'm not like, I don't do anything risky. I just need it for when I jump on here so I don't get fucked with.
Right, because people will do that. They'll fuck with you on here, huh?
Well, that's why, he posted the StreamYard link. So somebody could take that link and then deconstruct the link and go back in on the back end and fucking, if they know what the fuck they're doing, they could do stuff. And they did.
Sounds like people have nothing better to do with their lives than to fuck with people, you know what I mean?
Well, look, Mr. Samoan, Mr. King Samoan, I gotta be honest with you. I live here in the Silicon Valley. They call it silicon. Right. Silicone is what they put in the boobs. Silicon is what we put in computer chips. Anyways, tell your friends in Utah back home. So we've got these idiots over there in the tech slopes that think they're so good at this technology. We just want to get paid minimum wage our whole lives and be great at technology because we're Mormon. So that's what they do. So there's going to be some salty pancakes people here. You got to keep your VPNs up. You got to be ready for them. They're going to send you links. Ever since I started engaging with Jim Terry's community, my business phone number, my spam has been up 100% month over month. I have been getting calls from the 208 area code, which is where the Idaho 4 murders happen. Every time I try to call the number back, it's a fake number. So salty pancakes, we're going to need you to stop faking your phone calls before I send somebody to your fucking house.
Does he harass you
They'll just drag your ass out in their front yard and beat the fuck out of you. Okay, I'm just gonna be honest with you. The people I fuck with, they'll just drag your fucking ass out in your fucking front fucking yard and beat the fuck out of you right there in front of your fat fucking wife.
Robbie, does he screw around with you too? Just because you're
he screws around with everybody in the JTTV.
I don't
reaches
follow
out.
him.
They're legion. They're legion.
YouTube, but I like Jim Terry because he's entertaining.
They come in threes and they're legion.
You know what happened. What happened. Hey, Robbie, you know what happened this morning, right? I got a phone call from Utah today, but I didn't answer the call because I didn't know who it was.
Don't. If you don't know who the fuck, if it's an 801 or there's another, I think it's 435. Bunch of my fucking podunk fucking relatives have it. It's like a 4254. You're not cool enough for an 801. Sit the fuck down. You don't answer any of those area codes because they're a bunch of losers from Salt Lake City who don't have anything going on for them, who just wish they could get over 70 live viewers per minute on stream like you, Johnny. Okay.
Well, yeah. And I was telling these guys, Robbie, I don't have a problem with anybody on YouTube because I don't even fucking know these people, for one, and two, I got enough of my own goddamn problems in my real life to deal with my family.
Well, right, we all
friends,
do.
You know what I mean?
We all
You're
do.
right, exactly.
We get people like salty pancakes out here who literally just need to be dragged. Like, listen. Salty Pancakes is from Utah, where I'm from.
Right.
And in high school, if you got called out to the flagpole by another man, guys, man. Look, I'm not straight even. I'm not even a straight man, okay?
Right.
But if I had been, hey, look, I'm from Utah. I've been called out to that fucking said flagpole a couple fucking times. 1, 2, or 3. Okay? And this man challenged fucking Ty Corbin to a fight and he pussied down like a little girl in middle school. And I have no respect for him.
Just for the do you think he did something like that just for the content? Or
I know he said it for the content, but he didn't do it for the content. So, right? There's a difference.
So let me ask you, because I asked Jim and Mr. S the same thing. So if he's not in it for the money, or what would the point of coming on YouTube and starting shit with all these people? I don't get that. You know what I mean?
He just wants the clicks and views. That's all he wants. The moment we stop watching his channel, the moment he'll go away. Literally, that's why I don't watch. The moment that Jim and Mr. X disengaged and are like, well, fuck him, I'm like, well, deuces. It was even before that, because it was even right before that fucking they were doing that baby watching stream. Like, oh, some fucking person's kid is having a fucking child. Let's have a 24/7 fucking child birthathon. And I was like, this is not fucking content. I get that you're brand new to streaming, and I get that YouTube's hooking you up because you're brand new on their platform and they want live streaming people right now to fight against the main live streaming platforms there are. Like, we get it, but we don't need to sit here and watch you and these fucking retards talking about some fucking kid that's not even fucking here yet. And we don't even know what state. I still don't know. Is this happening in Utah or Idaho? We don't know. We just know some fucking big Mormon N-word is on the way. That's all we know. And I didn't find that very entertaining, personally. And that's when I started to say stuff in chat, and that's when I got banned. And I was like, well, fuck these guys. And then I came over and I was hanging out more with Jim and Mr. X. And you know what? The more and more, Mr. X and Jim kind of got a little bad Mormon fucking cunt hair in their mouth. And guess what? They don't like it either. They don't like the Mormon pussy either. No matter how good that Mormon pussy is, they don't want to eat it. And you know why? It's because it's poison pussy.
You can tell Robbie grew up in Utah, man. There's a lot of Utah people who grew up in Utah, especially the gay community in Utah, man. They were shunned so bad by the Mormons. Right. And and they say it now. And like I said, I got tons of family members that are Mormons still to this day. And a lot of my family are more open-minded, but you'll get some of those Mormons, they're not open-minded at all. Like Robbie is the devil, you know, he's going to hell because he's gay, and same with Johnny, you know, they're going to hell because they're gay. I don't judge nobody. I got a gay uncle. It cross dresses, wears fucking Kurt Wadsworth type lipstick, all that bullshit. I don't give a fuck what he does. You know what I mean? That's his fucking life. It don't affect me. If he wants to walk around in women's clothing, whatever, man. If that's what makes you happy, do it. That's how I feel. I just don't understand why these guys, you know, like me personally, if somebody doxed me and came out and started talking shit, honestly, yeah, I would be a little irritated, not because of me, but for my wife and my kids, because they don't want anything, you know, they don't. I take shit serious when it's my children.
We got a call coming in.
All right.
You're on live. How are you?
Hi, I just wanted to say that I don't believe that homosexuals are going to hell because the Mormons believe that. They're just going there because. All right, thank you.
You're welcome. I saw that.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you.
Hey, that was who you think that was?
That was Jim.
That was Jim.
You know, like Mr. X says, that's just Jim wanting attention. No, what I was gonna say is, see, I got sidetracked.
Thank you.
Thank you. I got sidetracked. That's what happens. But I don't remember what I was talking about.
Yeah,
damn it.
You don't get down, you know, because your kids, if they dox.
Oh, yeah. But what I was gonna say is, honestly, if somebody ever did that stuff to me, I personally, I see where they're coming from because they just keep doing it and poking. But the way I was raised is I would, one, just ignore it, and two, I would just be the bigger man and focus on my life and my friends and the people who enjoy this content that we're creating right now. Absolutely. Versus
I got a question for you, Mr. Samoan.
Dipshit in Utah that has nothing better to do. And I wish he would do the same, you know, focus on what he originally planned on doing, because that was his real content. I'll be honest. You know, I watched that first, you know, month or two.
Yeah, because, me too. He actually was on the upswing, and I'll give him that as a content creator. Yeah, I'll give him that. Absolutely. He was on the upswing. He had a lot of things going on. Ranger, I actually like Ranger more than I liked him. But anyway, well, fucking, that's all fucking water under the bridge by this point, and the reputation is damaged so badly. I don't want to watch any of it.
Yeah, and I haven't watched for months just because I told you guys, because when he went off on those women, apparently he's done it multiple times now. And when somebody does that, to me personally, it just shows somebody's true colors and true character, you know, as a person. If you're going to do that to somebody on YouTube, you probably do that in real life as well. And I just don't get down like that, man. Like if I talk to my ex-wives like that, they would probably slap the living shit out of me. I'm not kidding you.
I mean, it literally, we can pinpoint it back to when, for me personally, I can nail it down to when he didn't go and fight Ty Corbin after he challenged Ty Corbin to a manly fight. That's where I can personally nail it down in my head. And I think, you know what, to the woman who called in earlier, I think he's going to hell just for that alone. So take that,
hey, Robbie,
put that in your blunt.
Hey, Robbie, I got a question to ask you, Robbie. What's that movie that one guy played in? He played, I forgot his name though. That's why I'm asking you, because you look like that guy. He played in Me and Marley and Me. What was his name?
Owen, the Owen Wilson or something.
You look like, guess who? You look like Owen Wilson a little bit.
My nose, thank you for pointing out the one thing I would get plastic surgery on, but it's not so fucked up that I need to. So, but it's been on the list of things. Thank you so much.
I wasn't talking about your nose either, brother. I was just talking about the way you were just.
Well, that's what I think when I see him. Thank you.
Well, and I want to get back to that just a little bit, what we were talking about before.
It's okay, I'm teasing.
You know,
thank you.
No, you're good. But you see a lot of people in like the chat, like arguing, like like it's their battle. And I was one of those guys at first for a little bit until Eddie kind of mentioned it to me, like, dude, why the fuck are you getting involved in something that has nothing to do with you? There's no point. You know, everybody's going to have their side or take their side. Sure. I like to listen to Ty Corbin and Jim and all that, just because Ty Corbin's, always pretty much told the truth from what we've seen. He's never changed his story, even though people say he has. He hasn't. You know what I mean?
I don't think he's changed his story.
You can ask him any fucking question and he'll answer it. A person like that, he's
been one of the most consistent characters out of that area that Dylan Rounds' story came out of. since the story broke. Actually, I'd probably trust more of his current understanding of the case than even someone like Lance, who's created a non-profit foundation off of the whole case and all this other stuff.
Right.
Thousands and thousands of views on Lance's channel, by the way. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Well, and I was a big supporter of Lance at the beginning as well. And then I had gotten sick for a while because I was actually supposed to go out to Montello to hang out with Ty and Lance when they were searching, because I told them, look, man, I'll bring some of my bikes and
You're
shit
local.
out. You can go search.
Yeah.
Right.
Sure.
Well, I'm in Oregon, so I'm not technically local, Robbie. I'm actually
a couple states away.
If you know where Medford is, but no, I was going to drive my RV down there and stay there for a month.
16-hour drive, stay there a month.
Right.
Yeah,
exactly. And I got sick for a few months with sepsis, so I was in the hospital for a few months.
Isn't Medford the closest to Redding? Like, because in Northern California during Christmas time, everybody
heading straight down the I-5. Yep.
Yeah,
yep. You head down the I-5.
Yep, you go up to Oregon and you do your Christmas shopping up there because the taxes are cheaper, you see.
Right. Yeah, that's true. Very true. I see Ty Corbin's in the chat as well. So
Ty Corbin, I love you. I'm going to mute myself and let you guys talk.
Oh, you're good.
Ty Corbin.
Yeah, so like I was saying to you guys, Reuben,
hey, Ty Corbin.
Oh, hey, yeah, Ty Corbin's in the chat. Hi. And also, so just so everybody knows, Ty isn't together with Lance anymore. They don't search together anymore any longer. Whatever their dispute was is between them, and it's none of my fucking business, and I don't really care. I support anybody who's trying to find the missing kid Dylan Rounds. I don't care. Even Salty Pancakes, if he's trying to fucking find him, great. But all that other bullshit and drama that they bring to it just for attention and get it to their channel, I don't believe in that bullshit. That's some bullshit. Like Ty Corbin's done. He puts his videos out. He doesn't ask for any money. He doesn't ask people, hey, send me super chats or stickers or any of that bullshit. He does it on his own dime.
No super chat trains?
Yeah, no super chat trains. He does it on his own dime.
If anybody wants to give me their Amazon Prime Twitch sub, I'll take it. It's free if you have Amazon Prime.
I have Amazon Prime, Rob. I don't know how to do all that, but
I'll just send you the link on the back end. Yeah, no, if you have Amazon Prime, just go to twitch.com or twitch.tv. It's just Robbie, and you just click subscribe. But you have to have an account. It just lets you log in with your Amazon, but it's free since you have Amazon Prime. It's like subscribing to someone for free. That's why I was trying to tell Mr. X and Jim. You could have all these people subscribe to you for fucking free, and then have them go over to your personal website, and you could ring them in at whatever specific number you want for whatever product or service you want, on top of that, I think was the original idea. But yeah, no, that's why I'm not on YouTube as a streamer, really, is because I started there. But and I think YouTube has something against Twitch streamers too, because if you start streaming on YouTube and you were from Twitch, unless you were not famous on Twitch so there's this whole thing on the back end. If you were not famous on Twitch and you start streaming on YouTube and you're famous as a YouTuber making videos, they'll let you stream. They're gonna let you blow up. Right. But if you are primarily a streamer on Twitch and you come over to YouTube and you start trying to live stream, they're not gonna let you blow up, because that's not how it works.
Right. Well, and I saw DeIcer's comment here, and he said that he had doxed his whole panel or whatever, and I missed all that because I stopped following by then. But I don't know, man. Like, I don't get that. Like, why would you go dox a whole bunch of people that are supporting you? And this whole doxing thing or telling somebody's identity. I guess if you're some weirdo trying to hide from the law or something like that, or a chomo or something, I would understand that. And I get it, people like to be anonymous and remain anonymous. I just don't get that whole thing, man. Like focusing on that and creating content on exploiting and showing other people's identities. I just don't get it. I guess I don't understand that.
It's for what I don't really care, because and I say I don't care because my identity's been stolen. So I mean, it's out there anyway. So, but like, as far as, am I worried somebody's going to show up at where I stay? You know what I mean? Like, well, not really.
Well, and I'll tell you this, Reuben, over in my area, like I said, in the Oregon area on that side, there's a lot of pot farms, cannabis farms. And my area, a lot of the neighbors, they're extremely serious on their privacy. When they say no trespassing, and like I said, nobody's gonna know. You show up at a place like out there, they'll bury you in the fucking woods out there, and nobody will ever find you. And I can guarantee they won't, because you know, that show Murder Mountain. You ever heard about that show? I think it was on Netflix. You know, that happens all over Oregon as well. That's nothing new. They call them trimmigrants, where people come from all over the world now. They got a lot of Chinese coming, in fact.
Oh yeah, you know what?
Yeah.
Here, Palo Alto, Stanford. Stanford, everybody knows what Stanford is. Very prestigious institution in the United States of America. Right. So I was a manager in the AT&T store, and guess what? All of the students at Stanford would come in, and they would require deposit waivers because they didn't qualify for regular credit accounts, because they didn't have a social security number, they didn't have an established credit in the United States of America, because guess what? They're fucking from China. So guess what we would do? Guess what? We would just waive it for them. You know why? We would take their Stanford ID and we would scan it, and it was because they were a Stanford student. And so all of a sudden we'd have like this one Chinese Kim Jong song with like 23 lines on his account. You know, he ain't gonna pay for shit. You know, it's like, what, you gonna send his fucking bill? That we gonna send the fucking bill to Stanford University in Palo Alto, and they're gonna pay? No, that's not gonna happen. So anyways, the point I was making is the only way you get to go to a prestigious college institution is if your parents are Chinese and super wealthy, and you get sent to America for school, or if you're American and you live in Utah and your parents are Mitt Romney and you get sent to Belgium for school or something. You know what I mean? It's got to be like along those lines. If you're not on those levels, you better sign up at the JC. You better fucking read every fucking word. You better study really hard. You better put your big girl panties on. You better get ready. Otherwise, you're going to get fucked. And that's what I have to say about this.
If you're lucky enough to even get in there, you know,
here's the
you got a little better.
Anybody can go to the JC.
Right, that's true.
Anybody can go to UVSC, baby. Anybody can go to Utah Valley State University or Utah Valley State College is what we used to call it back in the day, UVSC. Oh, we're Utah Valley State University. You're not a university. You're a fucking city college. You're a fucking junior college, kids.
Tell them, Robbie. They were tiny too. They did come
I know.
Out of the university, and they were tiny.
I know exactly who the fuck they are. Yep, they were very tiny. But you know, they get that Mormon. They get that Mormon money. You know how Fergie has that MILF money song? They should get that Mormon money song. They should really put that out there so everybody understands what the fuck's going on. Because once you get that fucking Mormon money behind it, it doesn't matter. It's just like putting a full corporation. It's like putting like AT&T in charge of a fucking Christian institution. They're going to run it very specifically, and it might be ran better than the whole fucking United States government is. I'm just going to be honest with you, because it's private. So, anyways, lots of big thoughts flying out of Robbie's brain tonight. Hopefully we get Mr. X or Jim Terry to call in as a young lady to tell Robbie how the Mormons are so great, and I can't wait to marry them. I bet, you know what, Jim and Mr. X, if you're listening, you guys are the exact type of football players that would convert to marry a Mormon.
Hey,
if
Robbie,
they could.
Robbie, speaking about Mormons and gay stuff, you know, a lot of people don't realize in Utah, a lot of returned missionaries end up coming gay.
They are gay.
I know a ton of them that went on a Utah mission and came back.
Johnny,
and became gay.
Yeah.
I was preyed upon in Provo, Utah. Listen, I was like 15, 14. My boyfriend that's sitting in the other fucking room right now, he was 19 and I was 16 when he met my ass. So listen, this is a thing. And they're still doing it. They're still doing it. They're disgusting. They're filthy. They need to be stopped. It's disgusting. They wanted to have sex with me. I was at Timpview High School, by the way, which is like the one you want to go to if you're in Provo. You don't want to go to Provo High. That's for poor kids who are Mexican, live on the south side. Sorry, Reuben Sanchez, you're not going to Timpview. Sorry, probably not driving a BMW. I had to go to school with the kids who drove BMWs at the age of 16, like Jim and fucking Mr. X. So not a good time. But anyways, do the math. So Yeah, no, just they're terrible, fucking awful, fucking human beings. Why would anybody want to be a part of any of that? Is my question. Well, actually, I know if you're born and you're raised into a big old fucking.
But I think that
piece of
happens
shit,
in
then you want to
every
be.
religion,
You want to
Robbie.
be. No.
You don't think
no,
so?
No, because the Catholics hate Catholicism. They fucking hate it. If you have any friends who are adults who were raised in Catholicism, they can't fucking. They're like me talking about Mormons. They fucking hate it. They're like they're retarded. They're demented. They are not with God. Blah blah. Anything you could think of, anything. So no. And actually, the Muslims, same thing. They actually don't feel the same way, and it's in the reverse situation. They're actually very appreciative to their religion in comparison. So very different.
I could say this about Catholicism. You know what I mean? Or at least
please share it.
I've interacted with is they don't know much about their own religion.
They just grew up in it, right?
And
they just grew up in it, and they just go with the flow. You know
like the Mormons.
But
they think they know a lot about their religion.
Like that, right?
They think they really know.
Ask them, well, what's this?
And
really
if you
about?
listen to them, they really
and
believe
they'll try
it.
to say, you know what I mean? Oh, well, we're part of Christianity, and it's like, well, no, you're not. You know what I mean? And especially if you follow the King James version. You know
King James. Are you talking about the Mormons or the Catholics?
Catholics.
You don't think that they are because of why? I need to hear this. I need to hear this. Why?
They're not Christians.
Why?
The Catholics?
Of course they are.
No.
They believe in the real. They believe in the real King Jesus.
Idols and stuff like that, made out of
stone.
Like
with their Pope and stuff is what you're saying.
Mean?
With the papacy.
Well, here goes
the
papacy.
Pope,
and that whole thing runs really deep, doesn't it?
No, I wasn't trying to be. I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand.
In Christianity, when in scriptures it says, thou shalt not call anybody, father. Well, you can call your birth father, you know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? But nobody else except, God. God is, the only father.
Yeah, don't go call him Baal father. We understand that. Don't tell Baal he's our father. I mean? Yes, I get it.
So the Pope, I can't remember what year it was, but the Pope made it a thing to where, he would be called the Holy Father.
Oh, I see, and that was sacrilegious.
Way back in the day, you know what I mean?
Now you are on some Christian. You are on some evangelical horseshit with that. You are on some evangelical horseshit with that.
There's just a lot of things, Why do they put up statues and worship the Virgin Mary?
Okay, Sir, those are some very good questions. I'm not. Hey, listen, I'm with you. We can talk about those for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. However, we are not there yet. And I got to tell you why, Mr. Reuben Sanchez. I'm from the great state of Utah. The Christians, who are similar to the Catholics in this story, right? They believe that Jesus came to live with Sacagawea. Yes. And the Indians, the teepees,
that came from
yes. Well, Joseph Smith, he found a book in the woods, and there's all kinds of stories and fucking heretic.
Robbie, with Robbie saying that, with you saying that, that's a big reason why a lot of my family follows that religion is because
they're dumb.
They believe that was the story.
I think it's because they're islanders, and I think they're the low-hanging fruit. Write that down, because that's the real reason why. And they're good people, too. That's also the second reason why. They're good people, and they have a lot of money. That's the third reason why. So, low-hanging, good people, a lot of money.
So that's why a lot of them will follow it. And I'm with you, Robbie. Trust me.
Sir, that pisses me off. That pisses me off to no end.
Trust me, I get in major debates with my family members about this.
That pisses
I'm on
me
your
off.
Side, believe it or not. But
why do they have to go to Hawaii? Why do they have to go to Tonga and Samoa? Why? Yeah, you know why? Yeah. Because they're selling fucking shit. And you know what you do when you have shit to sell? You take it to the fucking Philippines and you sell it to people who don't have any hope. That's what you do with your shit. Sea Org, are you listening? I'm trying to help you guys grow, okay? The next one's going to cost you guys some money. Thank you. Fuck.
Johnny, you doing okay?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm just listening to Robbie.
Okay. You're getting excited
I want him to bring it down. I want him to bring it down a little bit. Just bring it down a little bit.
No worries. I think I said about all I wanted to say. Thank you for giving me this space. I hope it doesn't hurt your numbers at all. I see you're doing very good. Hey guys, I appreciate you guys letting me speak my mind, and thank you. But I am gonna go ahead and bow out.
Wait, Robbie, Robbie, before you take off, I want to say this to you. This is why my channel is for people to come over here and tell their peace of mind and to relax and and have their own space. Right. And everybody can, if everybody doesn't like to come over here and have their own space, their own time, or their to speak their mind to me or speak their mind to King Samoan or Reuben Sanchez, we will accept you no matter how you want to come over here.
Well, and we're here for your bullshit.
Right. And I think, Johnny, that's what a lot of people stay in here for, because they don't feel judged, for one. You know what I mean? It's a real open community that you have right here, you know, and people they feel like they can say whatever they want. You know, whether you're a salty pancakes believer or whatever the hell you want to call them, people call them a cult or whatever the hell they are.
He's not even Mormon, he says, by the way. And I could believe that too. I could believe that. If you're not like devout, and if you live in that county and you're not doing everything correctly, like
you're an outcast.
You're fucked.
Yeah, you're an outcast.
And he's a felon. And he's a fucking felon. Of course, he works for a lawn mowing company. Hello.
He'd definitely be an outcast in Utah. I agree with you on that one. So,
hey, Robbie, what were you saying? Robbie, I was catching bits and pieces about you were saying something about Twitch. If I went over there to Twitch,
okay. So you are right now. You have 88 live views right now that I can see. So to become a Twitch partner, you have to have 70. That's it. The reason why being a Twitch partner is great is because it opens you up to more opportunity with streaming partnerships and stuff. This is something we shouldn't be talking about openly on YouTube's platform, though, for sure.
So maybe you'd have to call him off air, Johnny, and get more information, or have PZ.
I'll give you my number, baby. You can have my number.
I got it. You called in a while ago, remember?
Oh, you do? Yeah, that's right. You have it. That's my business. That's my business number. No, but that's my business number. That's okay. I have so many numbers for this reason. Salty, you're more than welcome to call all of my phone numbers, and I will not answer any single one of them for you, because I am so much fucking smarter than you big fat.
Well, I wasn't talking more about Salty. I was talking more about, like, you know, there's a lot of followers that go all over the place, and I don't want them to feel like they can't come in here and engage with anybody
and that's smart. Right. Yes,
you know what I mean.
Jim said that from the beginning. Jim has said that from the beginning. If you like Salty, I don't care. Jim has said that from the very beginning. I do not care.
And I don't think Reuben really cares. I think more or less, you know, if somebody wants to come in,
I care. I care personally, but it's okay. I'm not going to be mad at you. I'm not going to be mad. I'm going to ask you, why do you follow him? Okay, I'm gonna I actually won't even ask you, because I won't even know. I don't go over there. I don't look to see who's in his chat. Unlike his chat and his people, I'm not like his mods. I'm not coming to lurk and see who's in his chat and saying what. I'm not seeing what he's saying about. I don't give a flying fuck about that guy. I thought he was quitting YouTube. I can't wait for him to quit YouTube. He keeps talking about quitting YouTube, and all I can't wait for him to do is quit YouTube already.
Well, and the part that bothers me about him is you know, he has to keep bringing up Jim constantly, to where Jim gets sidetracked from the content that he's creating, that everybody watches him for, and he gets sidetracked to go talk about Salty, and most of the people don't want to hear about that shit.
If Salty Pancakes, if Salty Pancakes misses Jim providing content to his platform, Salty Pancakes should have showed up. Let me finish. Salty Pancakes should have showed up to fight Ty Corbin.
Right. Let's just bring it back to where we're at.
Good,
I'm just saying, though, if he cares about his content, then why didn't he show up to fight Ty Corbin like he said he was going to?
Right, I agree.
He's all about his content. He's not going to quit YouTube because he cares about his content.
Because Ty Corbin's a Mike Tyson, and
he would have whipped his fucking ass.
And Salty is a George Foreman
on State Street. In front of everybody, in front of God and everybody, in North fucking State Street in Salt Lake City. That's what the fuck was going to go down.
You brought White Claw Robbie out tonight.
I wish I would have got, you know what? That pisses me off that he didn't go do that, because, you know, he's going to quit YouTube. He doesn't want to do content anymore. That was the content, bro. We're all waiting here. There's like 127 people that day waiting to see. I mean, Ty Corbin went there.
The old form that he was doing. I think he'd have a lot more success going back to the old, you know, how he did it before. Because I was listening to like the Kurt interviews and all that stuff, because I wanted to hear Kurt, you know, he was closest to Dylan Round, so I like.
Of course, that's Salty's cousin or uncle,
right?
Yeah,
and that whole thing, I'm not going to comment on that. I don't got any, like I said, I don't got any ill will towards nobody. It's not my fight. You know, I don't have a dog in that fight, so it don't bother me either way. And I leave that to you guys now, because I got put in my place by somebody who I keep mentioning, who more or less, and Reuben's the same kind of way. He'll kind of bring you back into reality and be like, hey, it's not really your fight, other than saying a few things. But he's came after you, so I know why I
gotta give you this real quick for you, Mr. King Samoa. Not to cut you off, I gotta give you this. The reason why I hate the Mormons so bad is because I graduated from high school. I came to Northern California. As soon as I escaped, they fucking came here, and we were able to get married. The gays could get married. Gay Sloth, do you remember? We could get married back in circa 2006, circa 2007. We could get married. But you know what happened? It's called The Mormon Proposition. It's a documentary film. You can watch it on Netflix. Anybody looking for a good little fucking ditty to fall asleep to, fall asleep to The Mormon Proposition. Then you'll understand why I don't let go and why I want to take rights away from them. They're going to come over here and take rights away from me? No. If you let them take your kindness for weakness, Johnny Gay Sloth, they will. And you know what?
Absolutely.
You know what? I've read a lot of
I think somebody needs a wagon wheel trek back the pioneer trek over the fucking plains of the great states of the United States of America. I'm sick of their shit, and they need to get on it. They need to take their Mitt Romney and their child rape and horse shit, their polygamy, that they reverse course on.
Yeah.
Well, it's not politics. It's hurting kids, and they need to stop it.
Right.
It's right. It is. They do. I will agree with you.
You know, just Robbie,
and it wouldn't exist if it weren't for them. It wouldn't exist in America. Polygamy wouldn't exist in America if it weren't for the Mormonism.
That is
give me a minute. Just Robbie, let me tell you something. Like you were saying, we got to get to have the right to be married.
It's not politics. It's about helping kids.
I didn't say politics. I was just saying, like you were saying, back in 2006, 2007, they allowed us to be gay marriage.
In California, because we have California laws. We do
and then we get to have. Now you can go in the same bathroom as a. So if I'm in the bathroom.
Oh, okay. So we're the bathroom laws.
And they got
the
bathroom laws.
Tat now.
No,
I don't need to go in the bathroom. I'd rather be able to get married to Tyler from Utah.
The chat's right though, guys. Talking about religion and politics, all it's going to do is cause a fight. And
I'm sorry.
I agree with you, Robbie. I don't
think Mormonism's a religion. I think it's a business, and I think that if you'd like to disagree with me, you should look at the money involved.
Right.
And use your
and you've actually
good night, Melissa. Hey, hold on, guys. Hold on. Melissa Moynes, thank you for coming in tonight, Melissa Moynes. You did a very good job tonight as my mod. Thank you for coming in. Good night. Peaceful dreams to you. I hope you get enough rest so you can go to work tomorrow. God bless you, and thank you for coming in.
Sorry to be annoying. Thank you,
No, it's not annoying. And I say this that you're speaking about it because you've actually lived it. And so you're you're coming from your real life. And a lot of these people got to realize that you've lived that life. And you were the one that's being persecuted for being gay in a Utah Mormon state. And I know exactly how you feel, not from the gay point, but being
not a non-Mormon. You get it from the non-Mormon point of view.
Non-Mormon,
because you're a non-Mormon.
Yeah, make it even worse.
Yeah, try being non-Mormon and gay. It's a double whammy. Right. It's like being black and Jewish at the same time.
Yeah, exactly. So I understand
and you know what?
When you're coming about that.
I'm sick. You know what? It needs to be reformed. I'd rip those two whole fucking godforsaken pieces of shit off the planet. Utah and Idaho. If I were God, I would just be gone.
Right.
Ooh.
Hey, can I say something to the chat? I mean, to everybody in the chat real quick. We have got 94 people watching. Guys, I hate to cut it short, but I'll be Danielle just says she'll be ready about 20 or 30 more minutes. So we have about
I'll go and I'll watch. Because I need to chill. Now I'm upset. You guys got me in my feelings.
Sorry, Robbie. I didn't mean to get you
Robbie, did we upset you, Robbie? Did we upset you, Robbie?
This is an ongoing internal thing that I have going on in my life. It has nothing to do with you guys.
Well, yeah, you were traumatized from it. You can tell you were traumatized from it. And
Robbie, let me share something with you. Robbie, I like you.
Speaking about
Robbie, I like you, Robbie. Okay, I like you very much. Sorry for cutting you off.
Me speaking about it's damaged me though, so it's like I'm like scared to talk about it.
Yeah, but does it help you get it out?
It helps me feel better after I talk about it, especially to people who understand what I'm talking about. But when I talk about it to people who are just waiting for me to say what I think, just to use it against me, it's really detrimental. So I'm like,
well, and you know what I got to say to those people? I got to say to those people, fuck those people, because you've lived that life. You know what I mean? That was you. So it's not like you're an outsider looking in. You were a fucking insider living that life. These people can't judge you or talk shit about how you express yourself just because they don't understand it or because they don't agree with it, because I totally on your side, and I know how it is being an outcast in Utah as well. so I know how it is. You know, I didn't have it.
Yeah,
so
you
much
know
for
what
the
they
most
think
of my
about people with
family.
dark skin. You know what they think about
Right.
people with dark skin. You know what they really believe. You know what they actually
Absolutely, I
really
do.
believe, don't you?
Right. Yeah, I do. Absolutely, I do.
And you're not stupid either. You're telling your
Right.
family, hey guys, look, if they want to give us all these advantages or whatever the fuck they can bring us societally, great. But let us not forget, because that's where I would be for my
Right.
family. I'd be like, hey
No,
guys, great, fucking
And
good.
I
They
agree
need
with
to,
you. I
they need
agree
to
with
kick
you.
down whatever they can kick down. However, let us not fucking forget what they really, really, truly believe. And if you are a
Right.
Samoan or a Tongan and you're in Provo and you believe what they believe, you need to get out of Utah. You need to find yourself some real Jesus Christ. He will save you. And you don't need a bishop. You don't need a Church of Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints. You just need Jesus directly. Pick up a King James version of the Bible, and you're going straight to heaven just as long as you read it and you understand it.
Right. See, and I agree with you on that, because I don't belong to any religion. You know, I believe there is a God, a higher power, but
Yes.
I don't believe in organized religion, because mainly, like you said, I think it's a business. I really do, and I think it's always been a
It's just,
business.
you're gonna get some,
You know,
some
and that's
idiot
my
white
personal
Mormon
opinion. Right, and that's my
who's a
personal opinion.
scammer.
but I
Utah
don't
is a
judge
scam
anybody
state of the
else.
capital of the entire world. All the
Right.
scams and frauds are from Utah for a reason. They're not from, they're not from Nigeria. They're not from Jamaica. They're not from Tahiti. They're from fucking Utah.
Right.
MLM, capital of the entire. Okay, I gotta go. Okay, I love you guys. Bye.
All right. Thanks, Robbie. See, and Reuben, that's what I was saying with Robbie is, you know, he's actually lived that, and he was, you know, the outcast, the gay guy growing up in a Mormon state. So I don't judge him for talking about that. A lot of people, you know, they might get turned off because he likes to talk about that stuff, but I think it's good for him to get it out and talk about it.
I don't think it's the fact that he likes to talk about it. It's the animation behind it. You know what I mean? It kind of almost makes him discredit himself. You know what I mean?
Well, you got to remember though, Reuben, he's a flamer. You got to remember he's a flamer.
Yeah, Reuben. Yeah, Reuben. We're flamers, Reuben.
Yeah,
that's the part. That's why I don't see it, because I see the flaming part. You know, like the gay. I don't know, what do they call him, Johnny? When you're like a femme gay guy, I don't know what that's called.
Like you said, a
flamer.
A flamer.
A flamer.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's called. If it's a flamer, but you know, Robbie's
queen,
real,
like more
real,
like more like of a queen.
Yeah, like a queen. You know, like their hands are all over and they're real physical
flamboyant.
as they talk. You know, is that what you're talking about, or no?
I'm just saying how he's animated, but like, okay, he has very good talking points, right? But then he'll okay. So for one thing, you know, you can't say all of Utah. You know what I mean? All of this, all of that is from this and that. You know what I mean? Because once you do that, it's like you're dealing with absolutism. You know what I mean? And that's just not true. There's a gang of fucking probably nice people in Utah and Idaho and wherever the fuck else.
Absolutely, there is. Right.
You know, but there's also a way to go about saying things to people without sounding like an asshole or, you know, berating people and getting your point across.
Somebody in the chat said he's passionate about it, and I think that is a good point. He is passionate about it, but I see what you're saying.
And that's good.
Discrediting himself about it.
That's
hey
good.
guys, I just want to share something. Danielle is getting her channel ready now.
Okay.
I'm seeing a few people going over there to her channel. You guys are more than welcome to stay here. Like I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep this running like we did last time. Okay. And I just got a few things I have to do to get ready for her show.
All right.
Reuben, King Samoan, you guys are the shit, man. I know I don't say much on here, but I'm glad that you guys come on here and help my channel out and helping it grow. I do, and I know I do say things when I need to say them.
Right.
And, you know, and I feel I'm getting more, you know, believe it or not, are you streaming too, Johnny? Yes, I'm streaming too, but not at this. I'm going to leave my stream on while everybody goes over there. And then after her show's over, we can all come back over here and bullshit some more if you guys want to.
Yeah. Right. So we'll stay on and our avatars will be here, but we'll all be watching Danielle's show because they're reading Johnny's birth chart tonight. So anybody who wants
chart for Johnny Yarborough, courtesy of Daniela.
So, but we just to let everybody know, we are coming back afterwards. So we'll do another stories, some more stories after that, because I got a bunch more stories I want to tell you guys. In fact, one of them is, before we go, Johnny, is the reason I was asking Reuben about riding bikes and shit, because my ex-wife's family, her brothers, her 2 older brothers, are part of a 1% club there in California. I'm not going to say the one.
Hold on, OG.
White supremacy, mainly, mainly white people. So you'll probably know.
Yeah.
I don't know the link.
And how they tried to punk me when I first met them.
Hey, does anybody know what the link? Does anybody know what the link is over there for her channel? I don't even know. I know her name is Danny L. How you say her name?
Did Robbie put it in the chat?
Hey, Robbie, if you're in the chat room, if you're in the chat
Robbie's
room,
not a mod, Johnny. He has to be a mod to do that.
Oh,
I think
okay.
Somebody else will have to do it.
Okay. MJ, do you remember the yes, I got it. Okay, Arkansas, thank you. MJ, I mean Gina X is all you gotta do is go find
there it is, Johnny. Tony 801 put it up for us.
Who did? Okay,
Tony
there you go. Okay, thank you, Tony 801. Perfect, another perfect mod I got. Thank you. Damn it. I don't like cutting people off. Go ahead, OG.
No. That's what I was telling Reuben is that's the story. When we come back, I'd like to tell Reuben about that story, about how my 2 ex-brother-in-laws tried to punk me the first time they met me. And like I said, they're not, they're prison dudes. One of them was in prison like 15, 16, 17 years, and he later on, after I got married to her and we became really close, he was one of those dudes that went to prison for so long. He got out. He doesn't really talk much. He doesn't like big crowds. He always hits his back against the wall because he's always worried somebody's going to come up behind him. You know that type, right, Reuben? Yeah. So he's one of those types. So yeah. So he's institutionalized. Yeah. He's been in so long. He doesn't know how to function outside society. And even though he had been out for years, some of the stories he would tell me about being in prison in California as a white man, and how he had to learn the rules real quick about colors being different races, the white people not sharing with the blacks or any other color, having to have permission to do pretty much anything with a different race. You don't, talking to him a little bit is okay, but he had to learn the hard way on all that stuff. So I got a bunch of stories about him, sitting down, we were smoking a few nights, or he was drinking. When people start drinking, they start telling their stories. He would tell me a bunch of this prison war stories about being a white. And this dude, he's the one brother, he's small. The one brother is maybe 5'6", 5'7", and about 120 pounds. And that's the one that went to prison for 17 years. Redheaded guy. He has long red hair all the way down to his ass. So you can imagine that type of person going into prison, and he went in right at 18. My ex's family, like I said, were real big into the motorcycle scene, the motorcycle clubs, and they were pushing lots and lots of meth back in the day. Right. And that's how he ended up going to prison, because the dad was really high up and made his kids more or less be the distributors and the enforcers both. So they would tell me about stories of them going to people's houses that owed them money. They kicked the door in with pistols, and those motorcycle clubs, the 1% ones that are really down, they'll do all that type. And this was all in the 90s, 80s, and 90s when it was doing, the internet and all that shit wasn't big, cameras. So he has a ton of stories about that. But yeah, it's interesting, that whole side of the story, because I think I was telling Johnny, I married the queen of the trailer park. That was me. You know what I mean? She was a beautiful girl, and I didn't give a shit if she was in the trailer park or not. I see a beautiful woman, man, and you can't help who you fall in love with. I'll tell you that. You know what I mean? Because I didn't see myself falling in love with a trailer park queen, but it is what it is. And, in the end of the day, it worked out for the most part. I got beautiful children with her. And, it was the best thing that ever happened to me in my life, because it kept me out of the other troubles of life that I could have gone down, in my younger years. So it did help me for sure. And nothing wrong with that. But yeah, I'll have to tell some more of those stories when we come back, so Johnny can get ready for a show over there. But yeah, I got some stories about that as well.
All right. Are we all going over when are we going over to Johnny? Or is he already over there?
Yeah, I don't know if he's over there yet. I think he might be. Let me while we're doing that, I'll just text him real quick and see. He might have already gone. I know he said he was going to get ready to, so let me see if he's still. I can hear him in the background, so he's still there.
Okay.
I'm still here.
Okay.
I had to get my cat. Outside. I had to get my cat from outside.
Oh,
No,
okay.
you're good, Johnny.
Yeah.
Do you want to end your stream, or do you want us to get off now and start heading over there, or what do you want to do?
You guys, I'm in the backstage right now over here on her stream.
Okay.
So
you guys can keep on talking if you want to. It seems like you're interacting with the crowd very well.
We'll see what the
They're
crowd
listening to you. They're listening to you guys, and I'm sorry that if I haven't been talking that much tonight.
No, it's all good. You know what I mean?
Well, we still got a few minutes, huh?
Yeah, we still got a few minutes. I'm trying to hit the
crowd. Hit up the crowd. Like, give us a 1 if you guys want to go over to Danielle's, and then give us a 2 if you want King Samoa.
Oh, she said 10 more minutes. So we can tell 10 more minutes worth of stories, Reuben. Danielle,
okay, here we go. Can I tell a story real quick?
Go for it.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was where was I? I was in Boise, Idaho. We did a show up there on the Indian reservations there. There was a lot of Indians that came down there to the show, you know what I mean? And they spend a lot of good money over there, and I didn't know it was an Indian reservation at first, and because my boss told me, let's go over there to the casino and let's go play for a little while. And I said, I got to work, boss. He says, I'm going to let you come with me and you don't have to work today. So I went to the casino with him, and I put a $100 bill in there, and I lost it. So anyway, I told the boss back, I said, I'm going to take a cab back to the show and go to work. And he said, okay. And so I went back to work, and because I wanted to make some more money, and I want to interact with the new people there because this spot's new to me, right? So what happened was after that, after the show after the show closed, I made some money. I made the boss some good money, and then he hasn't came back yet. So we didn't have no managers at the time there, and I called him. I said, hey, what do you want me to do with my drop? And he says, just hold on to it. That means to me he had a lot of confidence in me, and he trusted me not to go spend his money or anything like that. You know what I mean? And I was holding about $3,000. When I went back to work, I caught up real quick and made $3,000. I'm very good. I used to be very good in sales. You know what I mean? And I loved it. You know what I mean? I miss, don't get it fucked up. I do miss the fair. I really do, because it's in my blood. And on the back of my leg, I don't have no gangster things like Doug does. You know what I mean? Right. But I have what I do have on there, because
I'll tell you what, Johnny. Sorry to stop you right there and interrupt you, but Doug doesn't have gangster shit. He has shit he was probably forced to do, or he did it to try and act cool. Because I guarantee you that fool never put in fucking work in his life, a day of work. And I can guarantee he hasn't. I would bet money. I bet my whole bank account right now that fool's never put in a day of work for any of that shit. So that whole thing with the racist tattoos, I've been on that side, the coin as well with my family. My ex-wife's family, and I can tell you right now, I don't think that fool's legit when it comes to that shit.
Yeah, and I was just MJ. I agree. MJ, we all agree with you. Fuck Doug. I agree with you. And what I was going to say is that I got luck on you. But what I was going to say is, I was going to make a joke out of it, because on my back of my cap, it says Carney Power. I got the wrench. I got the hammer. I got the $sign on there, and it says Carney Power. You know what I mean? And so, because I put in my dues there. You know what I mean? And I worked so hard in there. And so somebody says, hey man, I'll do your tattoo for you. And this was another carny. All he does for carnies is do tattoos for people. That's all he does. When you get married on a carnival, you know what it's called? You got to go. You get married on the Ferris wheel, and they leave you up there they leave you on top all night long. You never come down to the next morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's pretty wild, isn't it? So they keep they keep the two carnival people, like the guy and the female, up on the top, and they make you stay there all night. And you get down with the business with your girl, or you get down
Banging it out.
Yeah, banging it out. There you go. You're banging it out and hanging out. Huh, Reuben? You got it right, Reuben. Let me find out, Reuben, that you worked at the carnival also, Reuben. Yeah, So that was just that's what I was just saying. I love working there, and if my old boss ever called me back, and I'm gonna tell him, hell no, I'm not going. I'm a YouTuber now, boss. You know what I mean?
That's right.
And the only reason why I think of that so much, because I see a lady in my chat room named Trudy, and Trudy used to be my boss. That was one of my other bosses, and that was Bob West's wife, and she's an angel. You know what I mean? She's a really sweet angel. She has a game called the Dozer game where it pushes out coins, where you put the quarter in and you push coins out to you.
Right.
That game was fun, dude. And I helped her set that game up.
I was addicted to that coin pusher game, Johnny. Those things are hella fun, actually. That's one of my favorite games, the coin pusher. Isn't that what it's called? Coin pusher?
Yeah, coin pusher, yeah.
Yep. And try and shake it, and the alarm would go off, and the guy standing at the carnival would get all pissed off. You know what I mean? Yeah. I did all that shit too. Try and nudge the machine to get it to drop the coins.
Hey, you know what, Seord, you're funny. Seord wrote, "I want to fuck a carny on the wheel."
Sick bastard.
Sick bitch.
Yeah.
Seord is fucking funny.
Johnny, when you were a carny, did you ever do any crazy shit like that with other gay carny guys? Like sneak behind the Ferris wheel and do a quickie or some shit like that, or no?
Yeah, that's private.
Yeah, I bet you did.
Yeah.
That's for all the gay viewers for you. They want to hear about you and doing that.
I bet they do. I can get free. I can get nasty with it. I can.
I bet
I can get real nasty with it, but I'm not going to, because this ain't that. That's not what this is all about.
You can leave that over there for the gym channel, huh?
Yeah.
Drop it off on the JT channel.
You know what? And I really do feel that the reason why Jim left is because I don't know why he left, man. I wish he would have stayed.
Jim, he's always popping in and on and off on channels. That's just how he is. I don't think it had anything to do with Robbie. I really don't.
I really hope not either.
Jim probably would have came up and just put Robbie in his place like he always does. Robbie would go on a tangent. Jim would tell him, "All right, you're going to timeout. Get back to being manly, Robbie, again."
Yeah. Robbie's a good. You know what? And I love Robbie. I love Robbie to death. He's a cool guy. He's a cool guy. And yes, PWE Productions, the Funhouse was amazing when you go in there and have fun with somebody. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing wrong with that, right, Johnny?
No, Robbie, it didn't have anything to do with you, sir. Don't take it the wrong way, Robbie. You're cool, Robbie. You're cool.
Yeah, we like.
You're cool, and I love you, man.
I like Robbie. I think he's funny as fuck.
Robbie is hilarious. You know what? Yeah. I wanted to go. I don't know how to go. I don't know how to go over there to the Twitch area. I don't know how to do all that. And if I could learn, if I knew how to do it, I'll go over there and support Robbie. Right. I really would. I will support Robbie and I will support Robbie all the way, like he's supporting me. You know what I mean? Everybody.
At the end of the day, Johnny, we can all support each other. If somebody's got they want to build their stuff up, I'm always down to support whoever. I don't have a problem with anybody. If I enjoy the content, of course I'm going to support them.
Like Robbie just got to say, he says, "You will be a superstar." Robbie, I wish I knew how to come over there and support you. And I would love to take you to Twitch on Johnny. I would. Oh, hey, Dad.
Uh-oh. Sounds like Johnny's got a girl over. Johnny, are you switch hitting on her?
Yeah, hold on, guys. I'll be right back.
Johnny's
go ahead and take over. Go ahead and take over, King.
All right,
one second, Daniela.
Sounds like Johnny's got a woman over there, Johnny. Switch hitting on us now. Going
Yep.
back to get some of that woman
That shit
love.
out.
Yep. That's funny. But yeah, what I was going to tell you, Reuben, is I did a lot of construction over the years. I worked with a lot of people. In fact, I ran a company. I had over 130 guys under me at one point, right? So and we hired felons straight from prison all the time. Because a lot of construction companies, they don't care who it is. As long as it's a body that you're able to work, we would hire you, right? So, and I had to deal with all those people. So, in fact, one of the guys that came from California, he was high up in the AB, the Aryan Brotherhood, and
ABM.
yeah, and he was shaved head, tattooed. His whole body was tattooed, arms. He had all the signs of putting in work, right? Because he had been in prison for years. So himself and me, we became really good friends because we worked together, and he hated anybody even slightly brown, including myself, but I was his boss. So me and him, who had to work, we were forced to work together every day for over a year straight. He worked there. And me and him actually became really good friends to the point where, about 6-7 months into working, he invited me over to his house to a party one night, right? And I was a little sketch. I'm like, a fucking white supremacist party? It sounds like a fucking setup to me. He'd fucking probably show up over there and probably jump my ass and eat me for dinner, right?
Right.
So,
Hey, King.
Yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but she's playing a song. She's playing a song, and then she says we're going to go over there. That she's going to bring me up. So she's requesting that everybody, if everybody wants to, they don't have to, but she says they want to, they can come over there and watch her read my birth chart.
No, let's get everybody over there, Johnny. Everybody in the chat, go over to Danielle so we can support her as well, and Johnny in their birth chart thing. I can finish telling my story later, Johnny. That's not a problem. Like I said, when it's real life, brother, you don't got to make up shit, man. You remember it no matter what. You know what I mean? And that's what it's about.
Right.
So let's go over there and support you and support her.
Okay, I'm gonna leave the chat. I'm gonna leave the stream going. Okay.
All right, no problem.
I'm gonna play some music right now. Okay.
Right. I'm gonna go on mute then, and I'm just gonna go on Danny's show on my phone or my tablet.
Everybody's got the link in my. Everybody's got the link, right?
Yeah. Tony 801 just put it in there again. So we're gonna head over there just to let people know, and then after that's done, we're gonna come back over here.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
All right. I'm gonna go off now, and then we'll see you over there, Johnny.
Thank you, King.
Yeah. No worries, brother.
I'll see you when we get back over here.
All right. Sounds good.
All right.
Go ahead, baby. What side?
Hey, Reuben. Welcome back, guys. How you guys doing tonight? Y'all still awake? Y'all still alive? Because guess what? That little time that little time over there, that little time that we were just over there, that had just now we're over here on going on 4 hours, has gotten me up to 2,000 hours of watch time. We are halfway there. We are halfway there, guys. We are halfway there now.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think that's working out for you doing that, you know?
Yeah. And I told Danielle that to do the same thing. And
I'll tell you what, Johnny, I was over there listening, man. That shit's interesting to me. I really enjoyed that reading. And then, you know, with her being all nervous or whatnot, I thought she did a fucking fantastic job. I'm not gonna lie.
She did. She did a hell of a job. And
Right.
you know what? And I'm sorry, I told her that you wanted your birth chart.
No, I did. I actually told her in the chat I'm going to email her because I really do. And I think she'd be smart to do those type of things, you know. If you'd put in your Cash App or whatever, and then you can come up and get a reading, you know, even if you don't want to show your face, you can give her the information and she can do your birth chart reading or whatever it's called. I think it's a good business too. And find your little niche if you don't want to cover, you know, true crime or with her starting her show. I think that would be a good idea because I would listen. I really would because that shit interests me, you know. Because I know nothing about it, and like I was lost that whole time when she was good, because she was getting like deep into it, like the moons and the sun's rising and all of that, and the planets in different spots. I don't understand all that shit, but maybe you can explain to people if it was hitting the nail on the head, or was she right on, or was she kind of on, and be honest about it. You know what I mean? Don't lie to people. Was she on, or did you really feel like she was explaining you, I should say?
She was explaining me right to the T.
Right. Because I believe in that stuff. I think a lot of that stuff, you know, even though it's kind of generalized, that I think it really, whoever does all that really do.
Hello, you're on live. Go ahead.
Hey,
yeah. Hey, how you doing, Equalizer?
I'm doing good, man. Hey, sorry I fell asleep.
Hey, it's okay. You're great, man. I already sent you the email.
Okay, sweet. I'll be on in a few.
Okay, thank you.
All right, buddy.
All right. Go ahead, King. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. And anytime anybody wants to call in the middle of why any of us are talking, John, I encourage anybody to call because Nancy said she was going to call and she was in her car to call and she ended up not doing it because the conversation was real intense. But I say anytime anybody wants to call, don't feel scared. Or like I said, none of us are judgmental. You know,
Absolutely.
People kind of see it, you know what I mean? Right. We don't have a problem who it is. You know, if somebody wants to call in and speak their peace of mind, go ahead. That's what I say anyway.
I just sent a Cash App to Daniela.
Nice. I didn't know she had a Cash App, but she really should do that or think about it at least. You know, if she's trying to find her little niche in the YouTube market, because I think there's a lot of people interested in that, and not just women either. Like I'm a dude, and you wouldn't think I would give two shits about that type of stuff, but I really thought it was interesting to like hear about it and see whether it really does, you know, sound like the person that you are coming from just your signs and all that. I didn't realize it got so much deeper. You know, I knew you have like your astrology signs and you know, like the Capricorns and the Libras and all that shit, but I don't know the first thing about any of that, what it means. I know about the sign, but I have no clue that it went that deep, like to where it could damn near define how a person is in their life. That's crazy to me to think that they can do that.
Right. And I just wanted to explain this to the chat room. You guys probably already know. On Tuesday night, I'll be on at 5:00 Pacific time, and that will be 7:00 on the East Coast side, right, King Samoan?
Say that again. What time?
I'm coming on at 5:00 on Tuesday. On the West Coast time. So what time would that be on the East Coast?
I think they're 3 hours ahead of Pacific time, I believe. Somebody in the chat might be able to know because I'm not familiar with East Coast time.
Oh, okay. So
but
it'll be 8:00.
Sure 3. Yeah. So if it's 5 here, then it would be, I believe, yeah.
It'll be 8:00
there. Yeah.
And then when Mr. X comes on, it'll be 6:05 and then it'll be 9:00 his time. And then when Jim Terry comes on at 7 on the West Coast, it'll be 10:05 on the East Coast. Yep. So tomorrow,
hi to you, Johnny, by the way, and everyone.
Hi, and tomorrow I'm gonna take the day off tomorrow. Remember we were discussing.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Are you still planning on taking tomorrow off for your day off and then go back on Tuesday?
Yeah, because I gotta go back Tuesday and then hit it hard for the rest of the week. And you know, there'll probably be on Tuesday night, there'll probably be an after show party. after an after show after Jim Terry goes off too.
Okay.
And so
might
that's
as well
where
get the hours, until you can get them. That's really the way to do it. Just grind it out.
Yeah. And I really appreciate you, King Samoan and Reuben Sanchez. You guys are really a good friends of mine, and I really, you are my brothers, and and you are my bigger brothers. I'm just a little guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you ain't no little guy, fool. Who you trying to lie to? We seen your ass cooking today, Johnny. We can tell you ain't no little guy. Come on now.
I'm a big dude, huh? No, I'm talking about not that kind of like little guy like that. I'm just talking about like you guys are like how can I put it?
Your homies?
Yeah, my homies. That
there you go.
You guys are more wise and shit like that. Y'all don't let no bullshit go besides y'all. You know what I mean?
Right.
Nah, don't cut yourself loose, man.
Right, you're right there with us, brother. You just don't realize it.
Sea Org says the boys are holding down the fort.
Yeah.
We try to. But we encourage women to come up too. You know what I mean? I don't mind talking to the chicks. Dana Nicole, she's funny as hell. I like that lady, man. I get her humor, so I think it's funny.
Yeah, she was really cool, huh?
Yeah, definitely. She's super funny. Even though she cracks jokes and she's being a smart ass all the time, but a lot of people miss it and think she's serious. You know what I mean? But if you listen to her, she'll tell you, don't take me serious ever, pretty much. And I don't, and I think it's hilarious.
Yeah, the Sea Org says it's 3:40 p.m. Monday morning or Monday afternoon already over there. Damn. I can't believe how it can work like that, man.
Yeah, I know it's a trip, huh? Thinking that they're already into Monday right now.
Yeah, President Bear over there. I heard that he was underneath. He was in his bunker right now, and they're thinking that he has a briefcase of what we're talking about. We can't say it on YouTube or it gets straight down. He's got a briefcase and he's already hiding in his bunker already. I hope that fool doesn't do nothing stupid, man. I really don't.
I agree,
man.
You get crazy. The world's getting crazy nowadays, Johnny.
Oh, you know what? Arkansas.
Sit up in the mountains and hide. That's what I like to do. That's why I do that. That's why I live in the fucking middle of nowhere. Because like I said, we can see people coming from miles on each direction, buddy. And don't think my neighbors don't watch. You know what I mean? Because like I said, those type of people, they're out there for a reason because they don't like to be bothered either. That or they're doing something that they want to grow some ganja and they don't want to be harassed by people in the city. So that's pretty much what Southern Oregon is. That's how it is. And all the neighbors look out for each other, even though some of them, they even got the Mexican cartels growing out there, believe it or not. A lot of people don't realize that the cartels actually have grow operations, illegal ones up in the mountains where they grow massive amounts. And the police don't go there. They just don't. A few years ago, they had to have the National Guard come in by helicopter and drop in on them because those guys will be at the top of the mountain with like 50 cal BMGs and shit, and they don't play. Like you'll hear every once in a while on the mountain, you'll hear like a 50 cal go off, boom, and hear the shot. And usually it's those guys because they have spotters up there. It gets crazy, man. People don't realize it really does happen like this too. They'll be up on the top of the mountain up there with binoculars watching down below during harvest and crop season. It's such a big business. Like I said, a lot of people survive on that income for the year. And unfortunately the cartels have come in and trying to dominate that market as well. But it's pretty crazy. It can get pretty crazy up in those mountains. Luckily, I'm not up in the mountains too much. I'm right at the base, so I don't have to go up there and deal with all those crazies because there's a bunch of crazies up there.
Yeah. Bunch of crazy people.
In Humboldt?
What about it?
You ever been up to Humboldt?
Oh yeah, I've been all over in the that Humboldt area. Not so much into Redding, but they do have it in Redding as well. But yeah, they consider that whole Emerald Triangle. It does go up into Southern Oregon right there, right around the tip of, I can't remember that town. I think it's Wairika or something's right there. I know Weed's right there as well. Right there on the California-Oregon border. So yeah, that whole area, that whole thing survives. People don't realize people come from all over the world to get cannabis in those states and transport it all across the world, not just the U.S. It goes all over the world, and it's big business for people. Like I said, I don't know. It's pretty interesting life. I'd say that. I don't mind it. Like I said, I don't mind it. For most part, people leave you alone.
CDC dogs, thank you very much for that nice little saying you got right there. Johnny Yarborough, your story has really touched my heart. It's similar to my daughter's story, and someday I would love to share it with you. I love you, and I love your panel. Good stuff. Well, thank you, CDC dogs. I really appreciate you also, and thank you for being there for me and support me. I really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. But yeah, that whole Humboldt area, like I was saying, that whole Murder Mountain show, I think it's on Netflix or Hulu or whatever, how people go missing. That's what we were kind of talking about before we went off air, is, that Murder Mountain thing, that doesn't happen just there. That happens all over, up and down the whole West Coast, from Washington on down to California. You know what I mean? It happens all the time. And that's what I was trying to say before Robbie went on his Chinese tangent, remember? Yeah, I was talking about how the trimmigrants come over, and that's what they call them, and they're coming from all over the world, Russia, Sweden. I've met people from all over the world, man, trimming weed, and a lot of them are from Chinese are coming in from Mexico, believe it or not. So they're coming in, getting smuggled up by the coyotes, and they're coming into California and then on up into the other states, and they're more or less forced to work in those fields, similar like what they did to the Mexican when they first come over. The coyotes force them into working. You got to pay so much money as your paycheck come in, you pay the coyote off. Because I dealt with so many guys that had to go send this money to Mexico because they had to pay the coyotes, or they come after their family in Mexico. So this guy's the Chinese started doing that same thing and started taking over the scene, and they've taken over all over California as well. All up and down the entire West Coast, the Chinese immigrants will come in illegally, and I don't know who owns it or who backs them. I would imagine another Chinese, maybe the Chinese mob, the triads or whatever they're called, because a lot of them are Chinese immigrants that came up illegally.
Chinese government.
You think so?
Hey, Reuben and King Samoan, guess who's in the chat room?
Who?
Danny L. Illuminati. She's back.
Oh, nice.
Hey.
You did Danny, thank you so much. You did a really good job. And I wouldn't be telling you that just because I'm telling you that. I'm telling you because I mean that, and I mean it from the bottom of my heart. What's your take on it, King Samoan?
Yeah, I thought that stuff's really interesting. She did a really good job. That's what I was asking you before is, do you think she was spot on with what she was saying? Because you could tell she was nervous. So, but
you know what? She was everything she was saying. She was on point, though. She was on point.
And that's what I was wondering, if she was on point with it.
And I'm not lying to none of you guys. I'm telling you, she was right on point, and I really appreciate it. It was a short show. It was a short stream, but we should one day go over there and support her so she can get her hours in too. She only needs 1,000 more to go, but them 1,000 hours can be a challenge there.
Yeah, well, if everybody supports her and, like turns her extra tablet or something on and stream her show and just stream the live streams that she has that are longer, the hours add up pretty quick if you just leave it in the background. They really do.
They just put it on her playlist or whatever and put the volume down and just let it play, and you play it while you're sleeping.
Yep. And that's why I was telling you, Johnny, to take all the lives that you've done and put them all in a playlist so somebody can just click on that and it'll play one right after another, back to back to back.
I haven't learned how to do that yet.
You'd have to do it on your YouTube app.
Yes, Robbie. It is the same link.
Yes, Robbie, it's the same link.
Right. But what I was getting to before, Johnny, sorry, unless you have something else, I was going to finish the Chinese story.
No, I was about to tell you to go ahead and tell your story.
Well, and what I was getting to is the Chinese ended up, they more or less infiltrated the whole West Coast with cannabis growing, both mainly the illegal market, meaning You know,
Right.
somebody just set up shop and instead of sticking to what they're supposed to be growing, you know, they'll grow 10,000 plants. You know, and I have a few good buddies who've been busted like that, and they don't get busted by the local police. No, a few years back, one of my really good buddies here in Oregon got busted with, you know, he had over 10,000 pounds of marijuana, over 500 pounds of dabs, whole bunch of stuff, and he was operating under a medical license, and he had a lot of people that he grew for, but who came after him was actually the other agencies. Yep, ATF came, DEA came, the tax people came, because that was the big thing, was the taxes. Because, you know,
Right.
Uncle Sam always wants their cut no matter what, whether you're working underground or above ground. Uncle Sam will find you, and they will always want their
They
money no
will.
matter what, you know.
My
But
grandpa used to work for the IRS, and
oh, he did.
yeah,
Yeah.
he always just say they're the only ones that like literally they can fucking take everything from you, and you won't ever
They did.
get it back.
Yeah, they seized everything he owned, everything, houses, all of it. The government seized it all, and it's all held up in court. So, you know,
Right.
he can't do anything until he goes through the court system. But unfortunately, he was a felon for something totally separate than drugs. The crazy part is, had nothing to do with drugs, nothing to do with violence even. And he became a felon in his younger 18, 19-year-old years, and it came back to bite him in his ass after that, because they found a bunch of weapons in his house. And even though his wife wasn't a felon, they're still trying to charge him with those firearms because they were all in the same house as him. You know, they more or less are, they're just trying to get their money. And that's actually how it started, was the IRS was investigating him. And then everybody else, all the other agencies, you know, got their eyes on him because they realized this guy's, you know, he's really bringing in some money, and he's really doing something. And he was absolutely was, you know, I wouldn't say he's large scale, but he was small, medium. You know what I mean? He knew what he was
What
doing.
he
But
shouldn't have done was get the license. If he
right.
wouldn't have got the license, then the IRS wouldn't have been on him.
Yeah, and that's absolutely well. And he skirted the law so long because of the medical side. You know,
Right.
they don't usually fuck with people with the medical side of marijuana in Oregon anyway. And he skirted it so long. You know, one of his neighbors was the sheriff, to be in fact. So, like I said, it wasn't local law enforcement. They didn't care. And, you know, it came out in court who actually told on him. Who actually told on him was the other dispensary owners in the town. The dispensaries were the ones that actually turned them in, because they had patients coming in there saying that their prices were way high compared to this guy. And though he was a medical, you know, he was a medical provider, so they were able to go to him legally as well. So they would always go into these dispensaries and complain, saying that their prices were, you know, double what they could get it for at this medical place. Because in Oregon, they allow you to have medical lounges where they're able to consume and
Right.
trade and stuff marijuana without the law getting involved in it. So and that's how he skirted it for so long. But eventually, because he got so big, you know, the government wanted their cut. And
Right,
they came
yeah.
for it. And they came for it.
Now, I think you can, like, you know, if people want to do this, you know what I mean? You can get your license and then grow,
Right.
you know, up to that point. If you're going to get bigger, just get the other license that allows you to grow that much more. You know what I
Well,
mean?
I'll tell you a story.
If you have a partner that has a license,
Right.
and then
Well, and I'll
so
tell
you
you a
have two
story
licenses.
about
Now
the
you're allowed to
licensing,
do this.
though, Reuben. I'll tell you why a lot of them don't do it. Is because of the money. You know, like the state of California, they made it, dude. You'd probably be in it a couple
Oh,
$1 million
shit, I'm not wearing my
before you'd
shit.
even get a license.
Hold on, let me
In
wear
the
my
state
shit.
of California, anyway. You know what I mean? And a lot of people don't have that capital to where they have a few $1 million sitting around to where they can. And it's not just the money; it's the time as well. You get a lot of these guys
Good.
that went
I'm
legit
good.
from
Thank
the
you,
black
Johnny.
market.
Thank you, Johnny. Good job,
And
Johnny.
they're sitting 2 or 3 years
Right,
in a
right.
building that has no plants growing, making no money, that they're paying massive amounts of money on these warehouses, because you have to have all that before you get a license, right? So that big warehouse could be sitting there for 2 years before they get a license, and they're paying on that. They're paying the bills for that whole place. So if you don't have massive capital, and that's why you saw so many big Fortune 500, big companies come in and swoop up on marijuana. They were smart. They knew exactly that they were going to push out the small people or the people who can't afford it. And the people they can't push out, they just offer them so much money, they just take over the whole scene. And that's unfortunate because it's became more about the money now versus the medicine.
I'm going to tweet this out.
Right.
Because I'm more about the medicine part. I don't give a shit about the money part. I was more about the medicine and the medicinal purposes of it and what it can treat and what it can help with different people's ailments. Because I was fascinated by one plant and how it can help so many people in so many different ways. It was never about the money for me ever. I don't give a shit about money. I never will and never have. It's just, I know it makes the world go round, but I don't care about it. That's not what I'm in it for. So I was more in it for the research and to see just how it can help people and how they've demonized it so bad to make it look so bad that once people do actually try it, like the old grandma. And speaking for fact, I actually had made a bunch of lotions that were made out of marijuana, and my Mormon family actually tried it on their bodies because I told them, you won't get high. It doesn't do any of that. It doesn't break the blood-brain barrier.
Right.
I believe it's called, for the skin. So you don't get high off of it. And so next thing you know, I had a bunch of LDS family members asking me for more of that lotion because it was helping with their arthritis, like their knees and their hips and shit. So it just went to show you a lot of people have a bad stigma on what it is, based on, previous years. And, the more people advocate for it and see what it can really do, because I've seen what it can really do in real life. I have so many testimonies of people of how it's helped them. And don't get me wrong, there is some negatives as well. But
I'd like to know.
Uh-huh.
I'd like to know what a piece of shit sports program BYU has going on right now. I don't know why BYU's football team hasn't won shit ever. Since I've been born, since 1986, they haven't won shit for shit.
That is true, Robbie.
That's what I want to know.
That is true. They haven't.
They haven't been getting enough Samoans from Tonga for Samoa.
That's true.
They got enough Tongans. They got enough Samoans. They ain't going to Hawaii. Everybody in Hawaii is like, fuck you. We're not moving to Utah. We like living in Hawaii. I'm like,
right. They don't want to leave Hawaii.
Fucking me too, bro. Me too. Fuck. That's what I want to know. Yeah.
Robbie, I wanted to ask you about your process.
Robbie, Me Too movement and shit. What the fuck?
Well, that's what it is. It's Me Too. That's the actual Me Too. If you guys really want to know, that's what it is. So,
Robbie, let me ask you about the process serving. Do you have any crazy stories of like people going?
Yeah, I actually do. I actually have video. It's cool. Really too bad. Some of our founding fathers have shunned me so madly because I have some good video. I've just been a very busy individual in my life. I'm trying to scale my enterprise on a global level. I'm trying to utilize my internet entertainment talents the best way that I know how. I'm really doing everything that I can here. I'm trying to emulate some of the best leaders I've ever seen on the internet. Go ahead.
When you do that process serving, is it an hour charged by the hour thing, or do you do like Jim, like one flat rate and then until you find that person and serve them?
Right there, baby. That's a big
I've always wondered that.
Oh man, we're getting ready to blast off, man. You're getting ready to talk about some proprietary company internal stuff that I've been cooking up, like Steph Curry with the pot in the pan, and I'm over here, I'm cooking it up. Mr. X and Jim are like, where's my website? I'm like, I'm busy on some other shit. Yes, I'm getting ready to take some shit over. I'm trying to take some shit over, guys. I really am. I'm building my first ever application in the Android Studio. You could use a couple different things, Android Studio, or there's a Visual Studio Code thing. You can write it all in. Anyway, I'm getting in the weeds here. I finally figured out how I can utilize this college degree of mine with the information that I gained from the University of Phoenix team. I'm going to take all that information, the knowledge, the throughput. We're taking it right down to another tutorial, and I'm learning how to put together my very first application. Yes, it may look like shit when it gets done, when it gets published, but the fundamentals are going to be there, guys. And you know what? My fundamentals are fucking mind-blowing, because you know what I'm doing is I'm doing something nobody else has done yet. And I'm also doing something. The other thing that I'm doing is something somebody else is doing, but I'm going to do it better than them. So I'm like I'm going to try to be like the Thomas Edison of the motherfucking bitch. I'm like, okay, we'll just go ahead and do it better than you because you're retarded. How's that? How do you like them apples?
Don't you mean Nikola Tesla?
Ooh, that's what I meant. Yeah, that's what I meant. I mean, I flipped it. You flip. I flipped. I put the. Well, they both were really. They were backbiting the fuck out of each other, and I think Edison actually is the one with the quote. He does have a famous business. I don't even know what it is. I have to go look it up. But it's something about, you know. I could steal your, like, you're not that original. I could steal your idea and do it better than you, and it'll still be my idea because I did it better than you. Just like Jim Terry TV. He's not doing anything. Look, guys, Jim took people's idea and he's doing it better than them. I'm with it. I want to emulate. This is the new world order, guys. This is what's going on. Look, Jim is not the Tesla. Like, look, Tesla is the guy who made YouTube. That's boring. That's shit. Jim doesn't want to be that guy. Jim's not that guy. Jim is the guy who makes us all think that he made YouTube. And we're like, well, he knows everything about YouTube because he's the fucking front page of it. So that's what we need to do as men, as leaders. We need to, project ourselves in that type of way and manner, similar to, and in my own argument here, Mr. Edison, if you will, right? Go out there, sell that electric chair, baby. Fry that fucker 2, 3, 4 times. It doesn't matter. Get your point across. It's a bad product because I said it is. And I'm Jim Terry TV.
Tell him, White Claw Robbie. Sea Org likes this. He likes you, Robbie. Sea Org does. He likes you.
I like Sea Org, dude. Me and Sea Org are on the same page. I'm gonna take me and Sea Org.
That guy's interesting, actually.
They're very.
I like Sea Org.
He's
you
really.
Can tell he's well traveled. At least I think he is.
I really like him as well.
But anyway, like we were talking about, hey Robbie, let me ask you a question. What do you think Robbie, what do you think about my channel? You
know what, Johnny?
I really want you to tell me the truth.
I'll give it to you. You've really surprised me. I went from kind of being engaged because Jim said we're doing it to actually being engaged because here I am up on your panel. And I really like what's going on. And I really believe in it. There's some things in the back channels that I'm trying to work on with Miss T and the guys. We'll see what they have to say about some of my ideas. I'm not really quite ready to like make it public. Some of the things that are already public only because when I was building it, like I had, like when you build certain things, they become public. But if nobody knows what they are, then it's not a big deal, you know? So I already sent some stuff over to them. Hopefully they'll let me know. But I'd really like to get us all to a point where we're working specifically for Jim, making content under his umbrella, and we're all working together, making content for the internet, and because we have something that people want to watch, not just you guys, me, you, Joni, everybody here has something, and Jim really brings that out in all of us. I think that it's important for us to all understand and realize that. I mean, in my opinion, it wasn't just the Dylan Rounds case. Jim came around on YouTube live streaming scene at the exact right time when YouTube was getting ready to start eating some lunch from some competitors. And he's really done some very smart things here. I'm really excited. I'm excited that he saw that it's going to be. In the beginning, I thought that him and Mr. X, just from the kind of how they put it out there, it was kind of like, this is kind of child's play. Like, you guys saw Mr. X's intros. They're professionals. Bomb. These guys know what the fuck they're doing. You know what I mean? Like, this is child's play to these guys. So, as it pertains to, just being on YouTube and stuff, I was kind of like just excited to see that he was sticking around. And then when there was kind of some of the back and forth controversy with some of the negative side effects, is once you start getting some followers on the internet, Johnny, which you're probably already experiencing, once you start getting some followers, you get a little bit of fucking steam under your sails. Then you get at least one hater, and that one hater is gonna be so fucking loud. He's gonna be so loud that he's gonna outvoice 100 of your followers, and it's up to you to not let that happen, because you still have 100 people off of that one person that hates you, that's still wanting to hear what it is that you have to say, that aren't like that at all. So you have to really be ready for that. And I think that you've done great. I think you've done great. My end of my answer is you've done great. I'm really proud of you. I'm proud to be a part of this group. I'm really excited to talk to you in the future about some of the stuff that I'm working on in the background. Which I am. Look, guys, this is something I do as a hobby. This is not something I do for money. If it makes me money, great. What I will do with the money that I make from being on the internet and streaming, I'm going to give to dogs. That's another reason why you guys want to help me blow up, is because I'm going to give it to dogs. I have a program. I have another project I'm trying to work on for making dogs a thing. And every shelter in the United States needs this thing that I'm trying to build. So we can talk about it later. But anyways,
hey Robin, since we're all talking, I want to play you something real quick. Okay,
please.
I don't think you've seen it yet, and I want to show it to you and tell me what you think about it. Okay?
Do I have to watch it? Can I watch it in here? Because I'm only watching it on StreamYard right now. Do I have to go to your stream?
You're gonna watch it. You're gonna watch it right here on mine. You're gonna watch it on mine right now.
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
I got your stream. I got your stream up over there, so it's okay. Go ahead, play it. Roll the tape. Roll it.
This is when the UK and not Ukraine was getting bombed and everything. And this is what happened to all the dogs. Okay, watch this.
Bro,
what do you think about that, Robbie?
I saw it before, and you know what? I will be honest. It kind of slipped my mind. But when you're working with a bunch of people that are all about kind of the similar mindset, like I know you like dogs. I know Jim likes dogs. I know that probably pretty much everybody likes dogs. It's kind of an easy one. But besides that, there's some people who don't fucking like dogs. Let's be honest.
Yeah, my mom hates dogs.
Yeah, but in that case, though, hey. I like people who like cats. I like people who don't like animals. I like everybody. The only people I don't like, and that's what I also like about Jim Terry TV, is that he's a counterpuncher. I'm a counterpuncher. He even had something nice to say about that toothless fucking, what's her name? Crime and Justice or whatever. Cry and Justice, whatever her name is. He even had something nice to say about her until she turned on him. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, man, in a world like this, like, who needs friends when you got enemies like that? You know what I mean? Fuck.
Very true.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me invite you, Equalizer.
Equalizer, what's up?
What's up, Equalizer?
I'm gonna go out and come back in. I can't hear you guys.
Okay. Well, it looks like the chat room is dropping. King Samoan and Reuben.
It's all right.
It's 40. There are 48 people now. And
let's talk about it. Let's roll. Let's talk about it. Look. Listen. Look. First and foremost, don't ever look at this point, Johnny. You just gotta go with it, bro. Like, don't look at it and be like, oh, I'm this or that. Look, it is. What time is it? It's almost 9:30 at night in California. People are going to bed, and if it's not this, you know what people are doing right now, especially our demographic. They're watching fucking Brian fucking whatever, the guy who killed the Idaho fort. They're watching shit like that. Yeah, there's a lot of I'd have to go look and see what's streaming right now, but I've made an attempt not to do that because I normally keep an eye on that, but I made the mistake to do that last week when Jim was streaming on Tuesday with the new intros and everything, and I noticed that Shack Lady was streaming, and I got in so much trouble. I just noticed that she was streaming. I didn't even fucking go in there. I clicked it and I backed out because it took too long to load or something, and I was like, fuck, I gotta go to the... Anyway. I'm like, because when Jim's streaming and I just barely walked in, like, fuck, like, I walked in from process serving. So let me get back to your process serving question. What was the process serving question?
I That's the ADD, Robbie. I was going to ask you. ADHD, sorry.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
No, you're good, Johnny.
I'm
No,
sorry.
I wanted to know if you ever had anybody pull any crazy shit on you, like a gun.
I had a guy.
No.
No weapons. I had a guy get on the hood of my car.
Oh, jeez.
It was an Asian man who was very concerned about my.
Did he like your car and was trying to hump it, or? Did he...
I'm sure that he did. I'm sure that he did. I mean, it is a very good-looking AMG level Mercedes Benz. So, I would want to fuck my car if I were a man who liked to fuck vehicles. That would be me. on top of it, no, he was mad because it was my third attempt, and like after about the third or fourth attempt, you're like not fucking around. You're like, okay, we get it. You're dodging me. Knock, knock, knock a little harder. Okay, you know, you're doing a little bit extra due diligence because this is gonna be the one that you send back to the court saying they're dodging service kind of thing. So,
right.
She has her husband answer the door, and he doesn't speak a lick of English, and he's like, "Oh, Baktoy, you get out of my yacht." And I'm like, No, I have a document. I'm showing him the paperwork, and I'm not doing the best Asian voice. I'm sorry. But I'm trying to do the accent, but you know he's yelling at me, and I'm trying to show him the paperwork from the court. I'm like, oh, from court document, and he's yelling at me, screaming at me, and I'm like, no, it's for your wife, her. I keep saying her, she, her, because she's standing right there behind him. And he's just going crazy, like yelling at me, "Get out of here!" basically, but in his own language, but like in a lot of words and a lot of.
Well, you fucked up by saying it was his wife. It was his sister.
I don't know. I was trying to say her, the woman in the house that's right there, the little kid that speaks English told me it was her yesterday. Okay, I know it's her because that little fucker over there who answered the door right now before you came over here to start yelling at me told me it's her. So, listen, mister, this is the court's paperwork, okay? I'm a third party. I'm trying to work my way throughout the American justice system here for you. For you. On your behalf. You're the other side of this case.
Let me ask you this.
You're the other side of this case.
What are your boundaries? Like, what are your boundaries? Like, what can you do and what can you not do? As far as
if it's a direct order, like let's say I'm Jim Terry and I'm getting somebody calling me off of Yelp. First and foremost, I charge about $125 to $150 a pop, just to get me out the door, bed door, same diff. And then that includes up to 3 diligent service attempts. I'll do one in the morning, I'll do one in the evening, and I'll do one on the weekend because that's what a good process server does.
Right.
But hopefully, if you're a smart businessman, you want to get it on the first attempt, and that's what I always do. rocketserve.io. Everybody, type it in on your web browser. We get it on the first attempt.
I think there's an echo or there's somebody.
That's Equalizer. He's probably on the road again.
Am I echoing?
It's just your background. It sounds like you're on the road again.
Sorry about that.
You're good.
I'm taking side streets. Hey, Robbie.
Yep.
You ever served a writ of habeas corpus?
That sounds rather I know what it is. Hold on. Fuck. Ooh. No, I served a writ of garnishment the other day to Apple headquarters.
Have you ever served a writ of execution?
No, wait.
Speaking of execution, the Governor Brown of Oregon, did you see she
unlawful detention or imprisonment? Of course, no, I've never served a writ of habeas corpus.
She took all those people off death row. The governor of Oregon, before she stopped. You know, there was a bunch of people that were on the death.
Is she Mormon?
No, hell no. She's about as far more. I think she's a lesbian even.
Sounds about something like a Mormon. Well, you know, kill her, take her lesbian card away.
She's gone.
Ma'am, you're on notice.
She did that right before she was done with office. She's done now.
Ma'am, you're on notice because you're signaling to all the criminals in Oregon they just need to be crazier. And we already have Idaho we're dealing
Robbie,
with.
They already signaled to all the criminals in Oregon. They decriminalized all the hard drugs.
Well, but then why are they all going to Idaho to commit all the hard crimes?
Because they probably stopped in Oregon on the way. Probably picked themselves
It's
up.
like on the way, like that guy from
Some hardcore
Pennsylvania stopped
drugs
in on Oregon first. Okay, that makes a lot of sense to me.
There's open
Holy
air drug
shit.
markets in every city in Oregon. So
You know what? You know what, Mr. Samoan? You're bringing up the illegalization argument about the drugs, right? And it's not the illegal. It's decriminalization is the verbiage.
right, that's what it is. Decriminalized.
Yes.
Correct.
So what? So what? The Democrats give the Republicans a little decriminalize here on drugs over there in Oregon or wherever the fuck that I don't even live.
That's the thing.
And then,
is
well,
they
hold on.
all
Let me finish my
regretted it.
statement. We
Okay.
traded off for a decriminalization of polygamy, which let Utah become a state in the first place. Utah was only allowed to become a state because they criminalized polygamy. It was a big fucking problem.
Right.
It was a big deal. It was a big fucking deal. Okay. So I'm just curious. So in some cases, when laws get reversed, like drugs, it's one thing. But then when molesting little girls gets reversed, it's different. Interesting. Huh. Weird. Huh.
Hey, Robbie.
Utah. Never knew. What?
Have you ever served volleyball?
I've served volleyball. Yes, sir.
I
Yes.
kind of picture you serving volleyballs like in Top Gun, where you're not wearing a shirt but just jeans with all your bros.
Yeah. I only played dead or alive beach volleyball, bro. Check me out.
Nice.
Yeah.
Did you do the process serving thing back when you were in Utah?
No. When I was in Utah, I only lived there till I was 18. I went to TVU.
Okay.
I graduated. I got the fuck out of there. They chased me here. My boyfriend chased me. My boyfriend that I'm with is from there. We're both from there. I actually don't have like that much hate, but like I have got like about this much hate. I've got a lot, maybe a lot bit high.
Well, it's because you're from Utah County, where everybody's an idiot.
That's right. See, that's what I've been saying. Well, you know what? Throw a
The rest of the state's all right.
You know, I'm from Springville. I grew up in Springville, so it's extra demented. We're extra demented now. If you know from what I'm talking about, yeah. So, anyway. Oh man, where are you from? Whereabouts in Utah County are you from?
I'm not. I've been in Salt Lake my whole life.
Oh, okay. So, see, and that's up there. It's normal. Are you a millennial like myself? I graduated. In
No, I'm a little older than you are.
Oh, okay. I graduated in 2004, so you're a little bit older than I am. So you would have been one of the guys on the gay Yahoo website for the BYU return missionaries trying to hit me up after they got
That's
over
right.
their mission.
I was. They called me Elder Nate.
Elder
Nate.
That's,
there you go. That's Equalizer's
right.
new name right there, Elder Nate.
Geez, you know, how many Elder Nates have I been with? Let's see, counted on one hand.
Probably all of them.
Hey, Equalizer,
Jab,
your
okay.
cut, your hey, Equalizer, your background's coming in pretty hard.
You know what? I'm gonna hit mute. I'll be where I'm going in 7 minutes.
Okay. I'll
I'll be back in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere, Robbie. I've got a million questions for you.
I bet he does.
Got a billion answers.
He's gonna bring ADHD.
I'm sorry,
Robbie
Equalizer.
Fullest.
I got a billion answers for you. All of them. Hillary, too. I like Hillary. I'm a Hillary fan. I know Jim hates Hillary. I know Mr. X hates Hillary. Look, can we just call her Can we just cut to the chase and start calling her Killary? I like a boss bitch.
Right?
Okay? Can we just fucking just stop with the bullshit and start calling her Killary? You know, like cut to the chase already. You know, I like a little bit of fucking
Preach.
killer.
Preach.
I know. I mean, God, maybe the Clintons did. They left the White House with a surplus. Jim Terry, you're allowed to call in. Jim Terry, you're allowed to call in. The Clintons left the White House with a surplus. Jim Terry's allowed to call in and comment on that right away.
Jim's probably still watching. Football might be over now, huh?
Oh, I just pressed some buttons right now. If it's not going to be him, it's
I'm
going
sure
to
there's
be Mr. X.
something he's probably watching.
You said the Clintons left a surplus?
Yeah, that's what they did. Isn't that
Where do you think
weird?
took it?
Oh, I think, well, the weapons of mass destruction that we still don't know where. That's a silly question to ask. Do you know who's responsible for that? Who I missed dearly? Or I thought I did. I actually like Trump. This is a fun conversation, too. I actually really like Trump. Because he and I are a lot alike. We're bombastic. We say what the fuck we want with our mouth. It costs us a lot with our ass. You know, and you know, sometimes those are the breaks in life, you know? And it's better to live that way than to just be so fucking careful about every fucking thing that you fucking say all the fucking time. You know, I don't know. Maybe it is. Maybe it isn't. I'm the one who's fucking living my life being me, I guess.
Nothing wrong with that. What else can you do besides live your life being you, right?
I need more money, damn it. That's what I need more money. So maybe I'm doing it wrong.
Is that why you moved to Northern California in the area you are, so you can live to
No.
be the way you want to be?
No, I moved. Oh, so that I could be gay and be liberal and whatever.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. And
I figured.
by the way, I'm super like Republican. Like I believe in a lot of Republican like ideologies and everything. I think the thing that's gotten fucked up about Democrats is a lot of us are middle of the roaders, really. Well, not a lot of us. Us older millennial ones are. We're like, well, fuck, you got to work hard, you got to pay your taxes, you got to do a good job, you got to contribute to society. All of these things make sense, and we kind of have it figured out. But then you get down to the younger ranks of us. No offense to any of you older men on the panel, your fucking kids that are teenagers. Okay, so for you, some of you guys are my age that fucking got too wild and had fucking kids when they were fucking 16, 17, 18 years old. You fucking assholes have these fucking idiot kids that don't give a fuck about what's going on. And I hate to be the old man. I'm not the old man. I was just taught how to have a work ethic.
Johnny.
Yeah.
Mr. X said to email him a link, I guess, in the chat.
That's what I'm doing right now.
God, they're so fucking lazy.
Robbie,
you guys ever try to open up an AT&T store on a Sunday morning? What?
Robbie.
No. But is that who you worked for?
Well, if you've stood in line in front of one, I bet. Go ahead, yeah.
Hey, do you really think that you couldn't be yourself somewhere else?
Not in Utah. No, sir. I had to
I'll
get out.
agree with him on that, Reuben. Not in Utah.
I had to leave.
Not being the way he is right there, he would be an outcast big time.
Yep.
No, you know,
I was already an outcast. Yeah.
None of your neighbors would talk to you. They pretty much shun you. You're shunned out. Not so much like where Equalizer is in Salt Lake, the main area of Salt Lake. They're way more liberal.
It's normal open. There. Yeah, it's more like
go,
Northern
Mr. X. I
California
sent you
there.
the link, buddy.
Right. Yeah, it's a lot more normal in his part versus where Robbie is. Robbie would have been an outcast with him being gay and having.
So what would that have done?
Thank you for understanding, by the way.
What would that have meant, though? If you're an outcast, you're just.
Well, you get picked on mercilessly. You get. I mean, which wasn't that bad. Like I'm
you
a pretty tough guy. And I've got a good personality, and like I'm pretty cute. But you know, like I mean, like let's be honest. Like you get like it's being like nobody chooses to be gay. First of all, that sounds ridiculous. So it was really just tough. And then like I got dragged out of the closet during my senior year by some chicks on my ballroom dance team. I was on the advanced ballroom dance team at Tentview. My girlfriend, my beard, if you will, fucking she had told some of her friends, who were both on the same advanced team as us, and like, you know, towards kind of the end of the year, I didn't have to go to school that much because I'd already basically graduated. Like I only had to go like maybe 2 classes, and the only reason I was doing it is because I wanted to be on dance. Anyways, so but she told on me. And because, like, basically that's where I was all day. I was with my boyfriend, and I'd show up for, like, 6th and 7th period for dance. And so she told on me, and then I got dragged out of the closet, and then I really fucking dug in on them because I was, like, the only reason I was going to school at that point was for fucking ballroom, and I fucking got dragged out of the closet by some fucking Mormons. So that was just one of many. It was one of many wrongs on their part. We can go back to when I lived in Springville up on the hill. And we got invited, my family got invited to the barbecue, the neighborhood barbecue, right?
Robbie, before you tell the story, Robbie, explain to the people in the chat who aren't familiar with your area of Springville, what would you say the population of LDS or Mormon people in your community, in your neighborhood were?
99.9. I was the only non-Mormon.
There you go.
I was the one. But you know what I learned about that society being there. They depend on that. They depend on somebody being the not them. Because if everybody's like them, they can't just pick on somebody who's themselves. They have to pick on somebody who's not like them. So that's where I came in.
Right.
Yeah.
And those big communities, those communities like that, Reuben, they love to gossip, man. They'll say they don't, but man, they love to tell everybody's business.
And you know, it would have been easier. Like, let's just be honest. If I were some fucking loser, look, I'm 36 years old. You guys, I know I'm not like looking very cute right now. You can't see me really, but look, I don't even really take care of myself that well. But like, I'm just trying to say, if I were some like big fat loser kid, they wouldn't even looked at me. But it was extra hard because I wasn't And I was vocal. I was friendly. I was fun. I tried to make friends. It was really hard. I don't ever, my dad wants me to move home all the time. My grandparents, before they died, wanted me to move home all the time. I will never go back. I think there could be, and look, I'm not a hateful person. I tried to get over it. When I left, I got over it. I was like, look, fucking, you guys want to be fucking polygamous and you guys want to be pilgrims and do whatever the fuck with the fucking Sacagaweas and the teepees and the fucking you fake about Jesus and lie about Jesus all the time and how he lived with Sacagawea and all this shit and after he died. Because you guys remember Easter, that story from the Bible? Oh yeah, the Mormons believe after he died on Easter, he came to live with Sacagawea in northern United States. That's what they believe. So yeah. So anyways, yeah, I'm like, I got over it and I left it. And then they came here, they followed me here and they took my rights away as an American citizen. So I'm like, well, doesn't somebody need to go on a wagon wheel train across the desert back to Missouri? I think there's a fucking couple million of them that do.
How did they take your rights away?
Well, it's called Proposition 8. The gays were allowed to get married in California. And the Mormon political arm of the Republican, the RNC, that arm, that's why I'm not a Republican, by the way. I'd be a Republican. And that's why I like Trump too, by the way. He's going to rip that arm out. He's going to rip that arm. He's going to break it over his fucking knee and throw it to the fucking wolves. That's what happens to the Mormon, that arm of the Republican regime. But anyway, yeah, and I'm excited about that. And I don't feel like it's fully happened yet. We haven't really seen it finally happen yet because the Democrats are so strong. Because people like me being on their team. But, like, listen. Like, look, listen.
You listen.
No, you listen. Where was I? Anyway.
I'm just trying to make a joke, bro. That's all.
No, yeah, it's fine. I'll shut up.
No, you're good. I'm listening.
No, you're good. You're good, bro.
Yeah. No, I'm listening to it.
If you wanted to get married, like
the Prop 8. Well, they took okay, so this is how they took the rights away. Sorry, I didn't connect the dots. Okay, guys, listen. The Mormon church is like a big apparatus. This is where the Scientologists can talk to me. Me and the Scientologists can like work together. Like I'm AT&T and they're the U.S. government, right? I'm like
Robbie.
I see him.
Let's condense that and focus on the question. If you wanted to get married, what how did
they took my rights away because they sent all their members to the polls. There was a proposition called Proposition 8. They sent all their members to the poll, millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars. There's a documentary on Netflix about it called The Mormon Proposition. You can go watch it if you want. You'll learn all about it. They took my rights away and I got bamboozled because you know what? I was too busy getting it in my
Johnny,
ass
don't be getting excited
instead
there,
of paying attention to my American rights that the Mormons were very busy taking away from me.
Let's welcome Mr. X. Mr. X, welcome to the panel.
Welcome to the panel.
X.
First of all, let's clear some things up. Right. Number one, I voted for Gary Johnson. I never voted for Trump, and I never voted for Hillary. That's number one. Number two, I know Jim very well, and I don't believe that he's ever voted for anybody ever. So although he might say, "Hey, Trump, I like him,"
way too much work. Okay, I feel you.
I don't think he's ever registered or voted for anybody that I'm aware of.
That's hot. Him and Tyler getting along great.
I've never voted in my life, not one time.
So, and in fact, I'm going to even share a secret. You know how I kept saying Prop 27?
Yeah, I like Prop 27. I wish it would have passed.
I'm not registered to vote in California. I just got my fucking ID. I wanted to see it pass, but I'm not even registered to vote here.
I tried my hardest. I like to get behind grassroots.
Hey, Mr. X, I voted for Prop 27. They
where it passed?
They still said no.
Yeah, I know.
I looked at a heat map. You know where it passed, Mr. X?
Where's that?
Everywhere directly where the casinos are around, like Jackson Rancheria up here.
Sure.
It was all everywhere around where the casinos are, it passed, but everywhere else it got fucking bamboozled.
So yeah, you're always assuming that Jim is this or Jim is that. I think Jim just liked Trump because he's just spoke his mind. I don't think. I mean, if you were to go down the list of things that you ask somebody, like, are you pro-choice, pro-life, are you religious?
It's not fair to put him in that box. I hear you.
Yeah, he's not that kind of guy.
I'm put in the liberal box all the time. But if you really want to talk about it, I have a lot of things that I agree with a lot of the more of the conservative folks on. So, you know, if you really want to get into brass tacks, I think there's a lot of things like me and you, Mr. X, or me and Jim could even get into, but there's too many of these pundits and idiots on social media just fucking conflagrating everything, right? And so nobody really knows what to think.
Well, Jim would also be like this if you. I mean, I've asked him, so hey, what do you think about gay marriage? And he's like, well, I mean, I'd like to be able to make fun of it, but I really don't give a fuck. I don't think Jim cares. You know what I mean? Like he wouldn't care, but he'd want to reserve the right to make a joke. You know what I mean?
So I told Jim he'd have to be in a gay marriage in order to make fun of one. So
right, I mean, but you know, just he joked about everything, but that's just not. I mean, unless something's changed in the last 5 or 10 years, but I don't see Jim with a Trump flag anywhere or putting a bumper sticker. You know, it's just like.
No, and you know what? I'm sorry if I made it seem something else, or maybe I cast that light. You guys do, no offense, have a more conservative tinge to you. Some of the comments, maybe I can't nail them down in my head right now, but some of the things I'm like, okay, they're kind of a little bit more conservative, which is fine. Like we just talked about, I really could give a fuck less. Like literally, we're Americans.
This is what I'm seeing. I mean, I live in California too. I live in a very liberal area.
Yes. Sir,
yeah.
You sure do.
I voted 3 times in my life, and you know how even keeled in. I voted 1 time in my life for a Republican, 1 time for a Democrat, and 1 time for a Libertarian. You can't be any more even. In the other times, I've never voted because I get bored. And I don't. Here's my attitude. This is what I say about Jesse Ventura and what he always says. If there's not a good choice, I don't vote. I'm not wasting my time. That's it. I don't vote to not have somebody in. Like, I'm going to vote for this guy so this guy doesn't win. I don't believe in that. It's a waste of time. There you go.
Yeah.
So yeah, in my answer to that, as I don't know if I'm still here. I'm here by myself, but
no, you're here.
I think what happens in YouTube is there are a lot of white women, upper middle class. We've spoke about this before. They have money. They have the ability to, they're either retired or not working, and they're in the central part of the United States.
They have a voice.
They have that voice. So I think that's gonna lean.
They've got
towards.
the super chat money. That's what you're talking about.
I think that could be it too. I just think that general crowd, the true crime that's female, more female than not, and all that kind of stuff. That's where it's gonna lean. Some of these people heard Jim from Tyler Feller.
Yeah, we're in a good place right now with this community, dude. We're in such a good place.
How many LGBTQ people has Jim had on his show? I mean, more so than any other one.
Johnny, he supports Johnny. Johnny's basically a Twitch level partner streamer. Johnny's stream is a full on conflagrated production. And I don't know if you saw my email, Mr. X, but
I don't know what that is.
Well, it's going to be something where you all can just put your own shit. So anyway.
Okay, we'll talk about that off air because I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure why some of the people are in there because we'll talk about that.
The one person I think we're going to use him for technical stuff. So, anyways, yes, I hear.
I'll talk to Jim about that. But okay, but yeah, anyway. So the point is this: like I've watched all these other shows, and I have never seen a litany of different people from, black, white, Hispanic, LGBTQ. It's like anybody who wants to come on. Anybody who wants to get shit talked can come on.
That's why that platform needs to exist, though. Is because you know what? There's too much tape, and god damn it, really, you can't talk about anybody. And it's like, look, even if we all wanted to start off the conversation, say we all agree we're gonna talk a bunch of shit in this conversation, we don't mean it. You can't, because the advertisers don't allow it, or the corporate entities, or whatever the fuck's involved. So I just am like, whoa, let's make our own thing,
Right, I understand. Well, the easiest thing to do is just to put it on a website, but I get you. But I'm not. I want to say hello to Marissa, by the way. I like Marissa. Not a big fan of Bellevue.
I'm with you on that.
So,
hey, Robbie.
Anyway.
Me neither.
Hi, Marissa.
Me neither.
Hey,
back to the politics, though. Back to the politics talk.
No politics.
Robbie, hold on. Equalizer.
That's it. That's all I wanted to clear up. I don't need to get into it too deeply, but.
Hey, Equalizer, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Why does it sound like you're moving a body around over there on the phone?
I'm not. I'm sitting here in the same. Let me go back out and go back in.
All right. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt him. I don't know if anybody else heard it, but maybe it was just me. But it sounded like you.
No, I heard it.
Something around, right?
Yeah, I heard a little something.
Okay.
Yes, Golden Eagle. Golden Eagle. I did make something to eat. I made the the pickle sandwich, and it turned out really good. I missed you, Mr. X. You didn't make it.
No, I didn't. I came back from that beach thing, got something to eat. Then I started watching. You remember that Dracula 2000 movie that came out in 2000? There's like 2 sequels to it. I started watching the third one and I fucking fell asleep. It was so horrible. Rutger Hauer was in it. What's that?
Eddie Murphy?
No, it was Dracula 2000, and there was 2 bad sequels to it. Anyways, so one of these ladies in these chats also said something about Wolf Creek, which is an Australian movie. So I went over to Netflix and I found it. There was 1 minute and 47 seconds of like pre-credit shit, like this production company, that production, before we got to the first shot. And then they were in West Australia because it's about, true crime and a murder and all that kind of stuff. It's kind of a slasher movie. Their accents were so thick, I couldn't understand I had the English subtitles and I got a fucking headache. I couldn't watch it. Their accents were so there must be different accents within Australia. It's a huge country, but that Western Australia is like mush mouth. I can't understand what the fuck they're saying. So I had to bail on that shit after about 10 minutes.
There's this like Republican guy that I follow on Twitter that was in the Dracula movie, I think. Isn't the one where they're like, never mind. No,
I mean, let's talk about the aspects of this. Let's just answer the question, yes or no. I mean, none of you guys have ever met Jim or in person, but let's just answer these questions. You guys answer. Does Jim go to church?
No.
I don't know.
He goes to the Church of Jim Terry TV.
Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, it depends because, Jim in himself is a character, so it's hard to know who the real Jim is or if he's more reserved, like if you had a normal conversation with him versus being on here entertaining people. So I think he might actually. Would Jim?
I'm saying that would Jim follow the rules of like a Church of a Latter-day Saints?
No,
do you think he would follow that?
No.
Fuck all their daughters.
No, not at all. I think Jim would be like me, follow maybe one of his family members
want him to,
so he can see the hot chicks and try and bang one. Because that's what I would do.
You can kind of, has Jim gone to church? Has Jim have a belief? Sure. But like, is he going to kiss a Cardinals ring? No.
Hell no.
Jim ain't kissing no ring. I think that's why we all like him.
Yeah, that's just so, like, you could kind of figure it out. I mean, he might have, he might say, God bless you. Or,
did I really come off like that or something? I mean,
what's that?
Did I really come off like he's like
No, I just think that, I'm the only one here that actually knows him, so I might as well just get it right.
Okay, sure, yeah, sure.
How's my audio now?
Perfect.
Oh, good. So,
Mr.
Robbie,
X, that's the way to do it. Sorry, Claire, real quick, just to get off on that same subject. Mr. X, that's what a lot of Jack Mormons do. They'll go to church just to look for pussy.
Yeah,
it happens all the time.
And it works.
Yeah, and
they do a thing called soaking.
There you go.
Oh, the girls don't even do that. The girls let you fully penetrate them. I don't know what you guys are on. I graduated in 2004. We were already doing full penetration by then. I don't know what you guys are on.
No, I'll tell you what. In high school, the girls wouldn't let you put it in the
we've evolved
front hole. They had They would reserve the back hole.
Yeah.
That way,
that was my dad's generation. Yeah,
it really did happen.
No, not ours.
Sue, to answer that question, I think I got some footage of Jim at my property before we did the dig. Well, you guys don't know what that is, but in probably 2018, 2019-ish, before the pandemic. She's asking when's the last time I saw Jim in person. I have not been to Florida since before 2019. 2019, November 2019 was the last time I was in Florida. When I went to Florida, Jim was not there. So the last time I saw Jim in person was when he was here.
Mr. Simone,
he came out here. Yeah.
Can I add this point?
Yeah.
And the men, the young Mormon men, like somebody brought up how the missionaries come back and they're so pent up and they're gay and all this stuff. Mm-hmm. Very true. It's not like they weren't before they went on their mission, by the way.
I don't know.
It's not like, by the way, in that culture, look, I'm from Springfield. It's not like in that culture, there's not a lot of gay fucking shit that happens. So, I don't know. Like, I mean, I don't know. I don't want to put the whole fucking community on blast, but there's a lot of gay shit that happened to me. So, I mean, these guys are like little fun
and let me
boys.
ask you, Rob, with you saying that, and maybe Equalizer, he can, he's been in Utah. I'm
in
sure he's
Utah,
met plenty of
yeah.
return
Jim's
missionaries.
backstage right now.
We're good.
Okay, there he is.
I wasn't molested by a Mormon.
Oh, well, let me ask you before
he
you
can
talk
answer for
about
himself.
it, do you think,
Jim Terry's here.
Right.
Welcome,
Well,
Jim. Welcome, Jim.
What's up, Jim?
Hello, everybody. Just to let everybody know, I went to type in my name down below, and I accidentally typed in my Cash App.
So that's because you like money and you're very smart and you're a business-minded man.
I don't know what happened. I must have hit the wrong keys and have the autocorrect. So
Jim,
James,
didn't you win like $5,000 yesterday?
fucking Cash App. There you go, guys. Thank you.
Jesus
you
Christ.
can never have enough money, Robbie. give me.
All this money goes to my religious beliefs. I send a lot of the money that I make on these shows to a
You're gonna help me with some dogs, Jim. You're gonna help me with some fucking dogs.
a man named
Jim,
Creflo.
since you are up here, since you are up here, do you have any religious beliefs?
I was raised Catholic. Sure, I don't follow everything the Catholic Church does, but yes, I mean I believe that there's 3 higher beings. There's God, Jesus, and myself.
You're right underneath Jesus. You're basically the Joseph Smith of your own world.
Yeah, I mean,
Pretty
listen.
much how that goes.
Yeah, I mean, somebody sits to the right hand of the Father. I just happen to sit at the left, but he's number 1 up there. I'm number 1 down here. I mean, that's how you have to look at it.
Oh, you're evil now. Oh, evil Jim. I've never perceived you as being evil, Jim. And I think that's what people get fucked up about you. I really do. I think people really get that wrong about you.
I do too.
You're not an evil man at all.
You couldn't be evil if you do missing persons cases.
You know what? I never throw the first stone. But I am operating right now as a Thetan level 8 in what is called the Church. Yes, so I am on level 8 in the Church of Scientology.
That's up there. That's nice.
Yeah, they might have to make new levels just because I exist, guys.
They're going to have to make you level 33 right away. I was talking to Sea Org, and I'm like, look, we're really doing a lot. We're doing L. Ron Hubbard's work. We really are. We're over here.
People that read
putting in the work.
I actually wrote some of the books in Dianetics.
I thought so. I thought I saw your name there at the end, at the chapter there on that 11.
In fact, David McCavitt
fired moments
Excuse
ago.
me, Mr.
Lovey Smith fired moments ago. Fucking Aaron Rodgers fucked me. That is all.
Oh.
Yeah,
I got that.
Except for Robbie, he likes to get like that.
Hey, Robbie.
I do like to get banged by football players at the NFL games here in Santa Clara County. I can or cannot be found.
Johnny,
at
don't
the
be getting
football
excited
arenas.
over there, and don't be going to search for Robbie, Johnny.
No, I'm not.
I'm just fucking with you.
I know.
Equalizer.
Hey,
Yes, sir.
So I was asking before Jim came on. I wanted to finish asking Robbie something about the gay thing, because you know how the Mormon missionaries. Yeah, about the missionaries, because the missionaries go out for 2 years with only men. They got to eat together, they live together,
And they do a lot of gay shit
together,
beforehand.
They do all that shit together. You don't think what you think it was you're born with it, but do you think some people, like a lot of the missionaries that come back, end up having some sort of gay shit go on during their mission time with other dudes?
Let's talk about it. You can be born gay.
I think there's something to that. I think if you have somebody that's a little bit gay, and then you send them away for 2 years to a dick and asshole buffet, I think that shit can happen.
Have you ever been in a frat? Have you ever been in a fraternity?
Dick and asshole, great.
Let's be honest.
Don't forget the glory holes.
Don't forget the glory holes.
Remember that guy Sean Bradley, the guy who was he played for, I think, the Mavericks. He was Mormon.
Big, white dude.
Yeah, I mean, and this is what I first kind of learned about the mission. This guy was NBA ready. He wasted 2 years of his career by doing that fucking mission.
Yeah,
he could have been in the NBA for 14 years instead of 12 or 11.
Isn't he paralyzed now?
He got hit on a bicycle. He was riding a bicycle.
I got Mr. X. I got a flip side.
Go ahead.
My brother-in-law, Tyler's older brother, FAA aircraft control operator. I wouldn't let that guy fucking guide me out of a fucking paper box. But you know what he does? He fucking guides airplanes around because he works for the FAA. That's what he does.
Yes, so you know what? You guys are right. On January 20th, 2021, he was struck from behind while riding a motorcycle or his bicycle near St. George, Utah, and had traumatic spinal cord injury. So now he's in wheelchair-friendly Dallas, Texas.
Wow.
He's a quadriplegic. I didn't even know that, Jim.
Maybe he should work for the FAA.
Paraplegic.
He probably has a job at the FAA too.
Bradley described his height as a hindrance to his recovery, as a quadriplegic at his height has no medical precedence. So, yeah, not good. I didn't even know that.
A lot of people get hit on bikes here. I don't know why that is.
They're bad bike riders.
That's probably what it is.
Are you talking about motorcycles or like bicycles?
No, bicycles.
Oh,
Mark
really?
Eaton, I think, was on a bike ride too, and he dropped over dead.
Well, they're
You know who
Mormons.
Mark
That's
Eaton is?
for sure.
Yeah, another center. He played for the Jazz. So he played 10 years, 93 to 94, 2004, 5-ish. Maybe 11 or 12 seasons. I mean, he always played. It's not like he ever had a season where, well, there was one season he only played 12 games. But he could have been playing with Philadelphia 2 years earlier than that.
Mr. Sports,
Was he
athletic
riding on the right side of the
men
road?
who know sports. Can we talk
I
some
don't really know
shit?
sports.
I want to talk some shit on the BYU sports program. I think it's
that's
warranted.
easy.
Well, hey, not only is it easy, it's well warranted. I think it needs to be rubbed into their faces because you know what? Ask some people who are from there, King Samoan, fucking, you know, anybody else who is from those parts. Ask them. They're so proud of those Cougars, those Coug nuts. Let's talk about the Coug nuts. How are they doing this season, Jim, in football?
Hey, Sean Bradley's wife is smoking fucking hot, man.
Is she a
She's
Mormon?
lovely.
Are they Mormon? Is that a BYU thing?
I don't know. I mean, his daughter's a little, but he started gaining weight. Yeah, he's in a wheelchair. Yeah, he was an avid bike rider. Yeah, he's on like one of them Christopher Reeves things.
Yeah, I see it. Wow.
Yeah, he's
You
like,
know,
wait, his mouth still works.
Did he get-
Elon Musk's
did he
middle
get
name
hit by
is
a
Reeves.
semi? Or just a regular car?
Oh man, look at this, man. This is fucking terrible.
Yeah, I'm looking at it too. This is bad.
Do you
Mr.
see?
X, why were you talking shit earlier on Tesla, dude? Come on, man.
On Tesla, I wasn't talking shit about Tesla. What I said earlier about Tesla was, I think it's too expensive. Most of the apartment complexes around here are from the 60s, so where the fuck are you going to plug it in? Every place around here, I think it's a great idea, especially if it helps you drive on the freeways. I think that's cool.
Smell like an iPhone user.
I do not have an iPhone. I think Apple's good to edit movies, but a lot of people are moving to Premiere. But anyway, the point is this. It just doesn't make any sense for the lack of driving that I do. And go drive to Vegas, and when you get to one of those gas stations, every single one of them are fucking filled up with those people who are charging their car. Yes.
Okay. And that sounds like a fucking nightmare.
It's a nightmare. You get your gas and get the fuck out. Just get a hybrid. It's not worth it. Not my scenario.
The hybrids. Like my friend has a Range Rover and you can plug it in and you can do the gas. You can do both.
For it all those years.
And you got these people, you got the people in California that are saying, "Oh, I care about the environment." No, they don't.
We'll do both.
They don't give a fuck.
Just do both. Like I think the hybrid thing is the way we should all go. Because my friend has one. I'm like, fuck, I should do that.
Here's what I do for the environment. I recycle cans because they give me money.
Jim, come back.
I recycle cans too, Mr. X. I got fucking bags of them. I didn't do that until I moved to Oregon, honestly. In Utah and Nevada, I didn't do any of that because they don't give you shit. But in Oregon, they give you 10 cents. So everybody pretty much does it because you pay
Jim's
that.
having
tax
sex
when
with
you buy
his
it
Mormon
from the
cheerleader
store.
girlfriend from BYU right now, so he had to leave.
Robbie, you hate the BYU, huh?
Hey, look, I gotta shit on a bad sports program when I see one.
This is how I look at it. And this is how it's done in Florida. If you did not go to college there, or you're not betting on it, then what does it matter? Did you graduate from BYU?
Fuck no.
Then what do you care?
Hey, look, are they an institution anybody wants to graduate from? Should they be an institution? They shouldn't even believe in science. They believe in putting your fucking head into a hat and calling it macaroni, Mr. X. I don't think I'd trust in their sports program. I don't think I'd trust in their scientific program. And I certainly wouldn't trust in their having sex program. Thank you very much.
I don't know anything about. I've never stepped foot in that state. I don't know, but I know
You
that they've
shouldn't.
had
I'm
historically
warning
a
you.
good football program.
I'm trying to warn you. I'm trying to warn you. Stay away for your own good.
I don't have any plans going there, so.
Right.
They
Well,
wouldn't
what about-
accept. They wouldn't accept you anyways. Ask
That's
Mr.
correct.
King
Don't they
Simone.
still have the film festivals there up there in Park City?
Sundance is there, but that's that's basically a paid advertisement. I mean, they say it's independent
Exactly.
films, but these people who are getting in are studio adjacent.
That's
so
how you stay relevant as a state.
Yeah, but didn't it used to be really independent filmmakers?
No, even when even my earliest films in the early
Robert
2000s.
Redford, the Mormon actors, fucking Sundance. Come on now, come on. Yeah, it's really.
It's
fucking
all
independent.
it's more corporate than you would think.
Okay. Is there any out there that are still independent where somebody like, an average person, not even your level, but like a low level, like say Johnny or I went out and made our own film? Is there anywhere in the country
Sure.
you'd be able to do that as an independent
Sure, yeah,
filmmaker?
absolutely. And here's the thing. I think there's even politics in Little League Baseball. So
Right.
if they get to know you, or you have a little bit of clout, or your film is bigger than the other films that they have in their film festival, this is the problem with film festivals. Robbie's gone. Good, we can talk now. Here's the problem. So yes, the answer to that question is yes. But you could go in there and they could have a small film festival somewhere North Shore in Louisiana, north of Lake Pontchartrain, and they're fucking screening it on a roll down screen versus Fright Fest or something that's at the Man's Chinese Theater. So I mean, what do you really want? So I mean, I've been a part of film festivals and done interviews for film festivals, which I know people are reposting. That's fine; they can do whatever they want. But the fact is, there are film festivals out there that are smaller, but those Sundance and all that, Toronto International, if you just made a film, a budgeted film, and you don't have anybody in it, and it's not some kind of serious subject, chances are you're not going to get into it. You're going to pay the $50 or $100 and you're going to get rejected.
Gotcha. So how do they go about picking what actually does it and what gets rejected? Is it like a panel of people who... Is it the people themselves? How would that work?
They have a festival programmer or programmers who kind of come in. Some festivals are only short film festivals. Some are, there's ones that are only about Las Vegas, or I'm sure there's a Samoan only film festival. There's LGBTQ film festivals. There's all kinds. So it depends what the film festival genre is. And then they have people who pick it, and it could be they're picking the best films. But here's the bottom line of this. I mean, this is the truth that nobody talks about film festivals. They are there to promote the festival, which means to get people there. So if you're a filmmaker, let's say from Utah, and you get into a festival in Massachusetts, or you have an opportunity to submit to one in Massachusetts, well, chances are you have a less likely chance of getting in because you're not going to travel there. None of your actors are going to come there. None of their friends or family. But if you have a fucking tribe of Samoan people that are going to come, and they're all going to buy a ticket, you probably got a better chance of getting in. You know what I mean? That's just how it is. Now, Sundance, it's different. It's more corporate, even though they don't. But, they don't say that. But, it's just, it kind of depends what it is.
Right. Okay.
And the level of the film festival. Tribeca and all that. They're all those same, the qualifying ones. If you come into a film festival and you got a big name or a big name director, to have the clout of that, let's just say, for example, for what it's worth, I got, because the movie The Whale with Brandon Fraser, I got Brandon Fraser in an independent movie of mine, and he's kind of coming back. Yeah, they take that. They probably, they would take that all in those mid or smaller levels. They take that all over the country because they could say, our main film has Brandon Fraser in it. Everybody knows who he is. So it just depends.
Gotcha. Oh, that's interesting.
But yeah, could you make a film and get into a film festival? What is it? The Marina Del Rey Film Festival? I don't know if there's such a thing, but if there is, probably, yeah.
Okay.
Especially if you knew the guys who were running it.
Right, and it's just based on the more or less the size of it or the level of event that they're putting on.
Correct, and if you could draw people to it, and
right.
See, I started being anti-film festival to the extent where, if you create a film, I think that it should be about your movie, not 100 other films. So you don't want to get boxed in where they're promoting an entire event and then you give away your premiere. I've said this many, many times that what you do is you stage a low-cost premiere, and maybe even a mini theatrical, which is called four-walling. When you put the movie in theaters yourself, you purchase all four walls. That's where that term comes from. Okay. So you're better off doing something like that than chasing film festivals around, because if they're not, you're paying to submit to every single one of these. Well, next thing you know, you spent a couple $1,000s. You could have had a theatrical run and dealt with somebody like a Lemley, which is one out here. It's a smaller chain out here, and put it in a bunch of theaters. Let's say it's like $800 for a Thursday night at 10 p.m. and earn some money, and then got some clout for distributors with for example, In Demand wants you to have 5 theaters. So that's why people do those small theatrical runs. So are you going to chase around junk film? Like if I won the Kansas City Film Festival, who the fuck cares?
Makes sense.
And I asked this to everybody. Who won Sundance last year?
Nobody knows.
Yeah,
I don't.
Exactly.
The other thing is, do you ever hear of anybody that's got, quite the career now that if you look into them, that they have something from a film festival? I mean, there's a few here and there that do little short films, but I don't really know of anybody.
Yeah, and you can move your way up the ladder or meet people. But what this is, it reminds me a lot of YouTube. It's nobody has any money. So everybody's looking at everybody else who's a filmmaker and saying, what do you have? I think my idea is better. So come and do my film or do my show and do my dream. But nobody really has anything. Now, the one person who has access to the money or access to the equipment or whatever, come and shoot my film. And that's why I've always just stayed all independent of that is, I've been able to go to investors on my own. I've been able to go to people on my own. You know what I mean? I've been able to procure my own equipment and try to, even to the point of getting my own locations and property and all that stuff. Right. So now I don't need them. It's like everybody's broke and it's a sinking ship. Everybody's got a sinking ship, and then they throw it all on a bigger sinking ship because nobody has anything. And I'm just like, I'm on my own little thing, my own vessel, and I'll make sure I make it on my own. That makes sense. That's how I do it. That's different than them. So that's what I've seen in most of those. But yeah, you can have. I met I don't want to say the name of the film, but I met somebody. I think a lot of these people are trust fund kids too. They come in, they make a film or two, they wrote something. Everybody tells them they're real intelligent, and then they're gone.
Right.
That makes sense.
A lot of people that are successful, that's how it started. A lot of times they didn't put in the time or the work themselves.
Right.
So how many films have we seen with I can name a few of them that you guys probably never heard of, where somebody got an inheritance and they had to make that one film and they made it and that was it. Now, one that comes to mind is a film you guys probably never heard of called Dark Real, which is an independent horror movie. Came out, I think, in 2010, shot on 35, looks really good. You bring in a film like that to film festivals that quote unquote shot on 35 millimeter looks like a quote unquote real movie back then when less people were shooting on digital, and it has a sound mix and professional sound design. It's not somebody doing it all themselves on a computer, which you can do it that way. But you go in with an actual production team and a real budget. Yeah, it's going to destroy every film. Couple known names, couple B movie stars, So then they get in there, then they disappear. Jim, what's going on? Maybe not Jim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if there is a Mormon film festival.
There probably is. There's big money in religion, so there probably is, because the Mormons make all their own movies and stuff.
They show a lot of Kirk Cameron films.
Yeah, Mr. X, I wanted to share something with you and Jim earlier, but Jim was on a little bit on earlier, but now I'm going to share it with both of you guys. I have 1,700 watch hours. I'm almost at 2,000 watch hour time.
Okay, there you go.
What happened on 2,000? Then you're monetized?
No, I still got to get 4,000, but I'll be halfway after tonight.
That's huge. That's big. When I got in it 6 months ago, it wasn't that many. I think you need 1,000 or something. But if when you get monetized, that'll be huge for you. But until then, you could do like Cash App, Venmos, PayPal's. For example, I have a Cash App right below my picture. James Perry PI is my Cash App. So if somebody wanted to know how it works, they could send it over, and I'll let them know if I got it. They could send a little message, MJ, Sea Org, Sue, Just Me. I seen Just Me was over on Salties today. Pretty fucking heavy.
A lot of those guys go on Salties. I think they like to follow you and him back and forth to listen to the shots fired,
Yeah, I'm sorry, not Just Me. I saw Just Me over on Bella V's show. So Bella V had she had 23 people, and about 15 of the people that were in the chat were absolute fucking losers.
And by the way, just to kind of answer that question from earlier, there is an LDS Film Festival. It's by a group. It's called, you can look it up, ldsfilmfest.com. This guy, he had some kind of experience working as the Film Commission for Utah, the Utah State Film Commission. Okay. So here's an example. Now, I want to get into that film festival. They just take my money because I'll never fucking get into it, regardless of how good the movie is. Number one, I'm not LDS, have nothing to do with Utah. There's a situation like that. That answers your question.
Yeah.
I'll bet those are some riveting movies that they put out there.
Who knows?
Probably a lot of feel-good stories that are completely unrealistic.
Right. Yeah, more than likely, because that's what they focus on.
Guilt and fear.
Yeah, that's true.
Here, third place, Bright Lights in the Desert, Latter-day Saints of Las Vegas, directed by Martin Leroy Anderson. I mean, that's what you're up against. Where our stuff, we're doing fucking explosions, having people, chop each other's heads off. It's a little bit more, over the top. So
there used to be a company here called Feature Films for Family. I don't know if they're still around or not, but they would take and make their own family-friendly movies, and they'd take other movies and edit them and then repackage them. And I think there was a big lawsuit. I might be mixing up a couple of different companies, but those didn't go anywhere.
Well, those Christian films, I'm sure there's LDS films, make money. There's no question. Look at the Kirk Cameron thing. Somebody mentioned it. What a smart move that guy made. He went in, did the library thing, got on the Fox News. The Fox News co-host also had a book with the same publishing firm. And next thing you know, he gets in had 13 to 1,400 people show up at a fucking library. And next thing you know, they're talking about his kid's book on Fox News. I mean, like Fox News or not, what a smart move. I'm sure he moved something.
What would be great is if Kirk Cameron showed up in drag and read the book.
That would be great. I don't think he needs to, though. But, I don't even know what his book's about. But everybody, heard about the situation. So, there you go.
Hey, what happened? There was some big storm that hit fucking Northern California. What happened out there?
I don't know. There was a lady who called in last night about it, and she said that she called Johnny last night and said, Johnny, did you hear about California? There's a big Cascadia, but nobody knew what the fuck she's talking about because we still don't know what a Cascadia is, but I don't know if Johnny ever found out what happened.
It was in Santa Cruz. The whole pier got fucking fucked up. More than one pier got fucked up. It was I think it was just a bad storm going through there that got hit pretty bad.
You know what I did hear though? Did you hear about the guy that tried to surf the 100-foot wave in Brazil? Ended up killing him.
You mean Portugal?
Was that where it was? Portugal?
Yeah. He got killed. Yep.
Story earlier, and it killed him. Yeah.
What's that?
The reason I brought it up because I saw Mr. X at the ocean earlier. And my family taught me how to surf. I don't know, probably 12, 13 years old. I had to learn how to surf because my dad was really big into surfing. He's pretty much surfed with all the Hawaiian greats that are out there. And it was a must for all of his children to learn how to surf and not be afraid of the water. So it just made me think of that when I saw the ocean there.
And just for those who don't know, who aren't from this area, Santa Cruz, from where I'm at in Playa Vista, is almost 350 miles. Vegas is 280. So that is further than Vegas. I never have gone up there, never had any interest in going up there. So, that's a completely different world. Vegas is closer than that. Much closer. Probably Mesquite is closer.
Is Santa Cruz still Northern California, though, Mr. X?
I guess Northern California. Yeah, it's right below San Francisco, but it's not like that Golden Triangle or what is it called? Not Golden Triangle, Green Triangle. I consider that Northern California where they're growing all the fucking weed.
Yeah.
That's Northern California. But I guess they're going to say, I had a buddy, Jim, and I'll tell you this story real quick, King Samoan. A buddy, the guy that I talked about from Yucca Valley, he would go up to Wairika a lot. You ever heard of that area?
Yeah.
Okay,
Absolutely.
so he'd go up there and he told me some fucking, this is before it got legalized, and was taking shit down the 5 and into, the Native American areas, what's that called? The Morongo area and all that kind of stuff, bringing stuff in. And man, these people are crazy up there. They didn't fuck around up there. Like they would kill you in a heartbeat. And he was traveling.
I think they have the Modoc up there as well. There's another area up in Northern California, the Modoc area for the natives.
So that's the area I would consider like a north. I guess San Francisco is too, but that's like kind of Northern California. You know what I mean?
Right. I consider pretty much anything from Sacramento, Bay Area on up is considered, I know
There you go.
like San Jose and some of those guys, or not San Jose. Yeah, San Jose and the one where the Diaz brothers are from. Where are those 2 boys from? That whole area. Stockton. There you go. You're right. So that whole thing's still considered North America, or Northern California.
Okay.
Yeah, whoever's coming in the chat room, I just want to let you know, thank you for coming in. On Tuesday, we're going to be seeing Mr. Johnny's going to come on at 5 o'clock. And then right after Johnny, Mr. X is going to come on. And then right after Mr. X is going to come on, Mr. Jim Terry is going to be coming on at 7:05 Pacific and 10:05 Eastern time.
Hey, Jim. Hey, Jim, are you still a big MMA fan? Do you still watch a lot of MMA?
Oh, yeah. I used to watch it a lot more than I do now, but I still get to watch some of the pay-per-views, definitely.
Right. I was just wondering.
What was you saying, Jim?
Just that tomorrow I will do probably an afternoon show sometime around lunch, so people can they can watch me eat lunch.
It's going to be Firehouse.
Yeah. I think what I'll do is I'll probably have lunch tomorrow and let people enjoy watching me. I mean,
What's your go-to sandwich at Firehouse? Are you a club on a sub type of guy?
I like the Italian sub, and I get the chili with it.
Do you eat spicy chili, Jim?
I can, but it's not spicy there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What do you think of Captain Deidel or Deedle's pepper sauce? What do you think about that?
I don't know what that is.
That's their house sauce, their little pepper sauce.
Is it called Captain Dingleberry sauce?
Deidel or Deedle or some shit.
I don't know. All I know is I heard when Johnny went to that glory hole, he was touching someone's Deedle.
That's like Robbie when he's like, everybody puts me in a liberal box. Well, that's because he puts things in his liberal box.
Robbie, let me tell you, Robbie confuses me because I think Robbie has an incredible potential on our show, but he's his own worst enemy. And I'd like him to come back on my show, but he's got to bring this boyfriend on, and we've got to figure out what this argument was about. Also, he's got to start wearing sleeves. He has the exact same arms as Kermit the Frog. There's not even an elbow.
Yeah, there's a fascinating story there, Jim. They're both from Utah. They both have kind of that background. There's obviously a fight over something. It might have to do with this world here. I mean, I want to know more about it.
I know what happened. I kind of heard a little Iggy. So I guess what happened is Robbie used up all the Astroglide.
Yeah.
And, his buddy was having over some friends.
Yeah.
And I guess what happened is, they both eat a lot of salads. And so Robbie ground up some of his dog treats. He usually feeds his dog Oreo, and he put it all over the salad, and he fed it to his fucking roommate.
Now, he told me he don't want to come on the show and discuss any of that. Well, he don't have to have the guy come on. He could come on.
Why not?
I think his guy's got to come on, man. If he's on,
I agree.
I heard it was a pink socking accident was the cause of everything.
Did you ever find out why Chanel didn't want her dog photo in the?
No, but I had so many people. Why. Oh, you do? Go ahead.
I think so. I think she might be a breeder, to be honest with you. I could be wrong, but what it looked like, because the way her setup is, you notice how it's all tiled and shit. A lot of breeders, that's how they keep their dogs, in separate areas.
She called me.
And the females.
She called me right after the show, and I didn't take the call. I kind of got annoyed. But no, Robbie, in order to get back into the good graces of the show and to get his wrench back, has to bring on the flam. He has to bring on his fogula.
I thought you were going to say flambe for a second.
Yeah, flambe. They need to come on and talk. Robbie, he doesn't have a choice. If he really loves you, he would. But I mean, we need to know what this was about.
You need to go to him, Robbie, and say, this is what makes me happy. I mean, if you're partners or whatever and you're in a relationship, you got to, tell him, hey, this is what makes me happy in my life. This is what I get acceptance from. I mean, he's got to understand that.
Yeah, I mean, really, our show is way more important than his relationship. I mean, that's how I look at it.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, what does that guy do for him? They don't even sleep in the same bed.
I wonder if he hides behind the camera or something. You think he's in the room, like, listening the whole time?
I don't know. I don't know anything about him. There's a lot of people out there. There's a major conspiracy theory that his boyfriend is Black Dove. I've heard that. I've heard that from more than one person. Yeah.
Yep, that's going around.
Johnny,
Gen Xers, not everybody could do that, but Gen X, you're not looking to come up here. You're not asking for a red Gen X. You're not coming on camera. I'm not beating you up because, you're a nice person, and every time I've dealt with you, it's always been nice. But, it's a different. Yeah, he doesn't have to, but if he wants to be in that world, then he needs to come up, or he could chat.
Jim, one thing that really made me a big listener and supporter of yours is the way you told everybody that you could have milked the shit out of Dylan Rounds in his name, but that wasn't you, and that you just moved on from it. You said what you had to say, and you moved on it and just kept creating more content. And that's really when I subscribed and became a member and keep contributing because of that type of shit right there. You know what I mean? You're not like those other. Yeah, you love the money, and it's a fucking
that case cost me more cases in money than it's made me. You know what I mean? I appreciate it. Yeah, no, I never tried to, string anybody along, even the Jed Hall family. It's what people want to believe as opposed to what the truth is. And that's why that, Rolling Stone article got stonewalled, because they were told a narrative by a group of people. And let's face it, there's only 5 to 6 people out there. Now the new thing, they're going to file a class action suit against me. Well,
do they understand how that class actions work?
What's so funny?
It's just that's hilarious because, first of all, I thought you were in Florida. You're not. I thought that they were talking to all these people in all these different places, and they were going to do criminal and federal. They were talking to the FBI. They're not. You're here. You're not there. You're not a PI. You're not this. So now we're going to come together. Here's what I'm going to tell you right now. Don't do it. And here's what I'm going to do, because I'm going to reveal a secret on this show, Jim. I've never told this to anybody. I got every one of Salty Pancakes shows recorded. And I'll drag that motherfucker into deep water real quick, because my pockets are a lot deeper than him, because I can prove that he's cost us in some ways. And I'm not going to get into it too deeply. Right. If you want to talk about loss of money and talk about lying about things, don't go there, because there could be one coming right back at you. You know what I mean? That family won't have any Christmas presents underneath the tree next year if they decide to go that route. Not really smart.
Here's the deal, too, guys, as far as he goes. And I looked this up a little bit. I got a buddy who's an attorney, and he calls me with this stuff. And he basically says, Jim, he goes, they have to have 24 people that you supposedly have burned and been in business deals with in order to file a class action lawsuit. Then they got to serve you. You can't serve somebody at a piece of property they don't own. You can't serve somebody at a P.O. box. You can't serve a relative. They would basically have to get me at a football game. I mean, that's basically the only way that they could do it legally. And even if they did, what are they going to sue me for? I made this comment on another show, and I'll make it here again. If I'm such a bad guy, and I've got somebody who might file a FOIA report in California, what Candace Howard needs to do is release all the documents of her son's disappearance. And when he was found by the police, release all his documentation of everything. I want to see the incident in the police reports. I want to see what they say, how he was found, what he said when he was found, why he didn't come home. I want to see the body cam footage of when the cops confronted her son, cracked out on drugs when he didn't want to come home. Because Candace Howard, and this is what an attorney and a detective said, so she didn't complain about your services until 2 days after her son was found? He said, well, yeah. He goes, why didn't she complain the entire time you were on the case? I said, that's a great point, sir.
Hold on. Hey, Jim, Chanel's on the phone, Jim.
Good.
Oh, put her on speaker.
Yeah, go ahead, Chanel. You're live.
Hey guys.
Can you guys hear her?
Hey.
Hey, Mr. X.
Hi.
Hey, King Samoy. Okay, as far as you trying to say that I'm a breeder, you full of shit. Just so you know, my dog is actually at doggy daycare. So for the record, don't assume that I'm a breeder because I'm not, and it's pretty.
Hey, nothing wrong with being a breeder though, because I breed my dogs. I am a breeder. I breed bullies, so there's nothing wrong with. I just thought that makes sense though. That she's at doggy daycare because I saw the tile.
I'm telling you, I'm not a breeder.
Okay. Fair enough.
Piss and vinegar.
Oh no, she's just I've been around black folk my whole life, so she's just straight to the point. There's nothing wrong with that. Right.
Because I want my dog a Astrology, you want to egg it on? That's pretty fucked up.
Well, when you don't answer a simple question, then what do you expect people to do?
Maybe I don't want to answer it to where everybody can hear. Have you thought about that?
What could it possibly be?
If you want to hear it that bad, you would have picked up the phone. So that's another thing. So if you wanted to hear, you would.
If you would have told me privately, I just would have told everybody publicly.
Exactly. That's why I'm not telling you. It makes sense now. But Mr. X knows what's up. It's all good, Jim.
Mr. X, you know why?
The only thing I think is she just didn't want it. I mean, I think that's she wanted to put her foot down. I don't know anything beyond that. I don't have any emails. I don't have any. I don't know.
He made up I didn't say the dog breeding thing. That wasn't me.
But I said that, and I apologize because like I said, I am a breeder. I do breed micro bullies and pocket bullies. So when I saw the tiling and it makes sense, it's at doggy daycare because they don't want shit and piss all over the floor. Nobody has carpet for a reason. When you
maybe they were somebody else's dogs. I mean, who knows? It could have been 100 things. I don't know.
Let's be real honest here. African American people do not take their dogs to fucking doggy daycare. They don't even take their kids to daycare. Number two, okay?
You're really gonna piss her off now.
I've got a lot of theories on this because this was a major thing. I was going to save it till Tuesday. So here are the reasons people have come in and think that because it's fascinating to us. Number one, that the dog breeding thing has been brought up, but she said that that's not the case. And I believe her. She's an honest person. Number two, that because of her divorced situation, maybe one of the dogs or some of the dogs technically are like her husband's and not hers. A lot of people have said that, those are her kids' dogs who stay at the husband's house, the ex-husband or something. That was a major... And if he found out that his dogs were on there, he might get mad. It might cause drama. That was another one that came up quite a bit. The other one is that she actually uses those dogs and raises them for meat and sells them in Chinatown.
Chinatown, Valley View, you talking about?
Yeah, Valley View. She takes those dogs down there. And I've even heard Chanel tell me that the more you torture the dog, the sweeter the meat is.
Yep.
No, there really is dog kidnappings, though. It probably happens.
Yeah.
Well, I know it happens a lot. I've had a few dogs stolen. I bought a $10,000 bulldog once, and it got stolen by the fucking Mexican guys that lived across the street over there, and then they just bounced out to Mexico. I never saw the dog again. So, and that was in my front yard in a gated fence. And 1 minute it was there, and next minute, you know, and then the neighbors had got it and they disappeared and never saw the dog again.
Well, first of all, you need to get your fucking head checked for that. I mean, you know,
$10,000 dog?
No, not
kid.
Hold on, not because it was a $10,000 dog, because he lives across the street from Mexicans.
Oh.
You know, $10,000 you think is a lot for a dog, but when you're in the bully game, there's some bullies with breeders that go over $100,000 for one dog.
Damn.
Yeah, they get serious when it comes to bulldogs. Like the dog in my picture, that's a $10,000 bulldog right there.
Wow.
A micro bully is what they're called. You know, they're not very tall. My dog's probably 11 inches off the ground.
Yeah.
But extremely built. You know, they're all muscle. So they get really bulky. The problem with it is they get so big in the chest they can't breathe. So my dog sounds like a pig all the time. You know, he's walking around snorting. He's not very active. He can't run for a long time. He'll get out of breath, and then he has to sit down and sound like he's snorting to death. So
wow, look at Eagle Eyes' cat. Look at that. That's awesome right there.
I got a question here about the Vegas and the Polynesian connection. There's a lot of people who come from Hawaii and Polynesian to Vegas, and they have a bunch of jerky places and oxtail soup and shit. What the fuck is the connection there?
In Las Vegas?
Yeah.
It's the weather. It's you know how Vegas doesn't get really that cold, but it does stay nice and warm most of the year. Most islanders, we like warm weather.
Okay.
So
it does get cold out there. I mean, it gets cold and windy.
It's between California and Utah. So most islanders, that's where you're going to find them. California, Nevada, Utah, Oregon, and they're starting to go up into more places like Washington and stuff, mainly because of military. But there's not, other than Florida, because it's warm as well, but you won't find many islanders outside of those states.
I'm seeing places like they're selling beef jerky, and there's something with the oxtail soup, which looks disgusting. You know, I don't fully understand it all.
Oxtail soup's a big thing for islanders.
I know. Do you remember we went with that one guy, and he was a Filipino guy, and I don't know if you were there or not. Maybe you weren't there. And he started eating oxtail soup, and he was like sipping it real loud. I was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Now this is a guy, and it was at the Fremont Street. He bet $10,000. I saw it in person. He bet $10,000. I think money line on the Pistons when they had Rasheed Wallace. It was like 10,000 to win like 2 money line. It was crazy. Because I remember when they were counting out the money back to him. This is when cell phones were first starting to get the video recording. The hundreds that they were counting out to him, the 12 grand or 13 grand or whatever, took like 3 minutes. I had a recording of it. I mean, it doesn't sound like a lot of money now, but just to see, I'd never seen that before. And so I got up there after this guy had bet, and after he was eating this oxtail soup all fucking loud in the Fremont Casino. And I said, well, let me put $100 on the Lakers or whatever it was, or $50 on the Lakers. He's like, yeah, did you see that guy in front of you? And I said, yeah. He goes, he got a call from the islands. That's why he hit big. And I was like, what the? No, I know that fucking guy. Nobody's calling him. He's a degenerate.
I'll tell you what, one of the secrets to the islands and how we get so big, you know what it is?
What's that?
Coconuts?
Mayonnaise.
Really?
I swear to God, between my sophomore and junior year, I got sent to live with my grandparents because of the gang stuff, right? And I had my grandparents lived that Samoan lifestyle. So when I got sent there, you're real heavy on a lot of rice, a lot of what they call taro, which is like a islander's potato, and mayonnaise. That's pretty much what we eat almost every single day. That's it. I gained 40 pounds in 2 months.
Damn. I mean, this guy, I mean, the Samoan versus the Filipino thing, like the Filipino guys where I was around more, they were eating rice with their fucking hand. Like a little cup. Right. It looked like a highlight thing of the way they were cupping their hand.
I was at a Hooters one time, and there was a guy with no fucking front teeth, like a hockey player, eating wings, and it made me fucking sick. And so he went to the bathroom with his young son, and I just happened to already be walking out, and he goes, "All right, Randy, you just go in there. Daddy will be right out here." And I was coming out, and we were kind of both in the hallway, like right in the hallway area. and he was talking to some waitress, and I fucking cut the lights on this kid.
I've done that so many times at Targets, at Walmart. Like some guy's in there just stinking up the place while I'm taking a piss, and I'm just annoyed. Yeah, I don't know what to do, and that's my get back. Yeah, cut the lights. I've been doing that for decades.
I know Mr. X will remember this. I was at a casino called the Orleans in Vegas.
Of course, yeah, it's off Tropicana, yeah.
There was an NBA conference finals or semifinals or finals. It was the Miami Heat when LeBron was there. This place was crowded, and I had all kind of money on it. And it was halftime. I go in to take a piss just as some concert lets out there at the Orleans Casino. This place is packed. And the only stall that was open was the handicap stall at the very end of this huge bathroom. So I go down there and I fucking take a piss. But as soon as I open the door, it looks like somebody shit from a helicopter on it. Like there was shit splattered on the seats, on the fucking. It looks like somebody just had a fucking blowout. And then like people had been using it despite that. So there was piss everywhere. Like somebody shit all over the toilet. Looked like they dumped spare ribs in there. And then other people for the next 2 hours pissed all over the place. No toilet paper. So I'm in there taking a piss just as the place is emptying out. This is a true story. And it was kind of dark in there a little bit, but I could hear the door shut and there was nobody left in there. So I finished peeing and I see these like halogen lights like through the crack of the door behind me. So I'm washing my hands in there because that stall had a sink. And I see that there's something glowing outside. It looked like a fucking spaceship. So I open up the stall and I come out. And there's some guy that looked like Kazoo from the Flintstones. You know that little fucking green alien that was in like the later episodes with the big head? And he's in one of these giant hover wheelchairs like Christopher Reeves had where you got to blow it to turn left to right. And I'm coming out of the bathroom just as he's right in front of the stall. And he looks at me and looks at the fucking bathroom with his big head. He had the same disease that Jim Kelly, the quarterback's son, had. Google Jim Kelly's son, and you'll know what he looked like. And he looks at me, and we're the only two in the bathroom. And I felt like saying, hey, listen, I didn't do this. It was like this when I came here. And he goes, why are you using the handicap stall? I said, well, the rest were filled. He goes, well, you're not supposed to use it. It's for people with chairs. And I was going to say something real snarky back to him. And I didn't. I says, well, I'm sorry. It was like this when I got here. You got to believe me. And as I'm walking by, he goes, whatever, fucking animal. So he goes into the stall. And it's his only option. I don't know if he was going to take a piss or whatever. So he goes into the stall, and I come out, and the casino is virtually dead now because the thing had emptied out.
Yeah.
So I said, you know what? Fuck this guy. And the bathroom was fucking huge. And I went in there, and I can hear him moving around in that far stall, and the door was shut. You know, he shut it and locked it. Those things are huge. And he's in the wheelchair. And he's doing whatever he does in a wheelchair, however he's taking a dump or whatever. He had to clean the toilet seat. I don't know what he was going to do, but it was the only stall he could get his wheelchair in, especially as big as this was. And it wasn't the kind with like the big wheels on the side. It had like a bunch of wheels like a fucking forklift would. Like it looked like he was okay.
He can go off-road, basically.
Yeah. So I go like this. I opened the door, and he was in there. And I cut the fucking lights. And all I hear is, hey, I'm in here. And as soon as I shut the door, you couldn't hear a fucking sound. It was like locking somebody in a fucking bank vault. And I just fucking walked out like Vince McMahon walked down the aisle.
Yeah.
So about a half hour goes by, and I'm in a restaurant. There was a TGI Fridays in there, and I was there. And I hear, here he comes. He fucking half hour later made it out of the bathroom. And he's with a group of people. And they go, Randy, where have you been? He goes, I don't know. There was a power outage. Yeah. So, so I've been cutting the lights off of people in bathrooms for years.
speaking of that, Jim, me and my brothers growing up, back then they didn't really have all that automatic light shit. So my older brother used to do this to me and my younger brothers all the time, where we'd all be, we'd all go on a trip somewhere and we'd go to the bathroom. And, there's like 4 or 5 of us in the car that need to go. So we all go in. And my oldest brothers, they would always turn the lights off. Or what they do is they get wet paper towels. And stalls, he'd throw it in on them, knowing that we were still in there taking a piss, so they'd think it's us. So he used to do that same shit.
Yeah, we did that in high school.
We did that in high school, and I did it to somebody, and I heard later on he didn't know who did it, and they asked him why he was so pissed, and he says because his mouth was open.
Oh.
Yeah, the other thing that was real popular for a while, Jim, was when people were walking down this long corridor in the school, you'd run up behind them and jump and push off their shoulders and try to jump them like a leapfrog, okay? But it turned into this thing, at least to the school that I went to, where if you did that to somebody, it was like the ultimate disrespect. It was like backhanding somebody. You know what I mean? If you could just catch them. Especially if you're a freshman, you're a smaller guy. If you could leapfrog a senior, like you were the man everybody was talking about. So shit like that gets out of hand sometimes. And then, of course, then it evolves into, throwing toilet paper at somebody. Somebody smacks somebody in a hallway. Then there's a brawl after school. But yeah, I know.
I was really hooked for years going to parties and pissing in people's mouthwash.
Yeah, Jim, I've told the story about going to parties before and, hey, well, we didn't do anything bad. I mean, like you might get your CDs taken, or somebody might call a 900 number at somebody's. You should tell the story about the 900-93 Duffy, or maybe I could tell that.
Go ahead.
There was a 900 number. There was a girl, Aileen is her name. I mean, she's never going to hear this, but so she had this party. Parents leave. Hey, I'm going to hold a party at my house. Of course, next thing you know, we're all over there. We're ordering the pay-per-views and this and that. So for a little while, I'm probably self-incriminating the Mr. X character here, but I carried a phone around with me that I just had a little phone and I could plug it into any wall anywhere I went. I did this everywhere, at churches, at doctor's offices, at parties. If it had a jack, I could plug in and make a call. Now, this is, guys back in the day, 900 numbers, they were like $100 a pop. So there was one that was, I think it was 1-900-93 Duffy, and it was sports betting information, like that Allentown guy. So you go, okay, you call them up and they'd say, okay, hey guys, here's what the pick is tonight. Just like that Allentown. It sound exactly like that guy. Okay, here's what you're going to do in Major League Baseball tonight. You're going to take the Twinkies in Major League Baseball tonight. Okay, and I'm like, what? Who the fuck are the Twinkies? So I went to Jim. I was like, yeah, hit up 93 Duffy. I don't know what the fucking guy said. You should call it. So then Jim calls it up and he's like, yeah, dude, I'm not sure. I'm not. Did he say Toronto? I said, oh, okay, I'm going to call it back. And I think that this is, nobody has a cell phone to look up to the Twinkies or the Twins, the Minnesota Twins. So next thing you know, 3 or 4 calls later, we finally get it right. Now, Jim, I think you should tell about when that parent shows up and there's a fucking phone bill and how you dealt with that.
So this girl passed out drunk at a fucking party and she had huge tits. And I figured out in high school that there was 2 ways to get people to come to a party. If you were throwing the party and you had a lot of alcohol, people would show up, whether you were a popular person or not. Or if a chick with huge tits threw the party, you're going to get lots of people. This chick threw a party and passed out, but she kind of threw it at somebody else's house. So a guy we know went through her purse and grabbed her Visa calling card. Remember back in the day, calling cards?
Yeah.
Some of you may not be old enough to remember this, but people had calling cards so that you could call long distance, and the long distance bill would get sent to you like a credit card. Or if you were at a payphone, you could just charge it on your card, and you could make long distance call from a payphone, or it wouldn't even cost you a quarter. Nobody had cell phones. This is like 90
dorm room or what? Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Dorm room. So the what they did was they took the card, and they wrote the numbers down on it, and the number on the back, and then put the card back in her purse and just passed around the piece of paper with that number on it, because you didn't need to swipe the card. You just need to punch in the card number and you could get free long distance.
Right.
So somebody that's on this panel.
No, not me, Jim. Come on.
said, well, if you start making calls on her calling card, everybody is going to know you're the one that took it. So what you need to do is pass it out to as many people as you can. What I didn't realize is it didn't generate for a month and a half. So the calling card bill came like every 3 months because nobody's really blowing up a calling card. So I go back to college and I give it to like fucking 10 guys on the football team. They give it to their girlfriends. I gave it to a buddy of mine who was stationed in Germany.
What is that guy's name? A black guy named Tyreka?
I had a buddy named Tyranda. He was in Seattle. I gave it to him. He gave it to his uncle, who was like a drill sergeant in the Philippines. So I come home for summer break, and it's been about 3 months. And I mean, everybody was using this calling card. Like, I was hearing from people, and I was like, hey, like, I would go to a payphone and didn't want to put a quarter in. I'd use this calling card. So yeah. I'm at my parents' house, and I'm probably after my sophomore year, freshman year, and I'm home for summer break, and there's a ring at the doorbell. And I go look out the window, and it's that girl whose card got stolen, her parents, and it looked like a phone book. So my mom goes and gets the door, and I'm hanging out in the kitchen. She goes, what do you mean my son stole the calling card? I don't know what you're talking about. And they go, there's calls here originating from Atlanta, and we already went next door to the house the party was at, but nobody's answering the phone. Well, the house next door at the party was in foreclosure. There was nobody living there anymore. So they came over there. They thought I stole the calling card. I did not. I used it. So I said, well, Mom, what did the guy say? She goes, they want to come back here tomorrow and have a meeting with me and your father. They said that the calling card and all the cards that are on there and all the entire bill was as big as a phone book because all these people had made calls on this girl's calling card. And at that point, the bill at that juncture was $17,000.
And there's another one coming.
and that was only the first month because they didn't catch it. There was already 45 days worth of calls still to come before they shut the card off. So she goes, I gotta call your dad. And I says, Mom, 10,000 people use that. Like, I saw a copy of it. Like, okay, so she calls my dad. My dad goes, you tell those fucking people they ever show up at our house again, I'm going to turn the hose on them. We don't want them. We're not fucking paying any bills. Tell your daughter not to be such a whore, and that won't happen. So my mom never called the people. My mom goes out for dinner, and 2 days later, the doorbell rings at 7:00 at night. And it's the father and the mother with all this paperwork, and they're dressed in suits. Like it was like they were going to a fucking hearing. So I just didn't open the door. So when they were driving away, I remember the father of the girl looked out his window, and I was in the front window, and he saw me. And as he saw me, I picked up a cordless phone and acted like I was pointing to him and called him. So they left a copy of all the fucking bills at the door. So once they drove off, I went out there and grabbed it and brought it in, and I started reading it. And there was like calls. One call was like 9 hours. And that call was like, there was calls on there that were originating from like Canada and Germany and Seattle. So I looked and I noticed that all the ones out of Atlanta, even my head football coach somehow had gotten the number and was using it to call recruits. Here's the best part. The girl spent all summer as a stripper and had to use her tip money to pay her parents back.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
You know, those 900 numbers, we used to call them too from anywhere we could. And me and my brother would actually, there was always, at the Mormon churches, there was always a hall phone right by the bishop's office.
Yep.
Yeah,
of course, during the meetings,
you could call anywhere too.
We would go call it. We'd call the sex lines, and then we would just let the phones stay
They
off the hook.
They had the Freddy Krueger one or the dial an insult, but I tell you what, that same girl, that Aileen girl, don't forget on the phone bill, she was like, a phone call to what is 93 Duffy? $100 phone call. I didn't even know. Now, don't forget that phone bill, the calling card is also connected to the home line too. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I dialed the 900 number, and got the pick. But to make sure I heard it right, I called it again, back to back. And he goes, I don't understand why anybody would call a $100 number. And then immediately call it again. What information was on there? And I just remember looking at Mr. X and I said, the twins. The twins are the twins.
Yeah, the Twinkies. So that would happen. You guys know. I mean, there was one church too. It was a Christian church. It had a basketball court with it was a carpet, a thin carpet court. It wasn't like a hardwood court. It was a thin carpet. Actually, it hurt my knee in that place, but probably some kind of fucking karma or something. But they had a phone out there, and everybody was dinging up 900 numbers and calling up their sports play. And that's what we talked about. That one guy on this links back to that original story that we talked about. That one guy that we knew that had some kind of autism before we even knew what autism was. We thought autism was like Rain Man. Then we didn't realize there was a bunch of different. But this guy was like super math. So he wasn't calling to bet. He was calling to figure out the analytics if all of them were right or not. Remember, you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, so he would call 10 numbers that were $50 to $100 a piece and then take the consensus.
Yeah, so he just got into it. He wasn't even really that deep into, he wasn't interested in sports, but he was interested in the numbers and the analytics of it. So, things got goofy there for a while. I should also mention one more story because somebody said in this, asked when was the last time I saw Jim, and it was probably 2018, but there was a time when I was out with Jim in Vegas when he was in Summerlin. We were talking about that not too long ago, and that guy's father killed somebody, okay? He committed a murder-suicide. Right? You know who I'm talking about, right, Jim?
Yes.
Okay, so he had a couple wives, and the father of this guy, he was kind of like the local father. Everybody liked this guy. He was always had his hands into something. He was going to start a plasma business. He gets in a divorce because he was having sex with hookers on boats and all this kind of stuff. So at that point, this guy commits a murder-suicide with like his fourth wife. But now the kid that we were friends with, the one who had the autism, who was our age, was like from the first marriage. Okay. He was, really Jim's age. I was probably better friends with him. So remember when they had a huge article about that incident in the newspaper, and I think it was 2006 and 2007, we both talked to the newspaper, and I had a huge story about how this guy impacted my life and was part of the reason why I started filmmaking to try to get a little press for myself. Do you remember this, Jim?
Yes.
And we did that from Summerlin, and we were even doing that kind of stuff. That links all back to that because all that stuff happened with that guy. And so, yeah, even in that horrible scenario, we were getting press to promote a film. Hey, so what do they say? Take some omelets to break some eggs or whatever it is. Hey, we turned it. But he was actually, he had, I think the father had some kind of autism too. He had something. You remember, I'll tell you one more thing about this guy, Steven. I mean, this might not be funny to anybody but Jim or I. I mean, it's obviously a murder-suicide isn't funny, but I remember vividly being on those cruise boats in Florida that would go out about 10 miles. And back then in the late 90s and early 2000s, you could bet on sports. And this kid hit the only royal flush I've ever seen in person playing Caribbean stud poker. He won $5,000. Do you remember this, Jim? Were you there?
Yes.
He won $5,000. So he comes back, and, the dad's a degenerate and, was always having problems, always having money problems. And that father who ended up doing that situation that we ended up getting press off of, he pissed like $5,000, 4,500 of that 5,000 away. I felt so bad for the guy that was our age because he was going to go buy like a newer car, not brand new, but a newer car. Only time I've ever seen a royal flush in person was with that. And I just like, wow. What a crazy number of years. Shit was more wide open in the 90s, Jim.
You're right. 100%.
I don't know if there's no punchline, but that's just a true story,
Hey, Mr. X and Jim, I just got a phone call from an 801 area code, and
That's Utah.
Yeah, it's Utah, and they hung up right away.
Well, what's the number? I'll call it.
Here, let me give it to you real quick.
Hold on, let me get my phone.
Oh, I can only guess who that is.
Right.
Hold on.
Maybe it's Robbie's boyfriend. Maybe it's Robbie's boyfriend calling in.
Might be.
Yeah.
Well, he's not from 801. Well, I guess they're originally from 801. But yeah, I mean, shenanigans like that everybody kind of got into.
Put it in the private chat.
Put it in the private chat? Okay.
Yeah, put it in the private chat.
Okay.
Yeah, because I mean, King Simone, I mean, you played football. I mean, I'm sure you were, I'm sure you looked into the sports, the sports gambling, and you're close to Vegas and Utah and all that stuff,
Yeah.
Where did you play?
Where did I play what, football?
Yeah, did you play college?
I actually blew my left shoulder out, I don't know, maybe 2 weeks before the season started, during Combine, actually. I was
where
really
were you
big into
playing
bench. It was I'm not going to say exactly, but it was in Nevada. I'll say that.
Is it a junior college or a 4-year?
No, junior. I
There was
started at junior college.
Real quick, what's that number, Sloth? You got it? Let me call it.
I put it in the private chat. Yeah, there you go.
I didn't even know that you played football, but you told me you're a big guy, and I know Samoans are good at football. I know it's a generalization, so I just guessed it, and I figured I know you spoke about it generally.
Rugby. I grew up playing rugby most of my life because
that's the second time they called me today, Jim. That's the second time.
Yeah, it's a spoof number. It doesn't when you call it, they don't pick up.
Okay.
So somebody's hiding their number or something.
Well, it's probably a front or something. Who knows? Or they want you to call it and they try to get your location. Or
Robbie says he hasn't had an 801 number in 20 years. So I didn't even know he's 20 years old. But yeah,
Mr. X, I'm watching a video about, and I've never heard of this, about the window trick in Vegas. Do you know about this? Where they do something at the hotels where I don't know, there's like a window, not a window scam, but it's a thing where they make it look like from the outside at the Mandalay Bay or Aladdin that their windows on the outside really aren't the windows on the inside. And I don't know I'm watching it. It's just beyond bizarre.
No, I never heard of this. I have heard that people go into these places and they have like a reverse eye hole thing where they can look into the room. I've heard about that in Vegas before, which is why you always want to cover that up. Or they just have those things that cover it up now. It's like a little steel thing. But,
I would stuff toilet paper in there. I got one for you real quick. I had a buddy who was a real fucking crook. I mean, this guy was bad news. He wasn't even a buddy. He was a guy I know through a football player. He wasn't even a friend of mine. But it was a buddy of mine's, like uncle or something. And he would go and get flyers made, like door hanging flyers. You know what I mean? Like they would have a pizza place on it. And he went and made a real professional looking pizza menu and made the prices real good. Large, double cheese, pepperoni, 3 toppings, $9. 12 rings, $6.99. I mean,
I've never heard this.
Listen to this shit. This is almost scary. And he made a bunch of these flyers. Then he paid a bunch of Mexicans in Orlando to go around to all the resort hotels near SeaWorld and Disney World. What is going on? What's that? No, okay.
That's the equalizer. He went on mute. Go ahead.
He paid a bunch of these people and their door hangers or whatever to go around to the hotels, the Best Westerns, the Holiday Inns, and the nicer hotels, walk the halls and slide the menus under the doors at around 4 to 5 o'clock at night when people were checking in. And he had about 5 or 6 people do this to some of the biggest hotels. Then he had a little office. And what people would do is they'd come in from, going to Disney or whatever. They'd see this menu under their door, figure it's at the hotel, even though it was slid under the door. And they would call and order and give their credit card numbers.
Oh.
So he was taking their credit card numbers and dinging them up. So you come home with your family and you're like, you want to go out to eat? The kids are tired. Here, we got a menu. We'll just order from Sal's Pizza. What do you want? Man, the prices are really good, especially on vacation. We'll order this. Okay, I need the number on the front and the back. So he was taking phone calls, and he was just in an office with a couple of other guys sitting around waiting for people to call with these door hangers that were total bullshit until the hotels found out there was no fucking Sal's Pizza in Orlando.
Wow, no, I never heard that. Jesus, that is scary because I've gotten those menus too before, and it could be the same kind of scam,
Yeah, and you got to be real careful. The other thing too is when you go into a hotel, always ask for 2 keys.
Why is that?
Because if you're a woman and you check into a hotel and you only need 1 key, they know you're alone.
Yep.
Good idea. Hey, Jim, with you growing up in Florida, were you a big Dolphins fan ever or no?
I was a giant Dan Marino fan, Dolphins fan. Now I was rooting for the Steelers to get in today. I wasn't. Oh, by the way, always bring one of those mirrors that dentists use for your teeth. You know, the ones you could put in your mouth.
Yeah.
Because if you're in a hotel that conjoins another room, you could stick it under and look.
Yep. That's true too.
Yeah, I was a Dolphins fan growing up. I'd say to about 1995.
Gotcha. I was a big Ricky Williams fan too.
Oh.
Ricky Williams in the Canadian League. I watched him more in the Canadian League than I did the NFL. There was always something a little weird about him to me. He was a little bit odd.
I think it was just because he smoked so much pot, honestly. He was odd, though, I agree. But he was a big,
He ended Mike Dick's career.
Yeah, it pretty much, they hated him for that, for being so
He was
open.
the first in a line of guys that was real good at football that didn't love football.
Right. True. Very true. You know who the what's his name? AB is another one like that, who's fucking phenomenal at the game, but just doesn't give a shit about it. As well as who else? Randy Moss was like that a lot as well. Another good one. Was fucking phenomenal at football. Just didn't give a shit about it though. You know, his heart. I think
speaking of Randy Moss, and I can tell you about the Marshall thing in that church, or the carpet church. The single, and Jim, you were there. The single best basketball player I've ever played with was at that church. I told you had the 900 numbers and yada yada. And this is in the probably 97, 98. Is Jason Williams, the white guy who was friends with Randy Moss, and they went to Marshall, then he went to Florida. This was his first year at Florida before he was ever known. Okay. He was kind of known, but he was that year we knew some guys who played for Florida. And I think that was the ending of when I was playing after I got injured, because I played college basketball. And I remember them vividly saying, "We're good. We're going to beat Kentucky." Do you remember that, Jim?
Yeah.
Take us. We're gonna beat Kentucky, and I put a little something on it because I had played with that guy before, and to this day, Jason Williams, the white guy, white chocolate or whatever you want to call him, is the best basketball player I've ever played with in person on a court in my life, and it was at that gym. Yep.
Jim,
made a little money off it too.
I want to ask Jim something totally off the subject about the whole Dylan Rounds thing. Do you think they'll ever find who did that, Jim? Like your personal opinion on it with being involved?
No.
Or do you think
who did it? They know who did it. Who did it or where the body is?
No, where the body is. I apologize, not who did it.
Not unless the person that did it admits to it. No.
Right. You think the person who did do it is behind bars or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I think there's other people that know more.
Right. And why don't you think they come out and talk about it? Do you think they're afraid of
because they're only going to do 6 to 8 months on federal gun charges with muzzle loaders, and then they'll be out.
Right.
I mean, why would you
even in the state of Utah, being a felon and a firearm, you're not going to serve more than a few years.
No, that guy will be out in the next 8 months, and as long as he keeps his mouth shut, they can't charge him.
Right.
Why would he say anything? Why would he say, "Okay, I put his body over here in the grain shed"? I mean, no, I don't think they're going to find that kid. I don't think he's anywhere in any of those mines. I don't think it was that. I don't think it was that easy. You got to understand the reason that I don't pay much attention to Lance and Stephanie and Ty Corbin. Well, God bless them for searching. Is they're not searching easy places. The guy that probably killed him and took his body either did it on horseback, or did it in a bulldozer, or he didn't go 150 yards down a mine shaft to dump a body. He couldn't climb up mountains. Whatever he did very easily. And he had dug a hole and put the kid in it and then covered it up, and we'll never know. I don't think he took him to because if you're going to go out there and look, either that, there's a lot of underground bunkers out there. If he was in any of those places, they would have found him already. But me and Ty Corbin, or me and you, or me and Johnny Sloth, or me and Mr. X looking around the desert for what might have been disturbed earth is not as interesting on YouTube as me and my wife and a couple of guys with long beards rappelling down a fucking mine shaft that looks like something out of Jurassic Park. So I think why those people are looking there, and it's possible he could be there because that makes the most sense, It's more for aesthetics than it is real. If Lance and Stephanie wanted it is impossible for them to go look for him without doing any interviews. They're doing it backwards. They're looking for somebody without doing any interviews. Lance and Stephanie should have went and interviewed some of the people in that town. The problem is you're going to find out the exact same thing I am. You know?
Kimber, you mean, right?
The reason why I asked that is because coming from a construction standpoint, I've done construction my whole life. I did go to college, like I said. My mom hated that I dropped out. After 2 years, I said, fuck, this isn't for me. I don't want to do it. I have ADD too bad. I couldn't focus in school. I hated fucking school when they made me do homework and all that bullshit. So from a construction standpoint, somebody like the guy that they, what's his name, that they're accusing of doing it, or say like a Kurt Wadsworth, who's been in construction, obviously, sounds like most of his life as well. There's operators out there. Well, there's operators out there that can operate heavy equipment to the point where they're so good that you wouldn't even know that there was somebody who dug there.
And they don't know when he went missing. They don't know who he was talking to. They don't know how it went down. There's a couple of things to remember. Dylan Rounds was a fucking prick. He was a dick. His mom told me that, whether anybody believes me that or not. He was an elitist in an area where he had people that were eating their own fucking, they were eating nothing. They were eating cobwebs for dinner. And he's out there at 19 with all this money, walking around with Wadsworth, who he's gay with. And, those people probably just were, fuck you, man. We're done with you already. And somebody snapped on him. I mean, his own father used to beat the shit out of him. And, I think there's also money missing that the family is not saying. I think that might be squirreled around out there, which the father has mentioned in interviews that he was looking for what Jim Brenner buried, but it wasn't his son. I mean, what is that? Money in a coffee can? I mean,
let me tell you this from somebody who is actively in farming right now, from my family's, passed on from generation to generation. I'm the only one who's really interested in that shit. The rest of my family's city people. They don't give a shit about any of that.
Yeah.
So me being an active farmer, I look at that and I know how much the cost of feed is and grain and all that shit. And it's fucking expensive, right? So a lot of our money isn't cash. It's you go to the feed store, it's all on credit. It's on name.
Well, he just got $30,000 from his parents, his grandparents, excuse me. So there was cash around there. And listen, we're dealing with people that were living in dugout huts next to dead dogs. The people that are out there are running around the desert with no shoes. I mean, look at the fucking people that own businesses out there. Ellenberg owns one of the most successful pieces of property out there in the Wadsworth zone, a barn. That just if they're the business owners out there, what are the other people out there like that don't own anything? I'll tell you, Ron Tello. There you go, Ron Tello. I mean, that's your fucking Ron Tello, Ellenberg, Kurt Wadsworth, Troy Wadsworth, even Ty Corbin. I mean, Ty Corbin's a good dude and everything, but give me a fucking break. He wouldn't live in my neighborhood. I hate to be that way, but you got to call a spade a spade. That kid went out there. He was a cocky prick. He knew that guy for a while. They got into it. The guy probably slaughtered him. And the reason his shoes are off is, whether he threw him there or not or whatever he did, he probably stripped the kid. And I've been told by people out there two things. Number one, by farmers. And I'm talking about farmers that manage major crops, 1,500 acres, 10,000 acres, whatever the fuck.
Massive size.
He said his farm, and that farm is an absolute fucking joke. He didn't have he had no more chance of that thing being a successful farm in the next 2 years than he did playing for the Los Angeles Dodgers. It wasn't going to happen. They say all that, but it was. And then the other thing they said is it would be better if they would have stripped him naked and put his dead body out there in the desert, because 3 days to 5 days later, there wouldn't have been anything left with the animals anyway.
Right. The animals would get them. And let me speak on that. Let me speak on the farm part of it as well as speaking of that land. And Ty Corbin has come on and said, yeah, it's farmable. And it is farmable. But let me tell you this, because I've spent time in that area as well. So I personally know how the land is all through there. And the salt content in that land is so high that people don't realize, yeah, you could probably go commercial crop on it for a few years, but the salt will always come to the top. So you would have to desalinate the shit out of that water, because you got to think that was all Salt Lake at one time. You know what I mean? So the salt content in the Great Salt Lake is extremely high. So in that area, and maybe Equalizer can speak on this as well, but that salt content in that area is so high that you would have to rotate your crops so often that it would commercially trying to sell hay or whatever he was trying to grow out there is damn near impossible. And from a money standpoint, it wouldn't make any money. I don't see it. And Ty Corbin can disagree with that, but from a farm standpoint, I don't see it. I don't see that being success. I really don't.
I mean, let's be honest here. I mean, his parents sent him down there because the gay thing was getting a little too hard to cover up.
Right.
Yep.
That's all it is. I mean, that's all it is. And everybody in and around this that hates me is mad because I figured that out. It was never an issue until I went public with it. They weren't going to tell me how to deal with an investigation, and that's the deal. You know, now nobody's proved me wrong.
That's true.
He
and
has
that's
what
why
else
I
is
didn't
interesting,
disagree
Jim,
with
is
it,
that
because nobody's came out and proved you wrong. So I can't disagree with it.
I'm still in the race.
The reason why is because Kurt Wadsworth came out, because I listened to Kurt's interviews, all of them. And the one I did hear when he said, I can't remember who asked him something about his best memory with Dylan Rounds. And when a grown 16-year-old man says his best memory with his friend is staying the night at somebody's farmhouse together and taking bathtubs while you're listening to music, I'm sorry, but hearing that just my gaydar goes off right there. It really does. I would never do that as a 19-year-old man. I sure the hell wouldn't stay with my 60-year-old buddy in a house.
Let me ask you this. I've done 61 interviews with people who told me that they were both gay together. And then we know Ty Corbin, we know Phyllis. Where is all the women aged 18 to 30 in that town? Where the fuck are the whores at? Where's the women? You got money and drugs. You've got fucking bars. You've got a free lifestyle out there. There's always fucking women. There were 2 hookers that tried to fuck Dylan Rounds, and he blew them off and showed him pictures of farm tractors at a truck stop. I talked to those 2 girls. They were the only 2 girls that were in that town. I can name 50 dudes in this story. The only female that comes to mind out there is Ellen Berg. That's it. Yeah. Where's the fucking women? The reason there's no women, and the reason because if the men wanted the only women are these Filipinos that Kurt Wadsworth is married to, but they never come into town. Yeah. Everybody else has also told me out there that what he does is he uses them for whatever he's using them for. But, he never says, well, there's no women in this town, so I got to use the Filipino women overseas. No, come on. Where's the women?
Why do you think Candace Cooley played it off like she didn't know James Brenner or the family didn't know him? That really played weird.
He lived in a trailer on her property.
Right. So why would she do that and tell the media and everything oh, he's just some bum that nobody knows over there?
I'll tell you why. Because she wants to blame everybody else for not looking into his background and not looking into him first once something happened. Why didn't she look into his background for the 3 years he was hanging around her son? So this is let me give you an example. This is like the janitor in an elementary school killing a 3rd grader and nobody looking into him because everybody knew the janitor was a good guy. Yeah, he wasn't a teacher, but he worked there. Yeah, he didn't have a college education, but he was a lifelong employee at this elementary school. The question here isn't why didn't you interview the janitor immediately? It's why did you ever hire him and let him into that property at all? And you can't argue that. If Candace Cooley got on the phone with me right now on an interview, she wouldn't last 30 seconds. And the reason is not because I'd be mean to her, joke with her, or the first question I'd ask her is, so why do you think the grandparents hired, and I could prove this, why do you think they hired me unbeknownst to you and your ex-husband and didn't want you to know about me for 5 days? Why do you think they did that?
Yeah, that's odd. They more or less they probably didn't want her to know. I would have think, or
they didn't want her to know because they thought she either had something to do with it, or they knew she was a fucking whack job, and now she's spearheading the investigation.
Yeah, that's true. And nothing really goes out on the media unless she approves it, or like the whole Doug thing, asking him questions. But she had to look at them first and pick through them. And that just doesn't sit right.
Well, the one thing I will tell you, she's smart enough to know she's not smart enough to think on her feet. I mean, you can pretty much tell by me and my background in radio and with football and with people in different walks of life. You can ask me a question, I'm going to have an answer. There's not a question you can ask me that I won't be able to answer. You'll never flat me up. It's just.
So I got a question for you then. How about this? So we did the Chase Venstra. You did the Chase Venstra call.
Yeah.
It was very obvious. I don't know the guy. I've never interviewed him. I mean, I'm not part of it. That he didn't know that this world was happening within YouTube and didn't know how big it was because he's behind bars too. Do you think
thought he was a suspect?
Right. Do you think the other guys, the Roberts, the fucking who's the other guy, the main guy, the Brenners and all that? Do you think they know about this? Do you think somebody's gotten to them?
That depends on whether or not he's talking to Brookie. That depends on whether, I mean, they have attorneys. Do I think he knows who Jim Terry is? He does, because I've left messages for him. He's never called me back. He has an attorney. I don't know what they know about the YouTube world. Hell, the FBI doesn't even follow it that much. I can just tell you this. I said a lot of things that I still am right about. Let me give you an example. I said they'd never find him. I said that they wouldn't have any more information the day I was no longer working on the case than they do now. I said that his sexuality is going to come into play with this, even if it's to look into some of the people that might know something. I said, and here's the things that I have been proven right about. I said he never graduated high school. The mother said he had a GED. We've now learned that that's bullshit. We learned through other people that interviewed us that he did not have a good relationship with his father or his mother. And that is not me finding that out. That's people that were calling shows I was on. There was a lady that dated a guy. Yeah, there was a young man that called that worked at a thrift store. He doesn't have a dog in the fight. He called and said how much Dylan would come in there and say, I hate staying with my mom, and try to shop for boots. There was a woman that called that is married to Candace Cooley's ex-husband. And that woman told us how he come over there, and I still got the call recorded for an hour about what a whack job the mom was, how much he hated her and his father. There was the young man that was there whose father gave me the pictures that had he had Rain Man disorder, whatever the fuck that is. He had what is that called?
It's the one you get from the toilet seats. Autism.
He had autism, and he was over there when Dylan Rounds got choked by his father with a shower curtain. And, so all these things happen. So I said that there was a handgun and a key fob there. And the mother said for months I was a conspiracy theorist and full of shit. Then she came out a couple of months ago and says, well, we weren't allowed to say that. But she never said Jim Terry was right. We had to lie. We lied. She lied about that. She lied about that. So does him being gay probably have something to do with him going missing? Probably not.
Hey, Jim.
The fact that they're lying about it is what interests me.
Right. Yeah, the reason behind it, correct?
Why? Well, sure. Why they lying about that. What else are they lying about? How much money did he have on him?
Yeah, true.
I think the call in the morning between him and his grandmother, I think his grandmother was asking him if he gave his mom money.
Do you think they'll ever find him though, Jim?
No. Not unless somebody talks. And I think there's only one person that there's probably two people that know where he is, Jim Brenner and Jim Brenner's horse.
Right.
Damn.
No, they're not going to find that kid.
And you could take a horse, a good horse could go pretty much anywhere out there. You know what I mean?
Well, let me put it to you this way. They found two bodies out there while they were looking for Dylan Rounds.
Right. I remember
I didn't know
Heavy
that.
D, right? Didn't Heavy D find one?
Yeah, he found one, and then they found another one.
Yeah, because that's how I found it, because I was a big Heavy D fan because I'm big into diesel trucks. So I found Heavy D's, and then I found Doug, and then I found you on there. And then once you left, Doug, like a lot of us, we saw through Doug real quick after you left, and I followed you ever since then. So
yeah, and actually,
going around thing fascinates me.
And if Doug was smart, he'd have kept me on the show. We showed the analytics of how much money I made him. How much money did I make him in those couple of months, Mr. X?
You made him like over $11,000.
I don't think I ever did a show he didn't make $300 to $400 on, $200 to $300. He did his second show with Candace Cooley. He made $10.
He did a show a couple nights ago, and it came up on the playboard.co, and he made $20. And I mean, I got to thank the contributors of the show where I can go on kind of because of Jim Terry and because of this group that found out about me I did that beach show, and I do better than Doug. That's a fact. It's a clear fact that because of Jim and because of this network that ended up happening, my beach show today slaughters Doug's shows. Period.
Well, I don't understand why so many people get pissed off about you wanting money for the content that you're producing. I don't see why that's a big deal. That
I could tell you a lot of reasons.
First
of all, you got to look at the people that are pissed off about it. First of all, because they're looking at us and they're like, how could, and we hate him so much. How could anybody like him? Then they're like, oh my God, we created this. They would have, Candace Howard would have shut her fat neck up. I would never have existed on YouTube. Nope. She had to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. See, the difference between her and someone like me is I'm successful. She's never been successful at anything. And what I've told these people, any of them, is, my show is an open book. Why does everybody need to go on everybody else's show to trash me? I would let them trash me on my show if they wanted. They won't do it.
Yeah, why don't you think they call in more? Because like you said, your number's there every show, and they're watching. As much as they say they're not, they are, because they want to hurry and go back and tell their little buddies, oh, Jim said this or Jim said
King
that.
Samoan, I can tell you personally, I'm the one who looks at all the analytics. I'm more into that than maybe probably Jim is. And I can clearly tell you, and within the YouTube stuff, and Sloth could start looking into this if he wants to too, that how long non-subscribers versus subscribers watch. And it's clear that Jim has more subscribers that watch than non-subscribers that watch, but it's very clear that his non-subscribers watch longer, like Howard Stern. It's like, how they say, oh, the guys who don't like you are watching you longer, and they're looking at the page. This doesn't make any sense. So I could see that within the analytics. That's true.
I got one more question for Jim about Dylan Rounds. I really haven't been following Dylan Rounds that much, like my roommate has, PC
Thanks,
has,
Jenny.
So like, why would they even not, I mean, like, I'm talking about his mom or his dad. I know his dad cares, but does his mom even care that he's gone?
I think she cares. I think they all somewhat care. I just think that she's got a lot of skeletons, and I don't think she cares as much. Everybody says, oh, well, his parents and him fought because he wouldn't go to school and he wasn't in high school, and that's why it was bad. And it's not. His brother isn't enrolled in high school anymore. Neither, and I don't even know that his sister is. You don't see them getting banished to the fucking desert. According to what I found out, it's very simple. This kid was getting older. He was 15, 16. He already had a bad relationship. He obviously wanted the dick. He obviously was gay. Look at his friend JD. I guess there's a couple of videos out there. Listen, if I said, I'm not gay, there's no way I'm gay. And all my friends, with all due respect, looked, act, and behaved and had the lifestyles of just Robbie. And I'm the only straight guy in a gay group. Would you believe me? I mean, we outed his friend that was a photographer. I mean, this guy specializes in same-sex weddings, photography. He had a buddy named JD. Just look at his friends' Facebook pages. So the reason his friends can't come out, it'd be like if I said, I'm not gay. I've never been gay. Not that there's anything wrong with that. And then Robbie came out in my defense and said, that's right. He's not gay. He's a great guy. You'd be like, whoa.
Yeah. And I can tell you this, Jim, here's a perfect example. The story we were talking about with that Aileen girl. Like, if you were to go back into our past, we're talking about girls at parties and the big tits and this and that, and go back to 19, 18 and this and that, you would find out a very simple story where one time the Mr. X went over to that same girl's house, and she had you could tell the story if you want to about the screen, Jim. I mean, you would find out that those stories that exist that are heterosexual stories, and if those women came out, they could say, yeah, that existed. That's what those guys were like. They're still like that. And if you were to do that with his people, like his people that come into our chats, Jim, are very, I don't know, aloof. They're not, we could tell that they're part of his community. And I'm talking about Dylan Rounds, but they won't give you any direct answer. You won't get any kind of information. You'll never hear from them. But if you were to go back to somebody from the mid 1990s or the late 1990s that we were involved with back then, women, the other dudes we knew from the football teams, what do you think that they would find out?
That we're not gay.
Yeah. Jim, you could tell that story if you want to, too.
Mr. X knew this chick with huge tits lived down the street. She wouldn't come out of her house. So he went over to go see her at her window. when he came back to the house, and she would open up the window and talk to guys through the screen, but they weren't allowed to come inside because, her dad would kill him. So Mr. X came back from visiting her, and I says, how did it go? And he goes, good. And I saw his face, and it was totally fucking filthy because she had been pressing her tits up against the fucking screen, and he was trying to lick on her fucking tits through the screen. The screen was filthy, and his face was all black, and he didn't even know it. Fucking animal.
Who told you that?
Well, I hear things. I had a buddy one time that used to house sit his parents' dogs. And his mom would go away and his dad would go away. He let the dogs shit all over the living room. Never cleaned it up.
Yep. I do. I know exactly who you're talking about.
Fucking
yeah,
animal.
sorry I got on the whole Dylan Round subject, Jim. I just wanted a few opinions.
No, I don't mind answering questions about it, but people,
a lot of it doesn't make sense. So that's why I want to get your opinion, because I know you kind of pay attention to it, but you were there a lot in the beginning, and you saw
11 days, 12 days, yes, or so. I was never actually physically there, but I mean, I dealt with the family.
Right. That's what I mean. So you were actually a part of it versus how a lot of these guys are just outsiders looking in.
Not only was I a part of it, I was paid to be a part of it. There's other people. Ellen Berg's part of it. She was never paid, hired by the family. I mean, it didn't get weird until I went public. You know what I mean? None of these people who have an issue with me ever had an issue with me while I was working the case. It was either after their kid was found or they didn't like the things I said publicly. Well, they don't get to control me any more than you could tell the doctor how to do surgery. Just is what it is. But no, they're not going to find that fucking kid.
I would love to see Candace Cooley, you just like this, have an off the cuff, just come up on a show and ask questions. No fucking pre-record, no nothing, no writing questions out. You can open panel ask her questions. You don't know what's going to happen. She doesn't even know the questions are coming. It would never happen.
Yeah, she can't do that. And see, I've never heard in a missing persons case. We've had detectives and cops and everything say we've never heard a parent tell people to stop looking for their kid.
Right. Yeah, that was really odd to me when she said that. And I understand where she's coming from with saying, because we don't want anybody to stumble upon evidence. But what evidence? Nobody even knows if there is even any fucking evidence.
My theory on this is that there's money buried out there somewhere. And I've heard that from other creators and other people, and they don't want them stumbling upon 30 grand buried in a shoebox somewhere out there.
Right.
Kurt Wadsworth has said on other shows, Dylan would bury his money.
Yeah, good point.
So you're out there digging holes. You dig a hole. You know what I mean? You find 30 grand in cash. You think you're going to tell anybody?
Fuck. Most people.
Can you imagine, Jim, if Candace Cooley had the foresight to have a YouTube channel, and then you guys, did the rounds. You went to the Tyler Feller, you went to the Doug, but everything went back to her channel to only find her kid. And then you were there, still on the case. Now, I know you didn't work for her, but it was centered around her. And all these people go and help her with the dogs, the LiDAR, and this and that. All of that would have just lumped on. She just, from my point of view, and I don't know about it only through Jim or through what I've heard, like you guys have heard. I don't think she's that intelligent of a woman.
Well, she works at fucking Costco. I mean, how smart are you? How smart are you? I mean, you're not too many brain surgeons working the fucking frozen section at Sam's Club. You know what I mean? And there's nothing wrong with people that go in and work hard. Their Equalizer works at a box store. I think he works at Best Buy or something. You know what I mean? But, there's nothing wrong with that. But I mean,
De-Icer, I don't know if you know this about him, Jim, but he owns a Panda Express somewhere up in Ogden.
Panda Express?
Yeah, that's what I heard. No, I'm just kidding. I just made that up.
It's all true.
That's one of my favorite places.
No, I just made that up.
I used to eat there for free all the time.
At Panda Express? Yeah, it is good food.
You want to know how I would do it?
Huh.
Years and years and years ago when I would travel and didn't have any money, I would go to a Panda Express because they didn't open up till 11, and I'd look in the parking lot for receipts. And I'd find a receipt with 2 meals on it or 3 meals or 4 meals for a dinner. And I'd go in there that afternoon and say, hey, I was here last night and I only got 3 of the 4 meals. They shorted me, and they'd be like, do you have the receipt? Yeah, it's right here. Sir, we are so sorry. Here's a number 5. Thank you.
Hey, you guys were talking about Panda Express. I ate there for my very first time, and it was good.
Oh yeah.
I used to do key dinners too.
What's that?
Do you know what a key dinner is?
No.
So I went to a Hooters one time and was ordering food. Got a phone call. It was loud because a ball game was on. This is when I would travel my first couple of years of arena football. We weren't making any money. I'd have to get somewhere. Food was the last thing you'd want to spend money on. You needed it for gas. So let's just say $2,099 even in college. I was at this restaurant, and I always carry my keys on a lanyard. And I went outside. And I was out there on a call for a while, and I said, hey, I got to get back in there. My food's on the table. I'm watching the game. They're going to think I ran out on the check, and I came back in there. And the waitress goes, oh, I knew you did. I says, I am so sorry I had to take that call outside. It's too loud in here. I hope you didn't think I was ran off on. She goes, I knew you didn't run off. And she held up my keys. And she says, because I had your keys. You weren't going to go anywhere. And that's when it dawned on me. So I was in I think it was Knoxville, Tennessee, about a year later. And I was traveling to Pittsburgh or somewhere like that. Maybe it was Harrisburg, somewhere in Pennsylvania. And I was only going to be there for a little bit. And I stopped there and I ordered a huge meal, wings, crab legs, fucking whatever I wanted, ate it. Went outside, made a phone call. I came back and the lady said, hey, I knew you weren't going to leave anywhere because your keys were on the table. I said, that's right. I said, I'm going to probably have to make another call or two, but go ahead and order me some oysters and I'll take another round of crab legs. Bill was like $70. So I grabbed my phone, my wallet, and I actually went to my car and drove away. But I left a set of keys there. What I had done weeks earlier is I had made a shitload of extra sets of keys from dummy old cars that I had. It cost me like $1.50 a ring. There'd be 3 or 4 keys on there, and I would leave an old set of keys on the table and just never come back. You got to imagine about 45 minutes. The waitress is like, he's not coming back, but we have his fucking keys. Then sooner or later, say, hey, you dumb fuck, he ain't coming back for the keys. They're bullshit.
I've never heard that one before. I've never heard of people doing that.
I had a million of those. Yeah, I did this one time too. I was at a Flying J somewhere. I think it was a Flying J. It was a buffet. And I don't know if I've ever told you about this, Mr. X, and this probably wouldn't work. But sometimes in buffets, you pay up front.
Yeah. Right.
But there were places that had buffets and you could order regular food like a truck stop.
You're talking about the State Road 52 one?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
This is like somewhere in the Midwest. This might have been Nebraska or something.
Okay, because State Road 52 Flying J had it too.
This might have been in Illinois. So I went in there and I paid. How did it work? What did I do? I went to the buffet and the lady came over and she says, here's your bill. She goes, you're getting food and the buffet. You can either pay now at the beginning or you could pay at the end. Because I ordered like some things on the side that weren't on the buffet. So there was a couple getting ready to sit down next to me and they went up to the buffet. So what I did is I took my receipt and I put it on their table. So when they came back, they went to the waitress and they said, hey, we have our receipt here. She goes, are you getting the buffet? They said, yeah. She goes, well, that's $9.99. He goes, oh, here. And he paid for it. And I ate my meal and walked out the fucking door as long as I left before them. You understand what? I gave the table next to me my bill and they fucking paid for it.
Yeah, you did that with the Main Street. Remember, it was me, Dr. Bailout. We go into the Main Street station and we pay for it. Dr. Bailout, he's the kind of guy. When I always talk about this Sloth, like when he goes to work and he sees a homeless guy and he's like, why am I going to work and why am I paying for it and the other person isn't? So him and I paid for the Main Street station buffet, which is downtown. Jim just walks in there, sits down, just willy-nilly walks in there. Waitress walks up and says, can I get you anything? And what did you say, Jim?
What did I say? I don't remember.
Yeah, get me a soda. And I didn't get my silverware yet.
So I kind of figured that in some of the buffets in Vegas, especially lunch, half the girls that were waiting on the tables, which really weren't waitresses because it's buffets, didn't speak English real well anyway. They were already sick of their job and they just wanted the tip. So yes. I would walk into the place like I had just come from the bathroom and I'd sit down with a fork and a spoon and just go get food. And I did that, especially if I was meeting people there. And I'd say, yeah, what do you want to drink, sir? Iced tea? Okay, do you have your receipt? It's around here somewhere. That's okay. I'll go get it. And I would just go.
The
they want the tip. Yeah, they didn't pressure it.
Yeah, they changed that shit now. Now they walk you in and do that. Right. This is years ago. So this is not like 2 or 3 years ago. This is years ago.
2009, 2010. We used to, a big thing for arena football back in the day was buffet cards. So we would get corporate sponsors, and breakfast for an arena football player, breakfast would be at the hotel. Usually they had a continental breakfast. Lunch would be a food coupon, like let's say, I don't know,
Denny's, like at Wild Wild West,
Subway, and then dinner would be at the Golden Corral. You could eat there one time. You could eat there one time a day at night. Hold on. And what I figured out to do was, if I had my own room, which I usually did, I could pretty much. So you would do anything you could to get those meal vouchers from the buffets. So you'd do anything for them as a football player. You know, if they said, hey, will you go to this school? We'll give you 10 Golden Corral coupons. You're like, fuck yeah. You could eat for a week. So what I figured out to do is I would go into the Golden Corral and pick out the fucking fattest, most disgusting whore waitress that was there. And I would usually go to a waitress at a buffet right after she had waited on a table full of a lot of blacks. Because black people at buffets and in general tip like shit. They just don't tip well, especially at a buffet. So I've seen it. So anyway, so I go over there, and this is where I saw the guy put his dick in the chocolate fountain, Mr. X.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So I was at a Golden Corral, and there was this fucking girl, and I remember she was crying. And I was like, what happened? You see that table over there? All black people, like 20 of them. One grandmother paying for everything. And as soon as the dinner was over, they all bolted. And she was saying, they left me a $4 tip. They sat there for 2 hours. I said, that's fucking terrible. She goes, yeah, now I'm not going to have enough to buy what I wanted to buy. I said, what did you want to buy? And I'll never forget this. She looked at me and she goes, this is in Charleston, South Carolina. She goes, I've got a commemorative Elvis plate coming.
Really?
Yeah. And I go, really? And she goes, yeah. I go, I love Elvis. I fucking couldn't name one song. I go, I even like his movies. She goes, my dad used to take, she was older than me, and it's in 2000. So I kind of worked her a little bit and was really nice to her. So I said, hey, listen, you know, if I come into the buffet, when does your manager leave? Oh, he's a dick. He leaves at 9. We close at 10. He doesn't clean up. Really? Who's left here? Just a couple of cooks, me and one other waitress. So then I started bringing in Tupperware. So I would go eat dinner at like 9:05, and I would actually pass the fucking manager in the parking lot. And I would come in there, and they have this Tupperware where it pops in and out. You can go like, brrrt, 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 and the Tupperware. Yeah, it's like, and I had a bunch of those. So I would wear cargo shorts. I would stuff these things in there. And then, so I would take, she goes, you're eating a lot tonight. Fucking 6 steaks, fucking muffins, all kinds of shit. And I would take it back to the room, and I would have enough to eat for the next day. In fact, I would be brazen enough. Sometimes I would go to the Golden Corral and be like, hey, you're out of steak. Oh, we'll go make you some more. They'd make some more, and I'd go fucking take all 6 slabs, put them in my gimmick, and I was on.
Yeah.
You get real.
Speaking of that, Jim, let me interfere real quick. You speaking about that whole thing, my ex-wife, you know, I married the queen of the trailer park, so to speak, and she would get them big 1-gallon Ziploc bags every time we went to like the Chinese buffet. And she'd line it in her purse. So she would get plates full of all the expensive shit, and she would just take a few bites, dump it all in there. I think I need another plate. And she would do that until she had a big purse filled with food. So she would do that same type of shit all the time. And I was so embarrassed because I'm like, the fucking Chinese lady's over there watching her do it like she's sly. And I'm like, man, but they never have ever said anything. They just let her do it, and she would walk out, and you know.
I knew a lady that was at the Red Rock Casino in Vegas on the west side, Mr. X, and as she was walking out, they stopped her and said, "Don't you ever fucking come back here again? You're banned." And she was taking turkey. I mean, she wasn't taking a lot of it, but she put it in a napkin and walked out with 3 to 4 slabs of turkey. And they said, "No, fuck that, you're done." and they kicked her out.
Yeah, I always do that with the Excalibur buffet. I eat there a lot. Or at Luxor, I'll take some cookies or something back to the room. I mean, not a lot, but I mean,
you start taking stacks of fucking steaks and shit.
No, yeah, shit that like can't go bad, like a muffin or something like that. I did shit. Last time I was there, I did that.
Sometimes they have signs that say no doggy bags. You can't take food with you. But I mean, so when you're playing arena football, especially when the season first starts, you don't want to spend money on anything. Some teams would say, we'll sign you and we'll pay you $500-600 a week, but we're not going to give you housing. And I'm like, well, where am I going to stay? And they're like, we'll get you a hotel for the first night or two. And so what I learned to do was go to hotels, tell them I'm with the team. And I says to the manager, I'll tell you what. And I'll tell you what was like fucking gold in some of these towns. Now, these aren't Los Angeles or Miami. This is like Rockford, Illinois, Johnstown, Pennsylvania, Casper, Wyoming, Mobile, Alabama, Pensacola. I would walk in there. And at the time, I had a real nice BMW, a little 2-seater Z3. And I would walk in there and I would go to the manager, some black lady working there. Fucking 9 o'clock at night. I'd be like, hey, I just got into town playing for the new arena football team. And I would always wait for the return. And the return is, I would go in there. Now, if it was if I would go in a hotel and I said, hey, can I talk to the manager? And 2 Indian people would come up, like with dots on their heads and shit. Fuck it. How much is a room? $85 a night. Thank you. And I'd leave. But if I went in there and saw a black lady or a local white lady working at the fucking Best Western, I'd go in there and say, hey, I just got into town. I got a AAA card. What is a room a night? Oh, you're from Florida. What are you doing in Rockford, Illinois? I just signed a contract to play for the new arena football team. And then she would either say it or she wouldn't. You know what I'm going to say, Mr. X?
Yep.
My kids love football. They do. Well, you know what? I got a couple of game balls. Hold on. And the game balls for the Arena League would be real cheap. I would get them real cheap or they'd give them to us. I'd always carry about 30 of them around. And I'd go in there. Here, these are for your boys. Fucking $9. Well, what are you looking for? Well, I'm going to have housing with the team in a couple of weeks while they set it up. It'd be great if I could get a room on trade out for a couple of weeks. Fucking free rooms.
Yep. So I have witnessed this in person. Jim do this. He did it in San Ysidro when I've talked about that story before. I've seen it in person. I've seen Jim do this.
I'll tell you another thing I would do is this. I've only did this a couple of times. Some hotels, this is now 15, 20 years ago. This doesn't happen now. But they would have a drop box for keys near. So if the lobby closed and you wanted to check out at 1 in the morning or 2 in the morning or 9 at night or even 5 in the morning, there would be a drop box, and it was like a mailbox with a slot in it. Mm-hmm. It was on the outside of the building, and you put it in there and you go. Right?
Yep.
So what I would do is a couple of times I was driving, it's 3 in the morning. I did not want to get a fucking hotel room and spend $80 on a hotel room in the middle of Knoxville, Tennessee for 5 hours. Okay, so what I would do, and if checkout's at 11 o'clock, or if it's 1 in the morning, is I would go in the parking lot and sit and look at the box. And I would see some fucking businessman walking out with some whore, and he would drop the keys of the box, get in his car, and they're gone. Well, they're not going back to the room. So I fashioned a little arm out of a coat hanger, and the plastic keys always had a hole in them. So what I would do is I would stick it in there and fish around, and sooner or later I would pull up a key, and I would see what the room number was on it, and I'd go there and click it and go in the room and fucking stay there. And I had a blow up mattress. So if I would so follow me, we're in the parking lot, and I see a bunch of people on a Saturday night. They were fucking their girlfriends, and they leave at 2 a.m. I fucking go in there, grab the key. They're not coming back to their room. The hotel people aren't going to think there's an issue because as long as I check out by close, if I would have stayed in there a week. So those would be free rooms. And I wouldn't sleep in the bed that they had. I would have my own little bed and my own blankets, and I'd bring it and I'd stay there.
Yep. It's so weird, Jim. I heard recently some of the wrestling stories like Shawn Michaels, where they would get in from a road trip at like 2 or 3 a.m. and they would basically have to be forced out of there when the checkout would happen like at 11 or noon. And they would go to the ladies before at the desk, same kind of scenario, and be like, hey, I'm Shawn Michaels. We're here for WWE. This is like in the 90s or, whatever, like late 90s. Here's our stuff. I got a bunch of, I know who you are. Here's a bunch of autographed pictures. Okay, well, you could check out at 3. We'll just have them clean your room because you can't go to the arena. I mean, the show's not going to start till 8. You're not going to leave. You're trying to get as much sleep as you can if you got there at 4 or 5 a.m.
Yep, and if I signed with a team like in Rockford or in Johnstown, Pennsylvania, or Charleston, South Carolina, Myrtle Beach, what I would do is I would tell the hotel manager, listen, I'll give you 4 season tickets. You would do that? I get to go to every game? Yeah, how many you need? Our team would sell the tickets at a cut rate to the players. I could get season tickets for arena football for $38. So you figure if let's just say I got 10 season tickets and I bought them, and that's 5 to 7 home games. And that runs me $400, and I give them to a hotel manager and they let me stay there for 3 months. That's one weekend at a hotel.
Yep.
It wouldn't always be the nicest place. Then the players would be like, oh man, there's like 5 of us in a garage. Where are you staying? I got one for you. My first rookie year, I was playing in Charleston, South Carolina. And a bodybuilder, an old bodybuilder, came into our office. And he was all pissed off. And I would hang out in the football office because that's where you could get all the free shit. And I remember the coach saying, listen, Lou, this guy's name was Lou. He owned a gym in town. It was called Lord's Gym. I'll never forget this. Yep. He said, I can't help it if the players won't show up. He said, a lot of these guys are tired or they just don't want to do it. He goes, well, I need a player to sit there, answer phone calls, and sell gym memberships, and I'll put them up in a hotel down the street because I have trade outs with the hotel at the Marriott, which was like fucking $300 a night. And I says, excuse me. Drop. I says, but what all do these players have to do? He goes, well, Jim, we would have thought about you for it, but you don't really lift weights, and these guys are all personal trainers. And the bodybuilder guy that owned the gym, he goes, I need a player from the Swamp Foxes, that was the name of the team, Charleston Swamp Fox in the Arena League, to come into our gym and to sell memberships. And if they can do 3 membership sales a week, I'll let them stay week by week basis in the Marriott, which had a jacuzzi in the fucking room. Free continental breakfast. They delivered the USA to the today to the room. I mean, this place, they had fucking champagne. I mean, this place was fucking in Charleston, South Carolina. It was top of the creme de la creme. It was brand new, and it was in walking distance to the hotel. And I said, I could do that. Give me a week. Give me one fucking week. No, walking distance to the arena and to the gym. So all I had to do, right. So if I stayed there, I didn't have to drive 20 miles to each way. So I says, but you got to put me up in the hotel. Give me 1 week. He goes, okay. He goes, so I go in and I meet with this guy, and he was a fucking scumbag. He was doing lines of blow off his fucking desk while I was in the meeting with him. He goes, I need to keep this. I'll never forget. He looked at me. He goes, listen, I don't care what you sell a membership for, but the top membership is $950. If you can get $950, that's the most we charge for a yearly membership here. Get you the steam room, tanning beds, everything. And I says, okay. I said, what's the minimum you still make money on this? He goes, $140 for the year. He goes, you sell a membership for $140? I don't give a fuck. Keep people in here and give the good-looking pussy around here the cheapest fucking memberships, because guys will pay $900 a year to work out in a place if the chicks are hot.
Right.
He goes, but you also have to be their personal trainer. I said, I don't know anything about being a personal trainer. He goes, I'll give you a workout plan. You just follow it when they come in, put them on the ellipticals, and then send them out the door. He goes, once we have their money for the year, it doesn't matter anyway. I said, I like this place. So I had a shirt on. I came in, was a personal trainer, and was selling memberships. I never forget, after the first day, somebody came up to me, the guy that was like the main gym membership guy, some bodybuilder who's a former Mr. South Carolina. He goes, yeah, man. I sold 10 memberships today. It's a fucking new record in here. Nobody's going to beat me. And so, I sold 10 this week. Nobody's going to beat that. And they said, well, you should talk to that new guy from the Swamp Foxes, the kicker. He goes, who? He goes, this guy. He goes, you work here? I go, yeah. He goes, how many did you sell? I said, 75. So he goes, that's impossible. That's bullshit. I don't believe it. He goes, how did you do that? So what I did was I would give everybody a free workout, and I would make them do some strange stretches that I saw in a Jean-Claude Van Damme movie. And then I learned that if I took him over to the scale, there was a little knob on the back of the scale that I can put and make it 3 pounds off. So chicks would come in and work out with me for a day, come back the next day, weigh themselves, and already lose 3 pounds. And they're like, oh, my God, you're fabulous. How much? And I said, well, look, it's usually $900, but since I'm here and I'm playing football anyway, $145. Sold. Then they started coming in the gym and weighing themselves at home, and they knew where they were gaining weight. So here's the best part. I don't know if I ever told you this. I go to the gym one day, and I was kind of getting sick of it, but because the season was going to come to an end. By the way, I had been staying in there, and I brought a friend of mine along too. I had a buddy named Blake, big bodybuilder looking, good looking kid, blonde guy.
Yeah, I remember him.
Yeah, and he used to sell ecstasy, but he was also a real good football player, so he had money. And I was like, Blake, you could come stay with me over there. You got to cut me a few bucks here and there. And he was staying in like a room with like 4 black guys on the team. It was a shithole. It was a night's in. Somebody died next door and they didn't find the body for a week. So he was like, oh, yeah, man, whatever. So not only was I getting the hotel room at the Marriott for free, I was charging my buddy $300 a week to stay in there.
Yeah.
I was subletting a hotel room I was getting for free and eating for free. And then he got all the free, and then he could bring chicks there and anything. So here's the best part. I get the team cuts me. Now I'm not on the team anymore. So I can't work there. And I'm getting ready to go play for a team in Pennsylvania. So and by the way, I was also getting a check, like $75 to $100 a week. I'm going to pick up my check because I was still, he was, man, we're really sad to lose you here. You should think of doing this full time. I said, no, I already got a contract to play with a team up in Pittsburgh. I'm on my way there now. So he goes, okay, well, come on and get your check. So I had a minivan and I was driving in the parking lot. Some guy pulls out and hits the side of the fucking minivan. Dink, not hard. And there was a gas station, a grocery store, a Chuck E. Cheese, and this gym all in this plaza. So
excuse me, Jim. Robbie's being a really asshole right now to Denny L. He keeps on bullying her, and I'm trying to tell him to stop, but he won't stop. Can you help me out here, please?
What's he doing?
He's making like nasty remarks to her.
You need to. Here's what you do, Sloth. Don't ask for permission. It's your show. Do what you want. Either get rid of him or put him in timeout. Period. I don't care if he's a guest or not. You know how to put somebody in timeout? You know, time him out.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that. Okay,
go to the top right corner of their name when they're chatting and click timeout. He's in a timeout for like a couple minutes. If he does it again and you ask him not to, and if it's you can block whoever you want. You get rid of him. End of story. I don't care who it is. It could be me.
Yeah, so
do whatever you want.
So I'm in the minivan, and I pull into this plaza, and I get like a little fender bender. It wasn't even bad. And I get out of the car, and this fucking guy gets out, and he looks like he's 80. He's super skinny. He's wearing shorts. And he looks at me, and he's looking at the car, and he's looking at it. And then he raises this thing to his neck, and it's one of those voice things. And he goes, "Are you okay?" And I said, "What?" He goes, "I backed out and hit you. I'm sorry." I go, "Well, sir, you didn't yield to the right of way." He goes, "How much damage is on that car?" And I says, "Well, sir, I don't know." He goes, "How much just to let this go?" And I said, "Well, what do you mean let it go?" He goes, "Well, I don't want to turn it." In his voice, he goes, "I don't want to turn it into my insurance." And I said, "Well, I don't know. How much can you get out of your ATM in one shot?" 500. I go, "Good. I'll take $600. He goes, "But Wayne, there's not that much damage." I go, "There is now." Guy peeled me off 6 C notes and I left. I think he was drunk. And then when I was leaving, I went like this. Fine.
Remember that happened with me, Jim? The Sepulveda and with Sepulveda and Culver Boulevard. I was going to a premiere, and legitimately somebody rear-ended me coming out of a place called Dear John's. And the guy was an attorney. He was in a Porsche. I was in a fucking what was it? Some kind of minivan. And the minivan was a pile of shit.
1980 Toyota fucking minivan.
He was an attorney. I think he was seeing somebody in this place called Dear John's, and he's like, "Hey, how much just to let it go?" And I go, "What are we talking about here?" And he's like, "Well, I'll leave you here. How about this?" He goes, "I'm an attorney. Here's my card. I'll leave you some cash. I go, how do I know I'm never going to see you again? This card ain't bullshit. He goes, go in there. They know me really well.
Okay,
I went back to that Dear John's the next day, and that car was a pile of shit. I mean, I probably could have sold it.
A little bit tired. I'm getting a little bit tired. Yeah.
500. I think the van was worth $500. He left 1,500.
Are you serious?
Yep. And the place is still there. It's called Dear John's. It's on Sepulveda and Culver Boulevard. There's actually a 6-pack gym, like one of those gyms where the guys work out and do those CrossFit shit on the corner. It's right on that corner. He legitimately rear end. So that does happen where they're they're cheating on their wife or they're drinking and they're not supposed to be. And, yep. I said, well, I'll take the money. The car's, I mean, he didn't know that, but the car was already a piece. I used it in a car chase in a movie. I don't think he knew that, but.
Hey, guys, I just got, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Johnny.
I just got informed that Robbie was on timeout for 300 seconds.
Okay, there you go.
You know, do what you got to do.
And Jim, I'm sorry for interrupting you. Okay, buddy.
No big deal. What are they fighting about? What's there to fight about?
Because Danielle did a birthday on my birth chart for my birth chart. I really don't know, but they were just going back and forth, and then they said and then somebody texted me and said, hey, they're Robbie's being a bully to Danielle and shit like that. Danielle, if you can give me a call and so we can get this out in the opening, so we can clear this. What's going on? Please.
Yeah, call in, Danielle. Now listen.
Call in, Danielle.
Get her a link. I'd like to see her come up on panel.
I think they're come up.
I agree.
Hey, Danielle, I'm gonna drop my link in the chat room for you. Okay.
I think
here's my suggestion, because this is what we do with the gym. Go ahead, Jim.
There's sexual tension between Danny L's boyfriend and gay Robbie, I think, yeah.
Those mods of yours, because I know a couple people help you out. You got to just have a relationship or an understanding with them. And, we had some ups and downs with that with Jim Terry TV, where if something gets to, they're saying F words instead of, people being gay or the N word or whatever it might be, and it's too much and it could hurt you, they got to know to get rid of them. And you could always take them off the block. So, you know what I mean? You got to have that relationship. That's why it's nice to know the person who's modding for you, where you can call them and talk to them like we do with Miss T. Like you actually physically know who they are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, makes sense.
Just a little piece of advice. You could not do it, or it's up to you. But it's
Jim, I wanted to ask you. So you spent quite a bit of time in Reno as well as Vegas, right?
Yeah, I was with the Reno Barons.
Okay.
I talked about that on the show.
Did you like Reno or no? Or do you think it's a shithole like most people?
Fucking kid in the candy store. I was playing for the team in Arizona. They had a coaching change. They cut a lot of players, and then they called me up there. I was actually the head coach up there for 6 weeks. They made me the head coach of the Reno Barons. I was their second head coach, and I think I went 7-1 as a head coach up there. Oh, it was great. But I mean, the owners there, one of the owners was a guy named Bishop Slade. He was a pro wrestler. If you Google Bishop Slade, he's like a 400-pound black guy. Oh. And he found a loophole in the state of Nevada that if he cashed and bounced checks from check cashing places, they won't come after you criminally. So he was bouncing. He would take $15,000 checks. These check cashing places cash them, pay the players with it.
Oh, yeah? I didn't know that.
Yeah. Well, at the time, that was the law. That was the rule. Yeah.
I was telling, King Samoan about that the other day and how you coach for that and how I was up there. That was the year, because I remember it's like a 1980s fucking Vegas. That's what I said. Right. And I remember it was Dallas Mavericks won the championship that year.
Yeah. Yep.
And it hailed too. It was real weird.
Yeah, that whole area is a shithole. Including Carson City. I wasn't a big fan of that area either.
Real bumpy to fly in there too. Like it's bumpy to fly into Vegas as you get below those mountains and you kind of get into that dry air but real bumpy to go in there. And I'm like, fuck that. I'm never coming back up here again. Now I like Tahoe. I liked Virginia City. Sparks is kind of weird, but there were some nice newer casinos there, but just not like you would think it's a Vegas, like, cause it kind of looked, but with shitty weather and it's like 80s feeling and a much older crowd.
Right. Yeah.
Like Laughlin's kind of like that too, which I've been to Laughlin one time with Jim.
Yeah, Laughlin. Yeah, they closed that casino down there in Laughlin, right? The Colorado Bell, the boat.
Oh, did they?
Going there as a kid. Yeah, they shut it down permanently, I believe, because I went there, I don't know, about a year and a half ago, and everything was shut off, the whole place, because there's one right next to it as well. I don't remember the casino name. But yeah, the whole casino place was shut down, and as far as
that's the one with the goldfish out in front of like the koi pond. It's in front of it as you go onto the boat. The other thing that I noticed, that because Jim and I went into a buffet, we kind of went out the backside, the river side of it's a Colorado River, even though you could fucking throw a stone across it, but fucking gnats everywhere. I've never seen anything like that. It's just like all over the screen. Tons of, and people, I think this is a cold time of year too. So there weren't people jet skiing out there or on the water or anything. So it was really weird. I think Reno was more weird though.
Speaking of gnats and bugs and shit, Southern Georgia in the summertime, holy fuck, man. I never experienced anything like that. With the bugs and shit in the evening time. Maybe it was just where I was at. But Southern Georgia and the bugs were insane.
Something that's the real South there. But I can tell you something weird about that Laughlin thing is like that's more of a thing where you have a boat or you have an RV and you could park in their parking lot. It's a much older, slower crowd. There's not any places you can drive and go eat. Then right on the other side of there was always at that time we were there. The sports apps were new. For like the ones you do, like the online, but there was some issue with them because since you're right on the border of Arizona, it kept going out. So I think we were there for like one day and we're like, fuck this, let's head back.
Right. Well, there's really nothing there other than those few casinos. That's about it. And like
there's some Indian stuff over there too, and we didn't go that far down. But Searchlight and some of those areas going through there are just like real, like a barely probably bigger version of like a Montello. I mean, it's probably like 10 times Montello, but it's still small. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like Kingman, Arizona. That's like a
Kingman, Calnev Air. I've told the story about Calnev Air before and how, it was a fucking airplane destination and the sidewalks were like little runways. And the lady who owned it, her husband died, and then she married the son, and then he died, and she owns the whole thing. She's like the Ellen Berg of it. She still runs the bar to this day. I mean, it's fucking goofy out there.
Right. It really is. Jim, I wanted to ask you about your football. Out of all the places that you've traveled, all over the country, played for a whole bunch of different places and teams. What place was your favorite, do you think? Or what place did you enjoy the most?
I liked Johnstown, Pennsylvania. And our arena was where they filmed the movie Slapshot. That town didn't change from 1971 to when I was there in 2000. I liked there a lot. I had a good run in Rockford, Illinois.
Is that right outside of Chicago? I don't know where Rockfield is.
About 60 miles west. Okay. Danielle, is that you?
Yeah, that's Danielle.
Yeah.
Danielle.
Danny, what's going on? You look like you gained a little weight.
Oh, thank you, Jim.
Did you?
I don't know. I don't weigh myself. My pants still fit, so that's what matters.
That's how you tell right there.
A few pounds. What's going on? The head got bigger or something.
I don't know. Maybe my boyfriend's phone is weird or something, or it might just be the lighting because I'm smoking cigarettes in the car.
Yeah, she's doing the up to down leg. She has to do the salty pancake down, up to down instead of up to down. You know what I mean? It's the reverse way.
Camera
you want me to get the my face angles?
Yeah, there you go. High and low. That's the salty pancakes angle. There you go.
Better. Okay, thank you. Yeah, don't come on here looking like that again. Go ahead.
Okay. So I guess Robbie's just mad because I go over to that other channel, but like I never do anything disrespectful to any of you. Like I support all of you and I just don't want to be involved in the drama. And like as opposed to other people who say that they don't want to be in the middle, but then they insert themselves, I try to just stay out of it because you guys are grown-ass men and can fight your own shit. I don't think you guys need me to fight for you.
I need you to fight for me over there.
You asked for it, Danielle.
You get so many people, Danny, contact us and say he said this or that. I mean, I don't even watch that shit. I watched like 10 seconds of it today. I'm like, this is fucking stupid. The only thing I do is skim it to make sure that they don't take any Jim Terry TV content.
Wasn't the whole show dedicated coming after me? Ruining my channel? Really? Wasn't that what it was?
When?
Today.
Yeah, I think you already unblocked.
I don't know. I think I was asleep when he did his show today.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So Robbie was getting after you because you watch his show?
Yeah, but the way that I look at it, him and Jim both do stuff to each other. It's like, it's really none of my concern. Like, they're both nice to me, so why would I want to create an enemy with anybody who hasn't done anything wrong to me personally?
Well, you got to look at what Salty Pancakes has done to his other friends online, and just hope that he don't do that to you or to Gemini Man, because the people who were there who spent tons of hours with him, they might have come back. I don't know, but man, he doxed about everybody, and he's one strike away from being gone. You could do whatever. We're counterpunchers, so I don't even think we really even need to talk about him anymore. That's how I look at it.
Hey, everybody in the chat room, can you please unblock Robbie? Robbie wants to defend himself, so unblock him.
Blocked. He's timed out.
I bet you $100 he's buzzed or drunk.
Yeah, I like Robbie too. I don't know why he's coming at me sideways right now. Like, I've always liked him and been nice to him in chats and stuff. Like, I don't have a problem with anybody. It's like,
right.
I don't
You're a grown ass woman. You should do whatever the fuck you want to do.
Well, I think he's jealous. He's jealous because he wants your man.
Probably.
Yeah.
Sorry, Robbie.
Yeah, he's taken. Sorry.
Yeah, man.
Hey, and by the way, Danielle, you did a very good job on my bird chart, and I really appreciate that.
Thank you. It was my honor. I appreciate you allowing me to do that for you. I'm sorry that I was so nervous and stuff, but
you did really good, man. And and everything that you were saying, you were on point with that, and I really appreciate that. You were on point.
I think you should really do more of that. Honestly, I think you got some good content doing those birth charts.
Well, that's what I love about astrology, because it's always on point, and it's it helps people get a better understanding of themselves and how they can use their strengths and weaknesses to fulfill their life purpose, basically is how I look at it.
There you go.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so
okay. And you know what, may I say something to you, Danielle? Jim or Mr. X or King Samoan or Eagleizer will probably love for you to do theirs too. You know what I mean? You can always ask them, since you're here on the panel, once you ask them.
Yeah, just if you go to my about section, I have my email listed, and then if you guys just want to send me your information and then we can schedule it or whatever, that's fine with me.
I didn't see the show. What information you need? A birth date? How does that work? Because I just saw the tail end of it after it was over.
Yeah, so to do the chart 100% accurate, it's just the birth date with the exact birth time and location.
Shit, I don't know what birth time, but
you could always look on your birth certificate. That's the best way, just to make sure. Because, if you ask your mom, it might be like, oh, I think it was around 3:30. But, having the actual, exact time is just better to make sure that it's 100% accurate.
Well, what if you're like me and was born at home? In real life, I really was.
Well, I hope that they kept an accurate record of the time and everything.
No, they didn't.
Hey, Danielle, I got a pitch. Danielle, I got a picture for you that from Stephanie that her baby daddy looks like Reuben Sanchez. So I'm gonna show you what he looks like.
Okay.
I'm gonna show you what he looks like. This is the second time I've done this. Can you see him?
No.
Can you see him? Oh, my bad.
Yeah, your camera's off.
Again. Yeah, I know. Thank you for that. All right, there he goes, right there. You see him?
Oh my God. Okay, so hold on. Let me pull up my picture on my phone.
That does look like
now, does this guy come around still or what? Does he live in the AV? Does he live in Antelope Valley?
That one's Stephanie's baby daddy, but I'm gonna show my baby daddy now.
Okay.
Mr. Jim Terry, how you doing, buddy?
I'm looking into this.
There he is.
All the white girls have baby daddies that look like Reuben.
Hey, dude.
LA hats.
He's wearing an LA hat, huh?
Yeah, you don't fuck with the Mexicans and their LA Dodgers, man. That's some fighting words right there.
Right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I wear LA hats, but I'm not no sports person. That's all I can say.
Okay, but you're not a Mexican, so it
Hell
doesn't
no.
count anyways to begin with.
I
No?
know, I know.
True. I really do think your boyfriend looks like that Asthma and Gold. You know, obviously a little different, but with
Dude, that
short
shit
hair.
made me laugh.
Is it not true though? I swear to
That
God.
shit
I
had me rolling, bro. I went and looked up the picture. I'm like, maybe if he shaved, it probably would, but like, that had me rolling.
In the back seat?
No,
They're
we're in the
smoking.
front seat.
Oh, I thought you were in the front seat and he was in the back seat. Like, what the fuck's
No,
going on?
I just
What kind
moved
of kinky
into the
shit's
passenger
happening in
side.
there? Oh, okay,
Yeah,
okay. Okay, you
Yeah,
guys are
he's
both
in
in the front
timeout.
seat. Okay.
He's grounded. He's been very bad. No shotgun for him.
Yep. There it is. All right.
Your
Yeah,
show
so-
was your show did pretty good tonight though, right? Having
Mhm.
the birth chart readings.
Yeah, I
really would,
appreciate
man. I
everyone
would
who
charge
came.
people. Charge people. Cash app. You send me the cash app, I'll give you a birthday reading.
Well, I'm like still new at it, like doing it publicly, or you know what I mean? So I don't charge people. Like I'll do it for, for free. I'm
Well,
not
you
worried
gotta-
about it.
The thing is, you gotta support yourself. You know what I mean? Even though I know you have a job or whatnot, but hey, if
Yeah, I
somebody
got
wants
2
to
jobs.
support your content, that's a good way to do it.
I mean, if people the last time that I did a live stream, there was people that were like pretty much insisting like I give them my Cash App information, and I was like, okay, if they really want to, but I just have never really advertised it or whatever.
And you only need, how many more hours you need before you get monetized, Danielle?
Like 1,000 more hours.
1,000 hours more.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's up. You're gonna
There you
get
go.
them. You will get them. Just be patient, like
Mhm.
I am. That's why I'm doing all these long. That's why I'm doing these long hours with all these great men up here. Being on my panel, telling telling their stories. I appreciate every one of them, and I it's just they help me out, and I'm gonna remember every day these guys were up here to helping me out. Because as soon as I get monetized and I get that one big lump sum, I'm gonna bless them back. You know what I mean? That's the way you do things. You know what I mean? You just don't, because their time is valuable. Their time is valuable.
That's how I look at it. Like I send, Cash App, super chats, whatever to people all the time because I want to basically tip them and tell them, thank you. I appreciate what you're doing. I'm getting enjoyment or entertainment from it or whatever. So, like I agree with you on that.
Yeah. Did you get my Cash App from earlier?
No, did you send one?
Yeah, I sure did.
I will check my phone.
I sure
I went to
did.
get food and stuff, so I haven't really been looking at my phone except for like I've been in the chat and everything, but I haven't cleared out my notifications. But
yeah, I sure did do that for you.
Well, I appreciate that. You don't have to do that. I'm just gonna send it back to you.
No, you're not. No, you're not.
At some point, I will.
Well, if you want to send it to anybody, send it to Jim or Mr. X.
Yeah, I'll find a way to spend that at Olive Garden or something like that.
Mr. X already told you. Mr. X already told you that me and PZ are gonna Mr. X, me and PZ is gonna get you an Olive Garden.
Good. I love you know what I've been doing with the Olive Garden? I've been getting it from the Fox Hills Mall to go. I think you get more to go or something like that, or at least they give you more salad or something like that. It's better just to get it and get the fuck out of there.
You don't like the unlimited breadsticks? Isn't that what they give you there? Unlimited.
Yeah, they give you everything. They give you salad and a little because if you get like chicken parmesan, for example, that's a lot to eat. I can't eat all that. I mean, that's like almost enough for like 2 people. So you could be eating that for like 2 days. Yeah.
Have you ever had the cheese stuffed ravioli?
No, that's not good.
Oh my god, it's so delicious though.
What's Johnny's Cash App? Freya's asking.
Have you ever had their breadsticks before?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Their breadsticks are pretty good.
Her head got bigger.
With
It's not
Alfredo sauce.
awesome.
What'd you say, Jim?
Nothing.
Hi.
Now, Jim, Danielle's here with us now. You were there up in the Antelope Valley with me. Do you remember we got out? We walked up to my property. She said it doesn't snow up there. You remember we had to wait up there in that blistering ass snow?
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's my proof, Danny. It was like
Well,
these flurries.
In the higher elevation, maybe, but I mean, down here in town, it hardly ever snows, and if it does, it doesn't stick for more than an hour.
Well, yeah, I mean, it wasn't like up to my ankles or even up to the bottom of my shoes, but it was like these flurries that were like, and it was fucking blistering cold. It was up there in the aqueduct area. It was, not downtown. You're right. But this shit was like so bad that Jim and I just went into the truck. I got a truck too. We hung out in the truck until it just stopped. Then we went up there. It didn't last long, but yeah, it was cold.
Yeah, it gets cold here, or really, really hot. It's like, and then we always have wind. It's never just nice.
I know. Believe me, I know. That's why I couldn't fucking shoot the fog machine shit there. So windy there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I got to figure out a way to fix that. I think I know how though.
Well, so we get like one nice day out of like 60 days.
Yeah, every 2 months there's like a really nice calm day, but that's about it.
Yeah.
When those poppy fields come up and it's like got all that orange and all that stuff out there, it's kind of like in May after all the rain stops. Like as the sun sets, that's like a perfect time out. There's no bugs. It's not hot. This is before it gets, Mars hot, out there.
Mm-hmm.
But I've been out there during that time. So, I mean, there's sometimes it's okay. There's sometimes it's cold too. So.
Fried J, thank you for.
Again, we're from California, so to us, 50 degrees is like freezing. When other people are experiencing like 14-degree weather with a foot of snow. Yeah.
Yeah, fuck that.
So.
Fried J, thank you for the catch up, Fried J. I appreciate it.
Freya?
No, Fried J.
Not Fried
J. Okay, that's better. I like Fried J. I'm gonna start using that.
What?
Robbie said I'm like Chris Dix. I'm nothing like that motherfucker. I wear a bra, okay?
Well, he could wear a bra. I mean,
is Robbie still going off?
He should wear a bra. Maybe he wouldn't be so angry because he would be getting the support he needs.
Yeah, I don't know. That guy disappeared. I mean, we haven't heard from him unless he's called Jim and off, goofy hours or whatever. But
I mean,
did I say her name wrong, Mr. X?
It's Freya.
Oh, Freya. Okay.
Sorry, I'm going to start saying Fry J though. That actually is better.
Right.
Fry.
Sorry, Freya.
Fry J. You just got a new name.
Well, you call me King Simon half the time, so it's good, Johnny.
I'm sorry. I was just got excited there for a moment.
I like that Fry J.
Yeah, now she's got to get like a French fry or something and put a J in front of it. Everybody's got to have an avatar or something like that, or an aviator.
Robbie, I had a channel and I had stuff going on my channel before I ever met Jim and Mr. X. I'm not grifting off them for views. No. I don't ask them to do anything for me. I like them and I support them. So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And it's really rude and ignorant that you're fucking getting on me for some shit. You were just nice to me earlier before somebody obviously told you something that impacted your judgment to this fucking extreme based on absolutely nothing except for like ignorance and your own biases. Like that has nothing to do with me.
And I can tell you this too, because Robbie, you're doing the thing which you were saying, about people voting for people. I can attest that Danielle did have a channel long before she had been around. She had, worked with other creators, modded with other people. So, it's kind of the adjacent community, but there is no.
Why is Robbie not up here?
Yeah, why is he not up here? What's he talking in the chat for?
And then he got
off. Because he signed himself out. Robbie, come back up here on the panel. Let's get this.
But yeah, I can attest to that. What Danielle is saying is accurate. That's 100%. I'm sure how long has your channel been around?
My channel?
No, Danielle.
Well, I mean, I signed up for YouTube years ago, but for about a year and a half, I've been doing content a little bit here and there.
Right. We've been on for about 5 months, so that's.
Yeah, I wish I would have been consistent at first because I lost my watch hours from my first couple of live streams because it's been over a year.
Right. Oh, wow. Well, in November, they changed it to the watch hours, not the 1,000. Had you gotten 1,000 in July, you would already have it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So.
Or you could just have me come on and trash people, and you'll get them in a heartbeat like that. One of your episodes got a lot of hits. The one that you had me on, I told you that my son's nuts tasted funny.
No, that was on Ziggy's channel, but that was hilarious though.
Yeah, and then it's on like 50 different things about take this guy down, he should be in jail. It, by the way, is an old thing off of Triumph the Insult Comic Dog, which was a Conan O'Brien piece. So I got that from him. But anyways.
Was Triumph the one that had the cigar in his mouth?
Yeah, and he had a famous call where he called the doctor's office, and the doctor said, "What's wrong?" And he goes, "It's my son. Something's wrong with him." And he goes, "What's wrong with your son?" He goes, "His balls taste funny."
Yeah, Triumph does it on network television. It's okay. You do it, and you're an asshole.
No, there's still people like I've been in chat rooms like recently where people are talking about that on their stream and stuff.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
Boston Nick MMA. Who's that moron?
I don't know. Never seen him.
Who is it?
He's called Boston MMA or something. I don't know. If he's from Boston, he doesn't know shit about MMA.
Oh, he's in the chat?
Yeah, he probably takes karate with little kids. What's that?
Is there anybody who came out of Boston that's good in MMA? I'm trying to think.
Yeah, there was a couple guys, Larry Bird being one of them. Hey, Danielle, where's your boyfriend at? Is he in the car with you?
Yeah, he's right here.
Right here, bud.
Are you guys in the car?
Yeah.
Where are you guys coming from?
Well, we went to get food, but I was just smoking a cigarette and stuff because I don't like to smoke in my house if I don't have to. So I usually come smoke in my car.
Okay. What else is going on?
What?
That's about it.
Didn't you say your son had a girlfriend?
No.
Oh,
that wasn't you?
No,
Yeah,
well, he did like a girl, but then his classes got switched, so he doesn't have PE with her anymore like he did. So he doesn't get to talk to her.
Okay, because you brought that up on a show I was on.
Probably.
Yeah. Was he banging her?
No. We tried to get him to invite her to bowling with us, but then she said that she had plans with her parents or something that night. And then, like I said, his classes got changed, so he doesn't have PE with her anymore.
Can you imagine you're a parent and your daughter thinking this. Danny's son, and she comes over the house, Danielle with her boobies hanging out and the fucking eyebrows, and her boyfriend is a twink. Yeah, let's go bowling.
Hey, you know what? Hey, hold on, guys. Robbie, what have I ever done to you, man? I'm just making sure my chat is clean. Robbie, I'm 2 seconds away of blocking you, bro. If you're gonna dislike Johnny, what? I have never done nothing wrong to you, dude.
Bring him up, Johnny. Bring him up.
How about Boston Nick in South Florida? I like how all these tough guys want me to drive across the country to go meet him at some gym in South Florida.
Oh, there he is, right there. There he is. Right there.
Boston Nick.
Allegedly, Jim, this Boston Nick is from, let's get it right, chat, Queen Crack's channel. Queen Crack, which I was figuratively the one who exploded her grave after we buried her channel. Queen Crack is the name of that channel.
Convicted felon.
He's from Queen Crack's channel.
You know,
that's all you got to say about that.
On the panel. Let's see what's doing. You know?
Yeah, have him come on up. Come up to tough guy.
Who, Robbie?
No, Queen Cracks, buddy. The Florida, the South Florida gym guy.
He works at it. Yeah, he wants me to drive 16 hours to come to some shithole gym in Coconut Beach, Florida.
Was that Boston, right?
Why don't you do this? Why don't you drive up to Galesburg, Illinois, and train that fat fucking slob and get her into shape instead of having her sell crack?
That's right.
You can do that.
That chick really did sell crack, huh?
Look it up. But she's better now. This is what they say on her show. What? She's come around it. You heard me? I smoke cigarettes. Sounds like a fucking 90-year-old Yenta. What a disgusting human being that is.
Through it now. She needs to go down to the police department and pay all her tickets and her fines so she can get her driver's license. She's only 45.
I mean, people have, committed some crimes in their time, and I can understand, hey, this person did this person did that. That's fine. You got to be really stupid to sell crack to an undercover officer. Like, that's really dumb. And you get a DUI, you fucked up. Okay, hey, I made a mistake. Understand. But selling crack? Oh.
Right.
So is Robbie gonna come up here or what?
I'm gonna call him right now.
Robbie, where's he at?
I'm gonna call him right now.
Chopping block.
He ain't coming up.
No, he'll go run to her.
Robbie, for one, what have I ever done to you to tell people to dislike me?
You haven't done. You haven't.
Gay Sloth's gonna go gangster on Robbie.
He's drunk.
But you told, but you said in the chat, to dislike me.
No, I did not say that. You misread what I said. If you go back and reread it, I will go back and reread it myself. I said, well, where's her son?
Bring the phone next to the mic.
That's what I said. I said cigarettes because she smokes cigarettes. Then before that, I said, let's see, what else did I say?
You said dislike Johnny.
Nance said he wrote dislike Johnny.
Stephanie is loyal to us. Like, you're misreading it. You're misreading it.
Okay, if I'm misreading it, okay. Everybody in the chat room is telling me that you wrote it. So
I just got a message that says that Robbie's boyfriend and him were fighting over
hey,
Robbie.
Robbie, come up on the channel. They want you to come up on the channel. Jim wants you to come up on the channel.
Come on,
I
Robbie.
know you guys do. I may as well. I mean, I gotta tell this bitch to fuck off, so I may as well.
The word is Robbie's boyfriend. Robbie's boyfriend and him were arguing because Robbie's been drinking a lot lately.
Yeah, he's been drinking tonight too, Jim.
So he's gonna take that out on me? That's not my fault.
Well,
yeah,
he's about to come up on the channel. Just
he probably thinks you're soft, Danielle.
I hope I just don't get.
You're gonna put him in his place.
I guess what happened is Robbie went home because he had to borrow some money off his dad, and his dad was like, "I don't have a son because he's gay."
Danielle, there's no excuse for him to come and treat you like that. There was no excuse for that.
And then he went back home and started drinking White Claws.
What did Jim say?
I guess what happened was he started drinking White Claws at home, and he was in the window of his apartment, and there was like a bunch of guys walking by, and he pulled his prick out and started smacking it on the glass. And as his boyfriend was like making spaghetti. We got nasty about that.
This is the shit that Jim thinks about.
Johnny, don't be getting excited over there.
That's funny.
I like the way you think, boy.
Come over here and give me some of that cornbread. Mm-hmm.
We're over here now.
Hey,
all right, guys. I've got to. Is Robbie coming up? I got to see this argument. Is he coming up or what?
Yeah, he's coming up. He's coming up.
Hurry up.
He's coming up, I guess. Hurry up, Robbie. You're being called. Come on, Robbie.
There isn't an argument though. Like he's just tripping out of nowhere, blaming me for shit that other people have done, and that's not right.
I think he sees you're over the. Robbie is a. Let me tell you something about Robbie. What I found out about Robbie from what I've been watching in the chat room. Robbie is a diehard loyal to Jim. Okay?
Yes, that's how it should be.
Because he's like everybody's loyal to Jim. Okay. But he's loyal to Jim. Then he sees everybody, some people that comes over to Jim's channel. He comes over here to see people over there at Pancakes' channel. And Pancakes and Jim are not seeing eye to eye on things right now. And so,
but why the fuck is he bringing it to your channel, Johnny? That's the thing.
Well, and plus, I haven't done anything. I haven't done anything wrong to them, and I won't. I refuse. I don't. Usually in the chats when they're talking about Jim, I just stay quiet if I'm watching because, like, I don't want any part of it at all. Like, it's not my business. And I like Jim and I like Mr. X. And so it's like, I don't contribute, like, and instigate shit and go, oh, well, they were saying over there, this and that. Like, even in private, I don't do that. You know what I mean? So it's like, he has no reason to hold me accountable for some shit that's going on with another person and Jim.
Right. And I understand that, but what I'm saying is he's seeing you over there and then bouncing back over here to Jim's. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I'm just saying I'm not taking no sides. I'm not taking no sides. I'm just saying that's the way I see it because he see you over here with Jim all the time.
But why is he worried about what other people are doing and going and what they're saying? And you know, it's not his fight at the end of the day.
It's not mine either. Like, why is it my responsibility or like, you know what I'm saying?
Like
I
I
can't
like
control what
Robbie.
other people do.
I
like
understand.
Robbie
I understand all
also.
that, but I can say this much: I don't personally. I don't know the reason why he's taking out on you, Danielle, and I don't know why he's doing it. Even doing it over here. Period. You know,
He was
but
just talking nice about me earlier before he knew that. So it's like he's being unfair and judging me based off shit that other people have done, not anything that I've done, and that's not right.
Hey, Robbie, come over here, please. Come get up here, Robbie. You got to settle this once and for all. Come on.
Yeah, get up here. So here,
Well,
real quick, Gay Sloth, coming in on the Cash App, the Mr. X. She says it is from Fry J Quadruple X. I want to thank you, Fry J, coming in. The Mr. X Cash App. I appreciate it. Thank you. It's not even my show, but hey, I'll take what I can get. I think I can get some Raising Canes tomorrow with that.
Nice.
Hey, there you go. Hey, do you know we have a Raising Cane? Don't we have a Raising Cane over here in Long Beach? You know where? Hey, Jim, you know where the traffic circle is in Long Beach?
Sure. The guy that invented that traffic circle and put it in there died on it. Yeah, I know where that is. That was over near Brooks College of Fashion Design. That was right where I stayed. I stayed right maybe 2 blocks down from there because they put us in their dorms.
Have you had that?
Yeah, you stayed right there by Pep Boys, didn't you?
I don't know if it was the Pep Boys, but there used to be a small college there called Brooks College. It's now an apartment complex.
It's still there. It's still there.
It's not a college anymore, though.
Yeah, it's not a college no more, but all those apartments are still there, right?
Yep. I stayed in the very last one, top floor, second to the back. I got a video with me in there, and I think they've now sealed it off almost like King Tut's tomb.
Right. Okay.
Yep. King Tut's in town, by the way.
Hey, Jim, do you know every day when I go out, not every day, but when I go out riding my car every day, I will go out driving my car with PZ. We still go over there by your old college over there, and I'm always thinking about that quarterback you used to play with,
Neil Oga. But let me tell you what I'm thinking about.
Do you go there and worship? Do you go there and praise?
No, I don't. I just go over there to drive by there because I like the stadium. I like that big football stadium.
If you look at the stadium, that's the same stadium that's in all the Dr. Pepper commercials where they do the football stuff. Fansville. That's the same arena. Yeah. Listen, I'm getting a little annoyed. I'm starting to think that Danielle's got extremely pink eraser type nipples, and it's bothering me. I have to go.
Tough crowd.
I mean, pretty much, but that's beside the point.
Well, hey guys, we've been on here for 7 hours and 30 minutes, and I'm kind of getting tired, and
is Robbie not coming up?
No, I don't think
Robbie's up. I'm gonna stay another 2 minutes, and I'm going.
Huh?
Get up here, Robbie, so I can be entertained by this fight.
Yeah, come up here, Robbie.
And here's another point too, Robbie.
Oh, there he is. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Robbie.
Good. I'll shut up.
Holy shit, you're talking shit to me and I can't even defend myself. What's your other point, Mr. X? Give me your other fucking point.
Oh, my point is this. I mean, here's an example. Like, I like Marissa. She is in I'm not a big, I don't know why Bella Vive doesn't like me. I don't even dislike her, but Marissa's always been really nice to me. But since Marissa's on Bella Vive's show, I don't hold that against her. You know what I mean? Same kind of thing.
Look, I get it, and you know what? You and Jim have said for a long time, if you want to watch them, you want to dip your pen in both inks, go the fuck ahead. This goes beyond that. Okay. She's a streamer. She's garnering views off this program. She's hyping her channel off this program. She's taking away from Jim Terry TV's hype. When you know what? If she's such good fucking friends and big fan of salty pancakes, how come he's not the wind in her fucking sails? Huh? Well, how come not? Oh, yeah, because I agree. He doesn't have any fucking wind. That's why. Right.
I 100% agree with you there. I think that Doug and Salty Pancakes should have always promoted her from the beginning. I can't disagree with you there because she does have something
to me over there.
Do they?
Okay, I don't know.
How many live views are you getting these days?
Robbie, you're being unfair to me right now because I've never done anything disrespectful to any of you. I don't know why you're taking out on me shit that somebody else did.
Look. There is some, it's like the streaming wars. You're Fox, we're CBS. You're going to go be on Fox's network, then go be on Fox's network. But don't come over here. Don't come over here and expect free likes, clicks, and views because you're on Jim Terry TV tonight. Is my thing. Okay, all right. Well, I disagree. I disagree personally. I personally disagree. In my opinion, respect.
If
one thing I would say,
like, I would have had my channel monetized a long time ago if that was the case. I don't really give a shit. I do it for fun when I have time.
There you go.
I really hope that's the truth.
And by the way, she's never there with us on Tuesday night because she works a job on Tuesday night. I don't know if you guys know that, but here's the other thing, and this is what I would say to Danielle. This is going with what Robbie's saying. When that salty pancakes bites you and Gemini guy in the ass and turns on you like he's done we're gonna say we told you so. So just be careful.
Exactly.
If that were to happen, that's fine. I can handle my own shit, though. Like
I know, but I'm just saying, just be careful over there. I mean, you guys are adults; you can do whatever you want, but just that's the kind of guy he is. You know what I mean?
But when it happens, I'm gonna bite your fucking head off and laugh in your face because you're fucking wrong and you're stupid. So let's make sure we're clear on that.
Hey, Danielle, look at this, Danielle. I don't even know Salty. I've never followed him at all, but he is calling my phone because I think that's his number. And I have never done one wrong thing to that man.
He's had business associates call my business numbers. He's had people call my fucking business phone numbers. He's had people mail all of my business addresses. This person is not sane. Listen, this is somebody you go to their YouTube channel. You want to support their YouTube channel and you enjoy but then you're going to come over here for clicks and views. It's very entertaining to me, Miss Gemini.
I don't agree with things that people do. Like, when people are taking it real life, I don't like that at all. I've had real life shit happen to me. It's not cool. I don't support those things.
Well, that's the type of shit that community does to this community. Just letting you know.
He's right about that. I mean, tapping to Ty Corbin. I mean,
it's not the type of stuff this community does to that community because we don't do that type of shit.
We will respond, but
no, don't get me wrong. You're a counterpunch. We got to fight back. Otherwise, you're gonna get beat the fuck up your whole life like fucking salty fat face. Go ahead.
But that's what I'm saying. They're clearly capable of fighting their own battle. Like,
That's why I'm here fighting you because you are riding off Jim Terry TV's coattails on this program right now, dear. You're more than welcome to take the pledge, sign a contract, and stick to this group. Look, you just can't go over there and just suck it up for fucking salty shitbags. He said he was going to quit YouTube like 4 or 5 times now.
That's true.
It's been like 7 times in a monthly row. He said he's going to quit, but you're over there supporting it, and then you're going to come over here and hang out on panel for clicks and views. It's a little bit mind-boggling to me. That's all.
I have friends over there. Nobody over there has ever been disrespectful to me. Like, why should I treat people like shit? Like
Ranger's probably nice.
Right now,
what friends do you have over there? They'll stab you in the back the moment you leave.
And if that happens, that's my responsibility and my accountability to deal with. Like.
All right. Well, hey, look, I just, I'm sorry for coming on so hard, Ben. I'll throw a little apology your way. But, if anybody else from their little fucking clique comes over here, guys, I'm lighting them up and I don't give a fuck. You guys can fire me for it. Fuck it.
I didn't know you were hired, but okay. Nobody's hiring anybody. But...
Hey, Danielle, do you remember what I was telling you earlier? Robbie is a loyalty motherfucker.
I believe in what Jim's doing.
And that's fine. And if he wants to have an opinion of people who have done fucked up actions and shit, like, I totally get that. And I wouldn't be mad at him for that. People are entitled to their opinions. And I understand the concept of loyalty and all that shit. I just don't think it's fair for him to hold me accountable for some shit that I
threw some rocks. But I like to live by the sticks and stones adage. Have you ever heard of that? You're a Zimmer. Maybe you haven't. Sticks and stones may break my bones.
I'm a what?
Zoomer, Gen Z. That's after Y.
That's after Y. 86, just like you, Robbie.
She's a millennial.
I don't know. I have a lot of hope for millennials, and she's leaving me reaching for fucking grasping.
You guys are millennials, big time.
Oh, Jesus Christ! Shut up, Gen X.
Mr. X.
I'm like baby Gen X. I'm right at the end. So.
Jesus Christ!
Hey, can I just say something, because my channel is about being nice and being positive.
I know,
over
Johnny,
here.
but
can you guys
I love Jim
Can you guys
Terry.
do me a favor? Robbie, can you do me a favor? Daniela, do me a favor. Even though nobody's in the wrong or the right, can each other just like shake hands and let us move on forward with this? And
Danielle,
I don't have any problems.
I'm happy to
Robbie.
make peace with Danielle.
And I would really love to know his skincare regimen.
Thank you very much. I go tanning every day.
And you know what? And you know what? Now, thank you.
It's
Now,
the truth.
And then just for that, you can hit me up on my Cash App.
You know what? That'll get you.
Hit
That
me
will
up on
get
the
you
Cash App.
really far. That'll get you really far with me. That'll get you very far. You know, I'm very defensive of Jim, especially with these Utah snakes. I have a special Utah snake lawnmower prepared. It's very well oiled. It's very gassed up. It actually drives itself. I've got an AI program.
Here's something I didn't know, Robbie. I didn't know that anybody, after all these emails that you send me that Jim doesn't ever see, really, I didn't know that anybody ever from the Salty camp ever did anything to you. I've never heard that before.
You know what though? Well, that's because I fucking don't sit. You know what? Like well, the one time I did say something about it. You know what I do, Mr. X?
Sure.
I pick up the phone and I hang up.
How do you know it's him? Like we'll ask you the same question that we asked Ty Corbin.
Great.
How do you know it's
Perfect.
him?
I'm smart. I'm a business owner. I field my phone calls. I ask questions about who's calling, and typically you can tell if you're getting jerked off. And you know what? That's happened to me a couple times, and it's been beyond like a general like, hey, I'm getting quoted for a serious job. It's like we're jerking you off to find out fucking what your business is about. We're trying to get information.
Right, like that detective lady was with Jim the other night. Yes,
yes,
yeah,
sir.
I see what you're saying. Okay,
and
fair enough.
And so that's happened to me. I flipped it around and been like, look, if you're not a legitimate customer, this is a business line. I am going to go ahead and record this call now because it is a business line, and I am within my rights to do so. And the moment I say that, they hang up.
There you go.
So
yeah, that's
anyway,
the sucky part about California. You got to do that.
Well, I know, but it's just I've got my number on Google Business Voice, and it's just a way for me to protect myself. I just click one button, but I do have to tell them, you know. But as soon as I say that, people fucking hang up, and so that's fine, you know. God, you know, and that's the thing too is if you want me to come home to fucking Utah County and pull the guy on his fucking fat fucking front yard and fucking beat his ass in front of his fat fucking wife, I'll do it, dude. I'm fucking down, you know. And I know you're not. Hey, I know you're not trying to go for violence or incite violence, but look, hey. I'm not the type of fucking kid who's gonna get called to the flagpole and not show up.
Yeah, that's true. I bet. Yep. You know what I think happened. I don't know this is, but this is what I think. I think after the situation for his work, either he got reprimanded or they got rid of him. That's why he's talking about a class action. That's why he didn't get. If he would have gotten rid of YouTube, he probably just would have been got to his life. They probably can't.
Fired?
That's what I think happened.
Fired? You guys think he got fired?
I don't know that. That's what I think. Is that accurate, Danielle?
Wonderful. That'd be wonderful news.
Did he get fired from his job?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I don't watch his show. Maybe he talked about it on his show and you heard it and I didn't. I'm not saying you have an inside track.
Hey guys, look at that real quick. Look, that's Utah calling right now. Look at that.
Answer. That's him. Answer it.
They'll probably just hang up.
Hello.
Before, you know.
Hello.
People are weird like that.
Hello. Hi.
Exactly.
He hung up.
Exactly.
Why do they keep doing that? That's weird. I don't know who it is, but that's kind of weird.
It is weird. You know, the people in the tech slopes over there in Utah think they're real tech fucking savvy. And, you know, I got to give them some fucking hand in the thing because they did help create the internet. But you know what? They get paid pennies on the dollar. They really do. They're driving the rate down. These idiots over there in Utah are just terrible, guys. You know, I can't explain it in better terms. Mr. X, you know, that's why I gotta stand you a little bit because you're not afraid of them. And I really
I'm not from there. I mean, I don't know anything about Utah other than what you guys. I mean, it might as well be France to me. I mean, it has nothing to do with my community or anything like that.
Exactly.
So,
it's nowhere. It's a nothing. It's a nothing burger.
I'm sure there's nice people there, but it just feels like kind of like
nice
a Louisiana where it's its own kind of community. It's its own bubble. I have nothing to do with it.
On my phone, dude.
Somebody keeps
you know, that's the thing about LA is anybody can come to LA. It doesn't matter what you are.
The other night, how they'll be nice to your face, but the moment you leave, they're gonna talk shit on you. That is exactly what the problem is.
Right.
There's no genuine people really, but if you join their club, if you sign up for the church and you pay your 10% and you go every week and you do all the things and you jump through the hoops, and guess what, Mr. X, you're in the club and you'll get the movie deals, you'll get the Netflix deals, you'll get the big screen, you'll get all the good stuff that you need in your life to make it successful and happy. That's how Utah works. That's how Utah works. But they are. Oh yeah. It's a scam. Scam capital of the world. Look, you're dealing with fucking snakes. I mean, you know, you can't get mad at a snake for being a snake, can you? It's a snake.
No. Not really.
You guys were talking about politics the other night. Here's my political agenda. Here's what happens if Mr. X is president. First thing we're going to do,
That was Utah.
property tax every church, synagogue, mosque, property tax every single one of them. Now they all use utilities. They all use a fire department. They all use sewage. You get now a property tax every single one of them, including the LDS church. That's my first step. I know it never would happen. But you want to get rid of homelessness, there's step number one. Now they're going to actually pay their share and take care of people. Period.
They won't like
and I'm
that.
not for taxing people, but I'm for taxing them.
Those Utah people aren't going to like hearing that, Mr. X.
Well, I would say all churches, Catholic.
Well, I know,
church,
but especially
everyone.
Utah and Idaho. You're really
Church of Scientology, Roman Catholic,
True. Sure. Absolutely. Anybody.
Everyone.
Money.
But it'll never happen.
You're gonna piss off the Sea Org. Be careful with that Scientology shit.
Well, I mean, I've told stories about Scientologists that I work with that they were great people. I mean, but I think that
it's weird, right? Like you meet these people from other religions, they're great. I met Scientologists, they're great. I met Muslims, they're great. I met Catholics, they're great. But every single fucking Mormon I met, it's been traumatizing. So anyway, sorry to cut you off. I'll shut up.
You're good. I don't know anybody from the Church of Scientology, so I can't really speak on it.
they don't. Here's how it kind of works with the people that I would at least meet in the film industry. They don't really, and this is in Clearwater, Florida, which is like the center of it. It's like the Hollywood of it. Okay. They won't really talk about it. They do their own things on their own time, but you could tell the way they focus in on you and stare at you and kind of like their mannerisms. Like Salty talks a lot of things about like, this is the inner workings or double agents, like that kind of an attitude, which would lend itself to what I think would be the LDS Church and Mormonism. They have their own tropes, which I'm not saying are all bad.
Very Freemason type shit.
You know? Yes. Freemason. Like here's another one. I don't know if you ever heard of, what's it called? Fair use or fair game or fair play, where they go harder. Like they'll do a, who is Robbie? I am Robbie.com. And then they'll just fucking just work on you and work on you.
Oh, yeah.
That's kind of the kind of stuff they do. They claim that it doesn't happen, but you know.
Oh yeah. And you know, that's the thing I was telling Sea Org. It's funny because, you know, Scientology is scary, but it's not nearly as scary as Mormons are. Maybe that's why I'm so invested.
And maybe they want to, you know, they want to protect their thing too. Just like, and I'm not trying to judge it. I'm just saying these are just tropes that you could tell that they're from that religion. That's it.
Part of their thing of protecting is taking my rights away. So my thing in protecting my rights are taking theirs away. So it's like, you know,
it's just like they just
right.
don't say nothing.
Johnny, do you got
I don't know anything
calling
about
in?
the Mormons.
Huh?
You got somebody on the phone?
Terrible.
Yeah, that was Reuben. Here you go, Reuben. Reuben's on live.
LA isn't really Mormon central.
No, it's not.
Go ahead, Reuben.
What's going on, everybody?
Yo.
Hey, Reuben.
How's everybody doing?
Chilling.
Okay.
They're chilling. Reuben, what are you doing? Are you in your house or you're in the garage?
Smoking a blunt.
You're in the house where it's warm?
Yeah, where it's warm. I got my legs up.
Yeah, get those legs up, man. You got to go. If you have to, man, go to the doctor, man. Get those legs checked out, brother.
Yeah. For Robbie. Can Robbie hear me?
Yeah, I
Robbie
can.
Robbie can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Check your loyalty. If Mr. X and Jim are up on the panel, who's being loyal to who?
I'm being loyal for calling her out for being a plant. And you know what? If anybody comes around me with a knife in their back pocket, I want Jim and Mr. X to be the first one to be like, hey, don't let that fucker come around. So that's...
But I'm not a plant though, Robbie.
Well, I don't know that, and I didn't know that. How am I to know that?
Robbie,
you go over to Salty Pancakes all the time.
Robbie.
You know, you're really sympathetic to the cause over there. What?
Robbie, you think that Mr. X and Jim are stupid enough to not know who's who?
You know what? I don't, but I also know for a fact that Jim and Mr. X have been fucked around with by a lot of these people on the internet, and it's really hard for them at times to determine who the fucking real ones are and who aren't.
That's true.
So I do know that, and I know what that's like myself. So
yeah, you're right about that.
Right.
But I just don't believe that. I mean, at least at this point right now, I don't believe that's Danny. I just think that Danny might be.
I I misunderstood her. Fuck, I'm wrong. I could say I'm wrong. I
because
said I'm
the
wrong.
same
I'm wrong.
kind of thing
I could be
happened with
wrong.
you with Doug, Danny. I think you might just be a little naive that this guy's probably
Were you a
worse
Doug
version
fan
of it.
too, Danny? Were you on Doug's channel a lot too, or what?
She dated Doug, bro.
She dated him.
Oh my God, you're a YouTube groupie?
No.
No, I'm not a YouTube groupie.
How many conventions have you been
That's
to?
not a real thing, Robbie, is it? Is
I've
it
never
really
How
been to
many
a
conventions?
convention.
How many VidCons?
Robbie, you're getting out. Robbie, hold on.
I've never
Ruben's still
been to
talking to you.
anything like that.
Sorry,
That's
Ruben,
at
please.
LAX Hilton. I almost went to that. Shit.
Right?
Hey guys, my
I
caller's
didn't know
still
they
on.
had that.
Ruben, please,
Go
please.
ahead, Ruben.
Like a
Ruben's still on the
Comic
phone.
Con, but for YouTube.
Yeah, it's for YouTube. It's called like VidCon. They have it at the LAX Hilton.
Hey,
didn't
Ruben's still
know
on the
that.
phone.
Go ahead, Ruben.
Hit me, Ruben.
Fuck up. Robbie, stay
What?
on topic. If not, shut the fuck up.
Fair enough.
There you go.
All right.
Ruben laying the law down.
Yeah, it's getting annoying. You know what I mean?
Fair enough.
Johnny doesn't want no bullshit up there. He's about
That is
positivity,
true.
not negativity.
Right. I agree.
Knock it the fuck off.
Whoa, I don't necessarily. Hey, Ruben, I appreciate
Okay.
you for being a part of the program, but I don't like being talked down to, dog. I don't. I
You're not
don't.
being talked down to. You're being talked to.
Okay, well, I feel like you're talking down to me.
You can feel however you want, but that's what I'm
Your
saying.
tone of voice is kind of fucking rude, you know, that's all.
Okay.
All right, Donnie.
All right. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you, Ruben.
No problem.
I did not expect that to happen at all, but
Yeah,
okay.
people's
whatever.
masks are off tonight. We got Easy Now 90 coming out the woodwork.
Hey, how about this? I'm gonna tell a joke real quick. I'm gonna tell a joke right here, try to make everybody
Do
laugh.
that, Johnny.
It's gonna be a Johnny joke. Where did Johnny go to school? Can anybody guess where Johnny went to school?
Texas.
Alabama.
No, he didn't go to
Oh.
school at all, you dumb fucks.
Oh, my bad.
School of Hard Knocks.
He didn't go to school anywhere. Huh?
Johnny, you been to school. Come on, man.
No, I'm not talking about me. I was telling a Johnny joke.
Oh,
You
weren't
get
talking
what I'm
about
saying?
yourself.
It was a Johnny joke.
Okay.
What part of the joke you didn't get, Robbie?
Well, I'm a dumb bitch sometimes. Like, I'm very blonde.
Hey, you know what, Robbie? We are all dumb bitches sometimes.
I miss shit. I mean, Dana here says clown college. Okay. All right. Look, I wanted to go to BYU, Dana. I didn't get in. Thank you. Next question.
There you go.
What were you going to study had you got in?
I was going to study white blonde males. Blue eyes. Had to
They
be
got a
coming
film
in
school
around.
there at
They
BYU?
do. They
Johnny,
do.
don't
They
get
do.
excited.
They're into film.
Really?
They're into arts. They're into arts, photography, dance. They're very into their spiritual, manly femininity.
Is there
It's-
anybody that's just there that's just like an openly gay, like West Hollywood type group? Or does that just not exist in that?
That's me, and I left. That's where.
But is there a section there? You know how like they have a section of Bourbon Street or a
Salt Lake
section
City? Yes, Salt Lake City. There's a very small section of Salt Lake City. It's like maybe like one club on Friday nights, and then it shuts down real early. Like we're talking 1 a.m. It gets shut down. The police come in with their fucking riot gear, and they shut the place down like it's the fucking Stonewall riots.
Okay.
And then all the straight people come out and start marching with their pitchforks to send us all back to our hovels. It's very dangerous there. It's very
You did
scary.
the best thing. You got out of there. I mean, what can you do? I mean, it's over.
Yeah, you know, you do. Yeah, but you know what? That's the thing is, God, they're everywhere and they come after you. You know, God. Apparently, I didn't even know. I come here, they got a fucking temple in Oakland. What are you gonna do with the Mormon temple in
It's a huge
Oakland?
church. They're all over. They're in
Jesus
Australia
Christ,
too.
you convicts the fucking criminals of Oakland. What are you fucking idiots?
Hey,
Oh
there
my
goes
God.
Reuben. There goes Stephanie's baby daddy looking like Reuben again. There you go.
Yeah, there's Ruben Sanchez.
That's
Maybe
Reuben
that's why
Sanchez.
they're trying to get Reuben in there. There you go.
That's so crazy, though.
That's the truth. I'm
Hey,
like,
look at
well,
this.
okay.
Hey, Mr. X, look at that little puppy. Look at that little puppy, Mr. X.
Cute
Oh,
little one.
that's
That's
cute,
the kind I
baby.
want.
That's the kind you want?
Yeah.
He's cute. He's adorable.
What is that? A Jack Russell?
I think so. It's Stephanie, Team Jim Terry sent it
Yeah.
in. I think
Yeah,
it is a Jack-
Miss
I
T's
think it
cutting
is a
that
Jack
together.
Russell.
That was 100% a Mr. X production. The dog idea was mine. Because here's what I look at it. I'd rather see your guys as dogs than your kids.
True.
Yeah,
I don't want to hear about your kids, but I want to hear about your dogs.
When I worked at AT&T, I would be in a shitty mood like I am right now on this call, and if somebody brought a dog in, I'd be like giving them credits. I'd be kissing their ass. I'd be asking them how their day was. My fucking whole demeanor would change. I'd sell more because
Yes, yeah, everybody likes dogs. But,
fuck. Fucking
no, I mean it's fun to hear about everything. Actually, Danielle has some interesting stories too. So we actually do go talk about a little bit of everything. So,
Danny, do you like dogs?
Can I ask that, Robbie?
Their dog hair and stuff like irritates my skin. Like I think I'm allergic to them. But
what about cats? Can you deal with cats? Does that irritate you too?
I don't like cats.
No, that sucks. That sucks.
That
sucks.
I want one of those hairless Egyptian-looking cats, though. Those are kind of badass, but they're really expensive.
Yeah. No, for sure. Yeah, for sure.
Hey, Robbie. Hey, Robbie. Can I ask you a question?
Please.
What did Birmingham Young think of the polygamian?
Brigham Young.
Brigham Young think of the are we talking about the polygamy?
Yes.
What did he think about it? He enjoyed it very much. He had many wives and many children. I went to school with some of his descendants. I think everybody in Utah went to school with his descendants. That was kind of the ongoing joke in whatever class you were growing up in elementary school. Is there's probably a young in here, because that's how many fucking wives this guy had. And it's true. I had one. His name was Matthew Young. He was real fucking a little bit like anemic. Like he had like some fucking glasses, like some bifocals and shit. Because if you don't spread the genes apart, you start getting a little bit derpy looking fucking product. Anyways, so yeah, that's my Utah Youngin history. That's what I know about the Youngs. There's a lot of other names that are there in that gene pool that I could rattle off. But yeah, what else would you like to know?
Do you think Salty's gay?
I think Salty has definitely had a lot of gay sex while he was in prison. You don't, and it wasn't just jail. When you go to prison, you're getting it up the ass, and if you're not getting up the ass, you're giving up the ass. I don't think Salty. Look, that guy.
But that's not what we heard from what's his name the other day when we were talking about who was it? Reuben called in and said that
Reuben was talking about jail.
Yeah, he spent time inside. He said they put gay people in a different area.
You know what? And that could be true. I've never been to jail. Like you, Mr. X, I've never even
like
been
prison.
arrested.
No,
but I could imagine, though. I'm just trying to do the math in my head. Like, prison's got to be really hard because then you're not getting anything ever. So, of course, if a little white fucking fruitcake from fucking
Robbie,
Utah.
I think you would enjoy prison because they'd have a bunch of big buff men, going after
I don't
your
think
booty
so, dude.
hole.
I don't
you'd
know, and
enjoy
I don't.
it.
Hey, by the way, to be completely honest with you, I mean, it's gay stereotypes aside, guys. Like, wow, I'm probably the straightest gay guy ever. I don't get it on my ass a lot. It's like my boyfriend rams me out. Like, it's not like that's how our lifestyle is, or anything. It's really weird. If you guys actually knew a lot about gay couples, a lot of us gay couples just jerk each other off and stuff. That's actually a somewhat normal thing.
Johnny,
so anyways,
don't be getting excited about this talk over there.
I'm just trying to explain to you. I'm just trying to put it into.
Oh yeah, I'm getting excited. Yeah.
I'm just trying to explain how, I guess my life is or something. It's not like I have a lot of gay butt sex or something. It's not like I'm going to the Mormon church every Sunday asking to get it. So anyways.
And Sofa, by the way, to answer your question for the VIP Plus, if you ever call in VIP Plus and you want us to do that, that's the way to do that. She was talking about having us prank somebody. That's something we've been wanting. Any VIP Plus member wants us to do a prank on air and you got somebody, call us live on the VIP Plus show. We'll be happy to do it.
Can I say what I really think about Salty? Because I think I've wanted to say it for a minute, and now I see the chat and I see that person said that. So what I really think, no, I don't actually think Salty's gay. I don't think that at all. I think Salty is a very troubled individual, and I think that we all have, as human beings, our trials and tribulations that we go through, and the horseshit and the strife that we have to deal with. Whether we want to advertise it openly online to the internet while we're at work or not is up to us. Right. And also, on that same token, we have to enjoy the benefits of those decisions as we've taken them. Right. Like, if I decided to do that to myself while I was at work, guess what? AT&T would have fucking fired me for doing shit like that while I was at work. Right. So
right.
If he gets fired for what happened, then that's what happened. He should have been smarter about that shit.
Yeah, we just pushed the rock down the hill. I mean, I think he was either fired or extremely reprimanded.
Look, if I was his boss, I'm a fucking stickler for detail and I'm a stickler for efficiency, and I don't want you dicking around on my time. So I'd be fucking all over that. I'd be like, no, don't be streaming.
Well, all they would have to do is just join or be a part of his YouTube channel and having nothing to do with us see what he does over there.
One employee, it just takes one of those Mexicans that are having a bad day to be like, oh, Mr. Salty at the fucking Pancakes, and then all of a sudden we're looking at it with the boss, So I don't necessarily know if even maybe they don't care. And even if that's the case, maybe they don't care.
It's so weird
Maybe
that
they
you
don't
said that,
care.
Robbie, because I was saying that to Jim today. I was actually kind of doing the role playing, like I was pretending like I was doing Salty's manager's thing, like Salty, sorry, you're out of here. I mean, you have a good night. Okay, Hector, come on in. You're next.
You're up.
I was telling Jim today. So I mean, it's not like they can't replace him.
Yeah, man. I just, hey, look, but what I was trying to say about him and in general, like, I mean, everybody's got their fuck ups. Whether you decide to openly broadcast that on the internet or not is up to you. Just like himself and just like Drug and just like everybody else who's been associated with Jim ever since I've observed Jim come on and burst onto the YouTube scene. They've really had their opportunity to take it and run or take it and flop. And, I feel like Salty had the opportunity to take it and run. There was some real partnership going on. There was some real investment on both sides going on, and he failed. And
it was all us going over there. He never came. He never did anything for us, and there was no ever like verbal agreement.
Fair
or
enough.
anything.
Very true. Very true. And I would agree with that because I never even went over to his. I knew of his channel, but I never even went over there until you guys started going over there because that's where I could hear Jim talk about whatever horse shit he's going to talk about, Candace or whoever the fuck he's going to talk about for that day. So.
Right.
That was why I'd go over there. And then, and when Jim started blowing up with his own channel, and he was like, well, Salty's gonna, cause it was like, you guys are just starting out. And it's like, you got to work with whoever's out there already. And that's what I do like about Jim is that, like if you are a friend of the program, even to this girl, is her name, what is her name? Gemini guy. Your name's not your name in the chat.
My name's Danielle.
Danielle. So Danielle, for instance.
I didn't see that, Robbie. Thank you. I didn't see that. It said Gemini guy.
Yeah, because I got on from my boyfriend's phone. That's why.
That's all good.
Okay.
I mean, I just wanted to make sure I have her name, but like just to be an example, we all have different like channels and stuff. Like out of everybody who's really worked with Jim and stuff, everybody's got like I guess what I was gonna say is like,
you got a channel, Robbie?
I do have a channel. I do. Do I stream? No, I don't.
You have a Twitch.
Well, I do. I have a Twitch. I have a YouTube. I have content on it. There's stuff you can go look at. But look, don't follow these guys. I want to help these guys. This is where I'll show up. I want to show up on your guys' streams.
I like Resi too.
And you know what? He's got a fucking Twitch channel that he spends a lot of time on. But I want to be more in the background. That's kind of also something I've observed from you, Mr. X, because I like some of the work you've done in the background. And I really have admired that. I think you're excellent. And so, like, I think that I could be more advantageous there because I don't have the fucking time.
Sire.
Every day. Go ahead.
I just think that, you got to look at this stuff, Robbie. I mean, if somebody is getting some clout or getting a little bit of rub, we call it a rub from Jim, I think that's a good thing. I mean, I don't think that that's like, hey, they're like if if Johnny gets a little rub from Jim or I do, or the people come over here, I mean, that's good. I don't think that, or Danny's been around a lot longer. So, I mean, it's kind of a different scenario for her, but if any channel helps any of these people, the way I look at it is it's good. I mean, it gives all these people an opportunity and a safe place to go. What I'm saying is the situation over at Salty's not a safe place. You can ask some of the people who are in this chat right now, who are part of Jim's Facebook. I'm looking at one of the guys' names. His name starts with a D. He'll tell you that it wasn't very safe for him. But like they'll dox people that just like
they start
Jim
doxing people. They start giving your info out. They start handing out your phone number and shit. They were talking about me, and I've never said one thing until tonight. Tonight, right now on this panel, is the first time I've ever come up and openly talk shit verbally about. So I mean, I've talked shit in chat and been like, yeah, fucking Salty shit, and everybody has. But you know what? I heard he was talking shit on his panel about me a couple weeks ago.
Who was Jim?
No, Salty.
Oh, probably. I don't even know. I don't.
On my channel?
No, on Salty's, and I wouldn't know because I don't go over there. But one of our cross pollinators was saying it or something in the chat. I don't give a fuck.
Here's the thing that I mean, and I have to going back with Danny. Like Danny's never been one of those people that comes to us and says, "Hey, guess what Salty said?" And then she's over there. And we have people who like us.
I noticed that.
We have people who contact us all the time.
I was hard on you.
Yeah, and I don't do that over there either. I don't hit up Salty and be like, "Hey, did you know what Jim and them said?" It's like.
Look, I gotta tear a couple people's heads off, otherwise I'm not doing a good job taking care of these guys,
Yeah.
I could use some more direction on whose heads I need to tear off, though. I will be honest.
Here's the best thing I think you could do is just come up with guys like Rezi content to make people who watch the show happy.
Want to watch it more? Okay, sure.
Yeah, that's it. Because that guy is what we call, I said this in about basketball before, salty as a self-check. You stand in front of him when you're playing, he's going to dribble it off his foot. You don't have to play defense on him. So all we have to do is all these people who are here that enjoy what Jim's doing, and you enjoy it too, and so do I, just add to that. Bringing a guy like Rezi, doing the white cloth.
I've got so many of them.
Yeah, and then of course, and so has Danny, so has Johnny. I mean, Equalizer and them. And in one way or another, it doesn't have to mean you have to eat a stick of butter, but the more that we can entertain everybody, Salty's just going to disappear anyway. That's why we get burned and break.
I've been waiting for it and stuff, and
he's just going to go away. He can't outlast us. First of all, there's me and Jim are like 20 of him. Each one.
Absolutely.
I'm
Exactly
20 or 30
yes.
of one Salty. He cannot do what I do. He certainly can't do what Jim does. And then we have all these other people. He's going to be gone sooner or later. He just can't outlast us.
You're basically the Winklevi of YouTube.
Not really that big of a deal, but it's just like we can have a good time, and that's really all that matters. Now, if we have a good time by shit talking him too, then so be it.
Sure.
But like if somebody like a girl Ryan, who we'd like as well, wants to call him off air, then you're asking for the potential problem.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
And if you call Jim off air and you do what you're doing, Robbie, you might have that show up on a show too. So at least you know that though. You know what I mean?
Yeah, actually I think is really funny about Jim is that he tells everybody on stream exactly what he wants. He's very specific. He says, look, don't fucking call me off the show. I want you to call me on the show. Of course Jim wants me to call me when I'm fighting with my boyfriend while he's
that'd be great. We want to see you guys go at it. I've never seen that in person.
Oh my lord!
Everybody's interested in that.
Look, I would be happy to introduce my boyfriend, but I don't want it to be like some rage situation because I don't think that he would appreciate that.
Well, no, we want it to be real. We don't want it to be a cartoon.
Yeah. No, for sure. I'll work on that.
So,
he works in public
discussion.
Robbie, what you got to do is drink a bunch of White Claws, turn on your camera, bring your boyfriend in the room, and just let it flow. That's it.
Okay. I'll do my very best. I'm very good at live
You're right,
streaming.
De-icer.
So we'll see what.
All right, guys. Well, I'm peacing out of here. I appreciate everybody who's here. I appreciate everybody who's listening, and especially this is Johnny's show. Let's get him to that 4,000 mark, and then Danny's going to be. If she might get there before, who knows? But I mean, these are all different things.
So Danny, now that you've been necked, you're in the club now. Like now, I could stand you a little bit. Now I don't have to worry about you being like a problem. Now you've survived the realist.
But don't think that we won't be, Jim's not going to say I told you so if something happens to Danny or Gemini, because that's the kind of guy that I'm sure he'll watch this back.
Me too.
I don't expect if let's say worst case scenario something bad happened to me, I don't expect like everybody to pity me or something neither. Like I could be accountable for my own shit.
I know, but
and I live my life with integrity and honesty, and I'm genuine and authentic. Like and only time can tell something like that, but I'm not worried about it neither,
Right. And the people who he's done it to before, like we were talking about with like De-icer, for example, I was talking about that. It's not he's not scared or we're not scared of Salty. It's just more of an annoyance and a problem. Now, here's the reason he can't do anything to you, Danny, is because if I'm not mistaken, your family owns that business. And you're not dependent on a lawn care service to pay your bills. You know what I mean? So he can't really do anything.
One of my jobs,
Yeah, so I mean, and the thing is, I wouldn't give the guy your cell number. I wouldn't meet the guy anywhere. Not that you will, but.
I'm not going to snowy ass Utah anytime soon.
Yeah, fuck that. You don't need to go up there.
Fuck that shit. You don't want to drive in that shit.
I just want to say, I just want to say something real quick.
Go ahead.
I just want to say, everybody, Mr. X, thank you for everybody coming on my channel tonight, and I'm glad that I was able to get Robbie and Danielle to understand each other more, and because over here on my channel, it's just come over here to relax and just talk about anything you guys want to talk about, like and one of my subscribers told me tonight, they said the chat room was doing good, the panel was doing good. You know what? I've never had my panel lit up like the way it's lit up right now. Okay, the max I had on my panel last night was probably about 5 people. Tonight we had 8 people on the panel tonight. 8 people on the panel tonight, and I love that. And and basically what I'm trying to say is that I'm glad that everybody got their shit in check tonight, because I didn't want to be rude and just start booting people out of here. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, and that's
Yeah,
your whole
I don't
channel,
want to
Johnny.
bring drama to your channel. I support you to the fullest. I think that you're a good person with a really good heart, and I would love to see you succeed for sure.
Indubitably.
Indubitably, and I agree with that, Johnny. I can't. I'm so blown away by you, Johnny. I'm so impressed, man. I'm so impressed.
Thank you very much, Robbie, and thank you very much, Danny and Ellie. I don't know how to say names correctly because my mind is thinking faster than what I want to say. So,
Yeah,
Mr.
but it's funny, Johnny. When you mispronounce everybody's name, it's good. I think it's funny as hell.
But also other people might take that a little bit of disrespectful too. You know what I mean?
Not.
Especially from other cultures or race or something like that. But I try my best to get the names right. Like at first, when I was just looking at De-Icer Dave, I thought it was a De-Slicer.
De-Slicer.
Yeah. But Mr. X, you're the man, Mr. X, and I appreciate everything you've done for me so far. And Mr. X, you're like a big mentor. You know what I mean? You're like a big mentor.
Yeah, and I mean, I appreciate it. Like here's an example today from a lady who, is contact us. I'm looking at one of the emails, and she says Hotspot and Stage Tech are sending in money for a class action suit.
Right.
This is 8 hours ago. Like we get this continuously. It's like, okay, so they are, but if they are, I mean, they talk about an ultimate grift. If you're gonna get $5,000 to $10,000 off somebody to do a lawsuit, I thought you were dealing with a real criminal before. I guess, I mean, cadaver dogs and all that kind of stuff, and raising money for people to file. How goofy can you get? If you give money to that, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Right.
And I'm going to respond to this lady. I am not worried.
Mr. X,
losers.
Mr. X, have you heard anything about what's going on with Michelle?
Not any more than you guys have on the show. I mean, it just, I don't know. No, Jim has not told me anything since we last, heard from her on the phone. Nope.
Damn. So she's out missing in action, huh?
Well, I know that her computer got broke.
Again?
Yeah, she broke her computer. I mean, don't forget. I mean, she is handicapped, so if she tries to grab something, I mean, look, it's hard for her to drink us. So it's not like she's throwing her computer down on the ground and hoping to get people to pay for it. You know what I mean?
You saw how hard it was for her to grab the soda straw.
Yeah, it's hard for her to grab a soda. So I could imagine if she has to move the monitor or something. So I imagine that's probably got to happen a lot. But just I think the problem people have is when something does happen and they come and bail it out, that she's kind of ungrateful. I think that's what I'm getting. She's kind of mean, and then she disappears until she needs it again, which I'm sure she needs a lot of help. But who was doing this before Jim Terry? Nobody was helping her. So that's what I see the chat saying to her. They feel she's ungrateful.
I want to say something else too, Mr. X. This is the first time on my channel that I have gotten 107 likes. That is the highest likes that I have gotten on my channel on the StreamYard. You know what I mean? And everybody here in the chat room that who you guys are, that and everybody on the panel, you guys are good people. I can see it, I can feel it. You guys are very, very good people. Jay, Jenny, good to have you. Just good and plenty. Nice to have you seen in the chat room. And you guys, I mean, when I say you guys are in here, I mean, I really appreciate every one of you guys, man. And that's all I have to say. And I know I know I say it a lot, but you know what? Because you guys do mean a lot to me, and I really mean that. I'm not just talking out the side of my neck, going, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yep. So, I positively can say this one thing: everybody on my panel, everybody in the chat room, you guys are good people, and I love every one of you, and that's it. I don't want to say it no more. Okay.
Well, I think a lot of people enjoy the reality of your show, Johnny, you know, because everybody's got a story, like I said, whether it's negative or positive. Even though we do try and focus on the positive, you know, if it's a real life story and people want to hear about it, I don't see anything wrong with talking about it. You're good.
You know, and this none of our shows or any show that comes on like Mr. X, Jim Terry, Johnny Yarborough, aka Gay Sloth, Danielle. These shows are not script. These are raw shows, like RAW, raw, like NW, like on Monday Night Raw, like right, Mr. X.
That's right.
Like
well, wrestling is kind of scripted, but yeah.
But you know what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm trying to say. You know
yeah. Well, I think the term Vince McMahon used to happen is nothing bad can happen when everything is live. So even if you fuck up a name, that means you did it on purpose and you're trying to be funny. You know what I mean? So like that, nothing can go wrong when it's live, which is a kind of a positive outlook on it. There are some things that are kind of scripted to an extent. Let's just be clear about that. Like I did script, obviously, that outline to line into the T-shirt and to go back and forth with the marketing. You know, I did write that out. You know, but like as far as what happened with you on the VIP Plus show, there was no script for that. That was just like, hey, we're kind of teasing that somebody may have gotten arrested and we know them. Who is it? Oh, it's Gay Sloth, but we didn't know any of that other stuff was going to happen. It's the unpredictability, I think, is what you're talking about, right?
Right. Yeah, absolutely. You never know what's going to happen or what somebody's going to say or what somebody's feeling at the time.
But yeah, I mean that opening, yes, I did have a shot list. I did write it out. I mean, if somebody wants to say that was scripted, yes, that was. But I don't think that's what you're talking about, right?
Right.
Yeah.
No,
so it's something different.
Raw. Yeah, just being
raw and wide open. Yes.
Yeah.
Raw, like this, like tonight.
Yep.
Danielle and Robbie, like tonight. Danielle and Robbie, this was raw. What happened between them two? That was raw.
Right.
You know what I mean? And whatever stories we're telling, it's raw. You know what I mean? It's none of it script because I don't even know how to do scripts. If you ask me, I wouldn't even know how to do one for somebody if they asked me to do one.
You know what I mean? Like I told you earlier, Johnny, you know, when it's somebody's real life stories, you don't need a script. You know what I mean? Like I can bring up memories that I've had in my life and speak about them and over and over and over again. And, you know, it doesn't really change. You know, you might forget something because it was 20 years ago, but the majority of the story, you're not going to forget it. You know what I mean?
Right.
And that's what I enjoy coming over here and doing is, you know, just going off of anybody else's conversation and maybe giving my own personal experience in the story, or, you know, Jim saying something or Mr. X saying something and me thinking, well, shit, I had something similar to that happen to me, like with Jim and the whole buffet thing and how my ex-wife used to take all the Chinese plates and dump them in her purse every time we ate there, you know, because she was too damn cheap to just order an extra plate and take it home. So stuff like that. I enjoy talking about it, and I think your viewer, I could be wrong, but I think your viewers enjoy all the stories as well, I would imagine.
Oh, yeah, they did.
I don't really care for the drama, but, you know, like I said, I go to Jim and Mr. X because I like their content, and I like how Mr. X is trying not to focus on all that stupid shit and more focus on them being the entertainment, you know what I mean? And I understand why he does go at it as a counterpuncher because, you know, you can only take so much, especially if it's happening to you. You know, it's
and
just
there's
not
people that contact us all the time, like this lady who contacts us tonight, like Hotspot and, you know, Stage Tech are over there and they're doing this. And, you know, you always, you know, I don't know if you've ever been pulled over by a cop. You're like, did I do something wrong? Did I not? Well, I know we didn't do anything wrong. I certainly didn't do anything wrong. I'm fairly 99.9% sure Jim didn't do anything wrong. And what are they going to do? Pull together $10,000 and to try to do that? I mean, it's so ridiculous. So my question is, all this time over the last 4 or 5 months when Jim was supposed to be arrested and they were talking to the cops and they were doing all this stuff, plus all the backhanded stuff that they were doing. So all that was bullshit. So I thought Jim was living in Florida the full time. You know, so it's just, they have the Rolling Stone thing. It just failed. And these are failed people. You know, that's just what they are. So this is their next thing. And eventually they might get a little bit further than the last time, but they're going to give up. And the thing is, if you want to, we can pull you into the deep end. I don't think they're worth the money. But I guarantee you, if he doesn't have 10 grand to do a suit, if he has a legitimate claim, I will be happy to take out of my pocket. I don't want to do it. I'll pull him into the deep end, and I would love to get him into a deposition. I don't know if I don't even know the legalities of that, or if I could share that, or the time passed. But Salty being in a deposition where we can ask any questions we want to him, and what his past is, and how his past is leading into the current situation he's in, not good. That's not worth it. What is he going to get?
Not only that, but the money aspect as well. Because I fought in divorce court for obviously different court, but attorneys are attorneys. For over 2.5 years. I spent 90 grand in 2.5 years just on stupid shit, a phone call to my attorney. That's $150 right there.
Well, I tell you this right now, just like Robbie is, kind of a guy who's in tech and this and that, I got an attorney buddy who works for me, and I'm not going to get into this too much, who's former LDS, who lives out here, who is almost the same kind of he's not as outwardly, like the situation with Robbie, but he'd be willing to help me for free. And I know they don't have anybody like that. So it's not, if I gave this guy 10 grand, it'd be like, wow, really? So he knows what that is there. I'm not worried about it. Not worried about it. So
by the way,
I just feel bad that Stage Tech and some of those people who I think are decent enough people, they're not getting scammed out of their money. That's what I hope. You know what I mean?
Bless you.
Yeah.
You're such a nice person.
But they'll drag him into the deep end, and he can't do it. He's a guy who's renting a house, who's works for a lawn service company, who's plowing snow. That's just not, because you sue me, I could sue you. You win a piece of paper, I win a piece of paper. So what?
It just seems so petty, honestly.
It's stupid. It's a dumb. My suggestion is, if you're a Stage Tech, or you're this or you're that, or you're a hotspot, my suggestion is take that money and put it on the Kansas City Chiefs to win the Super Bowl. You'll have a better time.
Shelter dogs.
Shelter dogs. Yes, that would be better. Yes, shelter dogs would be a lot better than giving it to Salty Pancakes. Right.
Yeah.
Hey guys, we're gonna stay up here for another 10 minutes, and we're gonna call it a night. I'm getting kind of a little tired, and my back's starting to hurt. So
I'll be the first to dip out, Johnny. Hey, you guys have a good night. Thanks for having me.
No
so
problem.
Happy me and Danielle worked it out. Johnny, you're a peacemaker.
I agree.
You're really helping Jim Terry's New Age Bible here. Basically, you are the peacemaker of the group, Gay Sloth, and we're gonna need you moving forward in some of the struggles that we're going to have to face as a community. Are you ready to take on the struggles that are going to come onto this community? Some of them are not going to be because we brought them on ourselves. We are counterpunchers. You understand this?
Yeah.
Are you ready to be with us?
I've been with y'all since day one.
There we go. That's what I like to hear. Well, if that's all it is, guys, that's all I have to say, and I'll be more than happy to call in anytime a disagreement happens with the members such as Daniele or King Mahal or King Samoan or Joni or Mr. X, or even my number one favorite football player of all time, Jim Terry TV.
Good.
All right, guys. You guys have a good
learning.
Night.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and drop off too, so that I can finish eating my food and stuff.
Okay.
All right. So this is good. Stage Tech, I'm glad that you're here. So I got an
We
email
love you,
tonight.
Johnny. I appreciate
We
you.
love you too. Thank you very much. We love you too.
Stage Tech, I'm so glad that you're here. So here's what I'd like to do. If you're, can you still hear me? Stage Tech, I want to read you the email that I got tonight. So just so you don't think I'm talking shit about you, check Salty Show today. This is from a person who's also gives out, is generous to our show. So I'm not going to give out her name. Check Salty Show today. 1/8/2023. Traders and lawsuits are being filed. I'm not sure what she means by that. Hotspot, Stage Tech sending money to start a suit? ? Just wanted to let you know, here's my number. And I responded to her, we've been contacted 10 times about this. Appreciate your concern, but there's no reason to reach out. There is probably no suit to be had. We have a very strong claim against him, actually, if we wanted to go the other way, which we probably won't. This is the final proof that they have nothing on Jim and never did. So that's the email I got today about you, Stage Tech, from a lady who is a generous contributor to Jim Terry TV. I'm just saying that it was sent. I'm not blaming you of anything, but is that, yeah, you're right, Stage Tech. That is who sent that. You're correct. You're right. That's who sent that. So why would she send that then, Stage Tech? I mean, I don't know. I mean, these are the kind of things that we get all the time, and I'm not blaming you. You seem like an honest, straight-up dude. You're a guy who works hard. I was reading the email, so if you said something, I missed it because I had the screen down. But I'm not giving shit to Salty. Are you fucking kidding me? I'm going through it real quick. So I don't know what else you said other than that, but so.
Yeah,
we'll just repost it again because I don't see it. Anyways, I mean, there's really no reason. If all I'm saying is Stage Tech, I'd rather see you give money to, animals that are needed, but I'm not saying that you are. It doesn't sound like that's true, but we know that, even if you did, that's your money. You could go do whatever you want. Right. But it's all in caps. Hold on 1 second. I'll see if I can go up and find it.
Okay. Well, yeah, but like you were saying, Mr. X, while you're doing that, it's his money. He can do whatever the fuck he wants.
Yeah, he can go do what he wants. I'm just saying, like, he's probably scamming you. So far, I don't bother people unless they talk about me. I see that. I'm at 1:13 a.m. and I'm not going to continue to scroll up if I don't see it here and waste people's time.
I'm trying to find it too, Mr. X.
I don't see it, Stage Tech. So I'm at 1:09 a.m. I don't see it. I would just post it again. I mean, that's the easiest thing to do, but or no big deal. It is what it is.
Right. It is what it is.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. And even if you were, you're welcome to go do whatever you want. I'm not saying that you were, but I'm just saying that that's the kind of stuff that we get all the time, Stage Tech. We get people saying this and that.
You probably get that every
Robbie's
day.
right. We don't know what to believe.
You probably get that stuff every single day.
Jim gets it more than me.
Right.
Way more than me.
And do you think that's people looking out, or is that just people who want to continue the sideshow, I should call it?
Maybe, or they're just misinformed. Like, here's Stage Tech here. I was going on his panel to confront him on talking shit, and here's what I think happened, Stage Tech. I appreciate that. We had a show the other night where we had, what's her name? The Shack lady and the sister-in-law, and you probably saw this, Stage Tech, which was Ty Corbin's sister-in-law. Shack lady was on the phone, and the sister-in-law was on screen. Girl Ryan called in 5 minutes later, and she was still trying to be nice, and she wasn't being a problem or anything, and she was still ill-informed. So you could show, here's Jesus right in front of you on the cross. That's him. It's 100% confirmed by whatever means. No, it's not him. It was never there. It never happened. You know what I mean? That's just what we're dealing with. So I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm just saying, like, people see what they see. I'm not sure if she's a double agent, whatever she is. I think she's an honest person too. I just think she's probably seeing something it's like that telephone game. I tell you something, it kind of changes as it gets down the line.
Right,
that's what I think it is.
That makes sense.
Probably the Jesus analogy wasn't the best, but you know what I mean.
Right. Well, somebody was saying he was going up there to talk about the Girl Ryan thing. He was mad at Salty for the Girl Ryan. I guess Salty must have did something to Girl Ryan. I don't know. I don't follow that shit. So, but that's what he's saying.
Oh, yeah, because Salty contacted Girl Ryan, and what I'm just saying is, to him or to anybody is, you're dealing with a degenerate. You're just not going to win with that guy like that. It's just minus. I always talk about a guy like him getting to zero. He's always in the minus, and he can only take you down there too. I'm talking about in your time and your money and your energy. He wouldn't let me up. So De-Icer came into Jim saying I was talking shit. I don't know. I don't remember De-Icer saying that, but I know that people contact Jim continuously saying things are going. And I think that they're, De-Icer also, people getting swatted and having problems with Salty, De-Icer has a very good reason for concern too. But Here's the fact. I think what you're doing with something with Girl Ryan is nice. I think it's meant to be, a good thing, but you're just not going to get any of that from Salty. For whatever reason, he's butthurt. He thinks he's right. He's not. He's got a problem, and he's just never going to be us. He's never going to be able to do what we're going to do. So all he could do is talk about us. And I'm done talking about it because it's a waste of fucking time. It's a waste of your guys' time. It's just
I
dumb.
agree, because we got so much more shit we can talk about. I know
So many funny stories, and it gets into this circle of, and I think that's kind of what he wants too.
I
Is us to talk about it. They did see this conspiracy. Here's what's going on. So and look at the degenerates he's got on there. I mean, I'm just done with it. I know who I am. That's it.
Oh, I agree 100%. I agree with you on that one.
And you don't have to prove yourself to me, Stage Tech. I believe you. I mean, it's just that's what we're dealing with, unfortunately. Instead of just having a good time on this, which is what it really should be about. Like, I'd rather hear more about your dog and more about your experiences on films. And we talked about how difficult it would be, or if you got to Katy Perry or one of those, like how you did it and proved us wrong. I'd rather hear about that.
I agree.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Prove us wrong and come and tell us about it and say fuck you. I'd rather hear that story.
I'm sure he's got a ton of stories if he did all that stuff in Hollywood. Yeah, that would be interesting. And I agree with you, Mr. X. I just kind of brush it off your shoulder, and it is what it is in my eyes. I would rather focus on other shit. There's way more shit that's more entertaining than that. At least to me, it is.
Yeah, that's why Samoan guys are always real chill. So they're always like the voice of reason. How come I've never met a Samoan guy that's an asshole?
You're not going to find it very often, honestly. It's just the way we're raised.
Yeah, and I know I always say it's like a generalization, but I've gotten in fights with white people, obviously. Yeah, probably black people too. Yeah, not really Hispanic people as much. And I'm just trying to think, other people that I would have generally dealt with. And I'm giving I never had any problems with Asian people or anything like that. Never had any problems with Samoan people. Ever, any Polynesian, any Islander, from that kind of. Well, I did have some problems with a Filipino guy, actually. So, I mean, that's not the same thing, but that's the only thing close.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, I think it's mainly because how we were raised, just because we're taught to be respectful of everyone and until they disrespect you. So, we're similar to where we are counter punchers as well. We'll let people say something and, normally we just brush it all off. But if you get to the point, and it's mainly about family and friends, when you disrespect somebody's family or they're really close friends, then normally that's what it is. You'll set them off. And normally Islanders, they go from seeing red or seeing normal to seeing red to where they don't know. Your hands are flying and they don't think about it. And I used to be that way, believe it or not. In my early, teens and late teens and early 20s, I was that way, where I just didn't give a shit. I would throw my fist no matter what, and it kind of took me looking at long time life in prison to change my ways, I should say.
Yeah, it's just not worth it. And Stage Tech, I don't know 33, but I do know a guy in 44, and he is, I think, a pyrotechnician. I think he's in 44, but he has said obviously he loves 44, but I think they're somewhere up in the valley, maybe North Hollywood, but I might be wrong. But fair enough. I mean, that makes sense. Now you got me. I'm going to have to go out tomorrow after talking about the water poop. I'm going to have to record my toilets tomorrow during the day. Yeah, I appreciate you too, Stage Tech. Props. That's right. It's a prop union. You're right. So, he knows he was in it, so he should know. So. Anyway, all right. Well, I'm going to get out of here too. I appreciate it, King Samoan, Reuben Sanchez. Everybody came up here. We had a good night. Fry J, I appreciate her.
Right.
What about you, Johnny? What do you got?
I appreciate her, and I appreciate everybody.
You got any of the Cash App to read off or anything, or what?
Oh yeah, I do, huh?
Yeah,
well, I got one from King. I got one from King Samoan.
There you go.
$10 Cash App.
Nice.
And I got one from Fry J.
Fry J, yeah, she's in the house.
For $23.20.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, she always sends like the odd numbers, and I think the reason is that's because she's from the UK. She's from the UK, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, I know her. Yeah, okay. It's amazing. I'm so glad that it took me a little while, but I got to, I spent some of the time to kind of learn. Like, I don't really know anybody, but I figured out kind of who everybody, like their screen names and what they would say. Like, I know, like, for example, I always kind of joke about Blue Butterfly. Like, she always complains about everything. Like, so here we go. She's going to post again, or sometimes like Melissa, there's a lady named Melissa. She's always very complimentary. And, she could tell she's more of a Mr. X fan than Jim. But anyway, so I could just kind of tell people's personality, and I'm glad that I spent the time on that. Reuben is here. Speaking of that, what's going on, Reuben? How you feeling?
He's got his mic on. Reuben.
Good night, de-icer, Tennessee Gambler man.
You know that Sea Org, he's a trip, man, in the chat room. I like the way he talks, man. He's got a good sense of humor.
Yeah, he does.
I wonder if he's not even Scientologist.
I don't think he is, honestly. I think he's just fucking with people.
Yeah.
I really do.
Because I don't think Scientologists would come into a chat like this. I mean, I could be wrong, but, Reuben, what's going on? Is your legs all right or something?
Yeah, they're what they are. Swelling a little bit.
Now, is that just for sitting down? For you sitting down, that's the reason why they swell up, or do they swell up just because?
Lately, probably just because. It used to be just if I did too much, you know what I mean, standing or walking or something like that. But now, the one that's hurt, it stays like swollen, or.
Is there no way to get rid of that, Reuben? Like the swelling? Do they give you anything to get rid of that type of stuff?
I haven't gone to the doctors.
Is there anything you can do? And I know everybody's always giving me suggest this Meniere's disease, and I don't know everything that's going on, medically. But what have you ever looked into the stem cell situation?
No, I haven't.
I don't even know if that would help or not. But. Yeah. Because I know people are doing that. I know a guy who went down to Florida, did his collarbone. He's like, this thing's shit. This is awful.
Yeah, Mr. X. PZ said that helps for everything.
Yeah, I'm really interested. People going down to Colombia and shit and doing that, or Panama or something like that, doing taking it from an umbilical cord and shit. Now everybody's got to. I mean, if your legs are in a situation where you can't do that, might not help. But
yeah, they were going to your
need a knee replacement. You know what I mean? Oof. It's bone on bone. It's been bone on bone for. Ever since the accident, so
you need a total. And I had ACL, and obviously the knee replacement's the next level of that. But I heard after that knee replacement is fixed, it's like the hip replacement. Like, yeah, you got to you become better real quick because you're used to the pain. Right. So some of the people I know the wrestlers talk about that. The guys who get the hip replacement, which is even, I guess they take your leg off for that. When they put in the new hip, they'd have to. That they feel 100% better, like as soon as they wake up.
Right. So like I've looked up, the procedure of the knee replacement, and they actually cut a lot of the bone and all that stuff out. And I don't even know if I have that much bone to cut out. So, so my original accident, they were going to put rods in my leg and stuff and all that junk and do a knee replacement. But because I had told you, you know what I mean, the hole that grew on the side of my leg, the infection.
Yeah,
they couldn't do it. They wouldn't do it. You know what I mean? Until that healed, or they figured out what it was. And by the time it healed, they didn't want to re-break all the stuff because my bones had already fused back together. They didn't want to go back in and re-break and all that stuff because they thought it would be too much.
Well, it just seems like, I had my ACL done in fucking, what year was it? 97, 98. And I swear to God, I wish after I did it, because you have some of the atrophy in your leg, I wish I would have been on I could have had the steroids prescribed to me, but I thought I could get back and play basketball again. So I obviously didn't want to break any rules. Should have done it. And now it's advanced. Like it was like an 8-month thing back then. Now it's like 4 or 5. And it's just like the knee thing. I remember when I was getting my knee done, they're like, "Oh, don't worry about it. The knee replacement's way worse." Probably shouldn't tell you that, but that's what they told me before I was going there. Like, "Hey, that's nothing. If you're lucky." But I was like 19. You know what I mean? And they're like, "If you think that's bad, then what about the hip replacement?" I think they were trying to make me feel better, but I never forgot that when they were talking about that. But that was not late 90s. It's even better now, like way better now.
Right. And the technology and stuff has gotten better with the knee replacements. You know what I mean? Like in 2011, they said, you can only have a knee replacement twice. But I gained so much weight, you know what I mean?
Sure.
They were like, well, we wouldn't do one on you until you lost weight anyways. And it's like, well, fuck, how am I supposed to lose weight if I, can't do a lot of things? But I try to do what I can, you know what I mean? I was telling somebody earlier, I bought a above ground pool because the pandemic, whatever. I was doing the pool therapy, aquatic therapy. And but they had closed and stuff. And not only that, but it was always packed, you know what I mean? So I, in the summertime, I do my exercises and stuff and in the pool and all that, and I swim around.
Well, with you, Reuben, on being on the heavier side, I bet in the pool it's a lot easier on the legs and everything, right? Isn't that why people do the aquatic stuff?
Absolutely.
Yeah, there was nobody even doing that, even thinking about that kind of stuff back then. It was just about pushing to get movement in your leg before it atrophies down. But de-icer, I got hurt playing basketball. I blew out my knee, and that's when I started fully kind of investing myself in stunts and acting and stuff like that. It's like, if I'm going to get hurt, I might as well get paid for it. That's why I think I'm so anti-betting college sports, because I'm like, those kids are going. I mean, I know it's different now, but like I kind of put myself in that. And that's why I just don't like it. I don't even like watching it. It bothers me. PTSD. But yeah, it's not really that bad. It's just I just don't feel comfortable watching. Certainly don't feel comfortable betting on it. But yeah, your situation's different. And mine was obviously not as severe. I was younger.
Right. It's funny because, I used to play sports, but ever since the accident, I don't really watch sports anymore. It's like if I can't play them, then I'm not really interested in them.
Sure. Well, sooner or later, you'll figure out what the right, route is. And probably better than anybody else does. I mean, everybody offers advice. You'll figure it out.
Yeah, I gotta stop being a bitch and go to the doctors. I'm just, a little scared sometimes.
They've came a long way with that whole stem cell thing. I know a lot of those athletes and MMA fighters and all that. A lot of them use that stem cell shit.
Hell yeah. And I wouldn't care about any kind of the religious repercussions. Fuck that. Get yourself healthy and feeling okay if that is indeed something that can help.
Right.
Well, I think it would help, honestly. You see all the athletes and everybody doing it, and they come back in record time. They're say, oh, you're going to be out for 2-3 years, and they're back in like 9 months, as good as ever. So I don't know much about that stuff, but I know a lot of people are using that stem cell therapy or whatever you want to call it. I don't know what they are, injections to recuperate.
Well, I guess they inject or they get something out of the umbilical cord that comes out. Like it's after birth. It's not like they're taking aborted babies or anything. That's what I understand. Or they're petri dishes or something to that extent. It's nothing. And so it's like, but I guess that science is what upsets people that are religious. But I'm like, well, I'm alive now. Like I'm actually here now, and I think I could do some good for some people. So why shouldn't I be as healthy as possible? It sounds like my bullshit that I was talking about the other night with the I don't care about the environment thing, but I kind of say like, hey, Michael J. Fox, like that guy matters. Like if this would help him, fuck anybody else's fucking personal religious beliefs. That guy's brought a lot of joy to people. Help him now.
Right.
It's true.
That's how I look at it. Call me crazy.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Why is there, Mr. X? Is there a lot of people that aren't into that stem cell because?
Oh yeah, it's a thing with like people you're taking baby souls or an anti-religious thing. Like people within religion are very against it.
I didn't know that. Huh.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but like you said, it's not like they're stealing the babies. Whatever. If it's something that comes afterwards. I've watched babies be born. I cut every one of my kids' umbilical cords. All that shit goes in the trash. All that shit that comes out of a woman all goes in the garbage after they're done with it. After you cut the umbilical cord, the doctor's right there in between the legs, and it all goes right in the garbage between his legs.
There you go.
Yeah, I don't know what.
And if it could help somebody, I mean, we're getting in the weeds a little bit on the idea of it, but if it can, the religious or that aspect of it, which I think would be kind of a conservative, the conservatives would be against that. This is one of the things where I'm like, man, I'm for people that are alive and contribute and are positive people, or people who turn their life around, or whatever it might be. Like this could be the thing that could turn, his life around forever, for the rest of his life. So why would you not use it? It's crazy.
World one. That's the name.
If indeed that's something that could help. I don't know.
Another thing crazy. I know Johnny's getting tired, but another thing crazy, real quick, is how people cryogenically freeze themselves to be hopefully brought back later. Do you think that'll ever happen?
No,
I doubt that. Yeah.
Do you think that's just a big money scam where people get frozen?
They took like Ted Williams' head and they froze it somewhere in Colorado or something.
Yeah, I know there's a company somewhere that will freeze you. You know, you pay a big old amount of sum, and they
it's in Colorado. I looked into it.
Yeah, I was always wondered if they'll ever come back, but I figured there's no way in hell they could. But I don't know.
Well, I just how would you put somebody's? I mean, if they froze you, I think I read. I know I read about it. Like, you have to sign some kind of paper that, like, at the moment where you're like that guy who almost died in the football game. They would have had to get him at that moment. Like, he could have lived too,
right?
But like, you're right as you're dying, they got to get you, and you have to have some kind of paper. That's like the only shot of it. But there are some other crazy ones where they'll cut off your head, or they said they had Walt Disney's fucking brain or something.
Yeah,
I don't know about any of that shit.
Well, and then you go into real quick. You get into the Elon Musk thing and how he's tapping into the brain with technology, and saying eventually they're going to be able to take everything out of your brain and put it in a computer, and you're more or less, your brain's going to stay, or everything in your brain's going to be staying alive in a AI or a bot or a cyborg or whatever the hell you want to call it. And it seems like Musk has been pushing that for quite a while, where he's really digging into that stuff. I don't know if it'll ever happen, but
who knows?
Have you ever looked into any of that?
No, not necessarily, but the frozen thing I definitely have, but not any of the AI stuff, because I mean, if you were telling me or Jim in a high school year that this would exist, I mean, we would believe that we wouldn't believe exactly like this. Like, we would thought it would have been like a serious radio thing, not YouTube kind of radio. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Who knows where things are going to go, and it's not even something you're thinking that could even exist right now. Like, just think about how the internet's changed everything. Who knows?
Right.
Well,
with you
I just wanted to come on the panel again and thank everybody, and thank you to the mods, York, MJ. You guys did a good job.
There you go.
Tell everybody have a good night. Thank you, Johnny.
Yeah, thank you, Johnny. I'm peacing out of here too, guys. So have a good night, Johnny.
Have a good night.
All right, Mr. X. Thank you.
Bye.
See you later, Reuben.
Peace.
Peace, Reuben.
All right.
All right, Johnny.
All right, All right, buddy.
You have a good night, hopefully.
Yeah, we had a very good night. We got 8 hours and 45 minutes in.
Nice.
And now
give
that
the people a little bit of stories, and you let everybody know that you're not going to be on tomorrow. You're going to take a day off tomorrow, and then you'll be right back up on Tuesday, right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Hey, guys, I'm not going to be on tomorrow. I'm coming back on Tuesday at 5:00. So be ready for another good hour for there. Then Mr. X comes on at 6:05, and then Jim Terry comes on at 7:05 after that. And I'm glad that everybody showed up tonight here really strong. And I'm glad that Jess, Robbie, and Danielle made up.
I really like Danielle.
Yeah.
Dude. I really like her. She seems like a cool chick,
Yeah, and thank you again, whoever gave me the Cash App. You know who you are. Thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate that. And guys, always remember, when you wake up, looking yourself in the mirror and says, I got this day conquered.
Every day, Johnny.
Every day is, in the fair business, in the carnival business, we had a grind. That's what we got to do is grind. That's what we're doing with these hours, is grinding. And you know what? And if I can reach my goal, and I can really get those watch hours time, and I get monetized, I'm going to be very, 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 very. I'm probably going to cry when I get monetized. You know what I mean? Because this means a lot to me. I really want to accomplish something. The YouTube thing is just something. It's a hobby. You know what I mean? Right now, it's a hobby. I'm eventually going to turn it into something very, very good. Right now I am. because
Right.
this is what it's all about. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely, Johnny.
And Seahorse says if you don't hit the like button, you're a loser.
Well,
Hey,
it seems like you got the most likes you've ever had tonight,
yeah,
right?
112.
Nice. That's good.
We have 112 now.
Nice.
You know, and then that's without the people that was, you know, that's going to go back and watch it too. Like
Right.
after we get done here, I'm going to reset it again and I'm going to rewatch it. I'm going to rewatch it again.
Right.
I'm going to hit mute and let it play though.
Right.
But anyway, like I said, man, everybody else in the chat room, thank you very much. And King Samoan, I want to have a conversation. I want you to call me tomorrow, or I'll call you
All right,
if you're not busy. And
you call me.
And I want to talk about a few things, and I want Reuben to have a phone call with us. So I'll have two phones having a little powwow. Okay, because it's gonna be something good about for the channel. Okay.
Okay. Well, you know I got your back either way, Johnny. Whatever you want to do with it, brother. You know what I'm saying? And I'm sure Reuben feels the same way.
Yep, I know. Right here, right now. Okay.
Right.
But good night, everybody. Until next time, this is Johnny, aka Gay Sloth. Love everybody. Peace.